Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag, and I am joined once again by Protorova. Hello.
Hello.
All right, we're back with part 2 of Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. We have Link getting a little restless as far as us, starting on this. Last time we went on a big bug-killing hunt, and we got more bugs than we killing tonight, as well as getting a couple of the spiritual stones and heart pieces. And we are home. We decided, we like our favorite room over in Hyrule Castle town. I was like, yeah, we're coming back home, and there'll be a part that's going to show that a little later. All right, let's get going. I'm looking forward to getting back to this. You?
Yep, I am.
Alright, we're back in Kokiri Forest. Now, what we're gonna do is, we've got a couple things on our itinerary for tonight. As is one, we're gonna be running 5 hours for the game. So, what we're doing first is, we came back to Kokiri Village. I'm thinking Kakariko Village. We got something going on there. We're going back to the Deku Tree very briefly, because we have bombs now, and there's a sculpture we can get. We do not have to worry about, well, I guess, getting hurt by the Deku Babas, because rolled through them and I took no damage. But yeah, basically what we're doing now is we're just going in there for the last Skulltula, and it's not gonna take too long. We don't need the Boomerang. I was not sure if we needed the Boomerang for this baby, but we do not. Alright, so back inside, let's take a drop down. Yeah, Link is screaming, but as we mentioned, last time, and Protorova, thank you for this one, the hashtag LinkRealMan, we're making that happen, and we are gonna show the world that. And fitting, I guess, when we had Kingdom Hearts last week, showing that, the growth of Zora from a young child into... We'll see him in the other games, but, for the purpose of this, yeah, here we go. Alright, so you come back here. You mentioned when we played last time, there was a ball wall, and we can show that off, and I can also show the, okay, I sort of showed this when we did the Dongle Cavern last time, but, yeah, we need the bombs to get in here. Kill him. You hit that, you hear the different sound, and drop the bomb. The other way, don't let yourself get blown up. Yeah, he's gonna hunker down, but alright, so within here we have our sculpture. We also have a not that kind of sculpture. Let's take the stick out and hit him, because we love the sticks in this, apparently. Alright, so... just listen for the sound. Where is it? Oh shit, I think we do need the Boomerang. I thought I had on my notes, so we didn't, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. We can get out of here really quickly. Alright, thinking a little prematurely. But as I said, we'll come back here a little later, because we do need the Boomerang, and that's going to help us get a bunch of Skulltulas. We've been seeing them as we went along last time, where we don't have a whole lot of,
Oh, and you could have jump cut that one?
Well, we're doing this live. When I do the edit, fine, I'm not going to do that because actually there is a shortcut out, so I'm glad I showed this, and we'll use it again. Drop down here, we're going back to the boss room. You're thinking, well, is this a waste of time? No, because there's a quicker way out. And also, let us do one other thing. Let me pull out the beans. We spent a lot of time getting those last month, and also bugs. I got one of those off screen so we can do this, because that's where a lot of our sculptures would be. But yeah, if you go into the boss room after you've beaten any boss of any dungeon, see the light there, we'll just use that to teleport right out. And it is faster than going out of the front door and climbing up the rope, or the webbing. Okay. Alright, so we'll come back there after we finish the next dungeon, but what we're gonna do also is, we have to plant the beans here, but before we plant the beans, we do want to put the bugs in, because here's the deal. Every single one of these things, pull the bugs out, drop them in, except the one we planted next to the bean guy, there'll be a Skulltula that comes out, and when you drop them, also hit the bottle button again to grab it, so you can kind of keep having them infinitely. Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn, good to see you tonight. Protorova and I are back for Ocarina of Time. We are having some fun, getting spiders to pop out with bugs. Yeah, we do that, the gold sculpture comes out any time of day, and there it is dead. And we are 23 now. Actually, let me also pull the Ocarina out, because I do want to change the time of day a little bit as we go along. Yeah, alright, so you're looking forward to our continuation of Ocarina of Time. I'm definitely having a good time. Let us know anything else you've got on your mind as far as gaming, or this game, or Zelda itself, because... well, when we played last time, we sort of mentioned other aspects of this franchise. In fact, you know what? So we're going to be walking around a bit as far as getting a sense of where we're going and getting all the sculptures before we go to the next dungeon. Pro, I want to ask you, because I think I sort of went into this before, but would you be willing to tell the experience of Ocarina of Time when you first played it, any specific memories that you might have of interest? That's the whole program.
A long time ago.
Yeah, hit me with it. Did you play this when it came out in 1998?
I think I played it a little later than that.
Okay.
But my first memories were when someone saying it was 3D, and I was thinking, no way.
And I guess, so you were kind of surprised, I guess, the idea of the 3D Zelda. Here's one other thing to that is, had you played the other Zelda games before?
I did. I played,
For Super Nintendo. Was that the first Zelda game you ever played?
That was the first one I remember playing.
Okay. Yeah, that is. I played that one a bit later.
A vivid, strong memory.
Oh yeah, and that seems to be the perspective of a lot of people I know. I mean, if they didn't start with this, they might have started earlier. Some with Zelda 1 and NES.
Like maybe a bit of Zelda 1, but really what stuck my mind was Link to the Past.
Oh, so you played Zelda 1, sort
like,
of too.
Probably, casually, like at friends' houses and so forth.
Okay, yeah, I came later to that one. Also, I came back here because I forgot I gotta plant this. Because after I drop the bugs in, get the Skulltula killed, drop that, that'll be important a little later. But, yeah, so you played, okay, that's interesting. You played the earlier ones
I think I played
before I did.
But basically, not, like, enough to really, get to it.
Okay, so, but you said Link to the Past is the one that really kind of hit you, and then this one afterwards.
And then I was just so used to, Zelda being sort of a top-down side-scroller. When I went to school, I was kind of blown away by,
the 3D perspective
use
for this.
It's like, use your imagination.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's another thing, and I think that's why, and this is getting to something I think pretty significant as far as the lasting legacy of this game, and we mentioned this last month, the idea of why was going 3D such a big deal to Zelda. Part of it was because, hey, you had a lot of franchises that did not survive the translation to 3D, or they had issues with it. Yeah, it's fine, let's, oh shit, no, I didn't mean to do that. I think you can still do that despite this, so, plant the bean, but if you drop this in, you're good. At least we'll check that. I didn't screw us out feasibly. Okay, as long as you hear that ding-a-ding-a-ding, you're good. And actually, it's good I mentioned that here because there is a bug in the software for something else. We will be able to go that. Okay, perfect. So, fine. There's the Deku over there. He's like, yeah, he doesn't come out. When you're too close to him, he'll just stay hidden while we get the Skulltula there. Yeah, and yeah, eventually we'll kill more of those guys or buy more stuff from them, as it might be. But okay, so yeah, that's how we're gonna be running on this. All right, let me just think as far as where we need to go next for next one, because I got 3 of those, and for the beans, we have 6 of them. We can only plant 4 of them now. We'll have to plant the other 2 later in the game. Also, one thing I'm gonna do is because I'm gonna need bottle space eventually. Let's have a drink of milk because, as the old commercials used to say, milk does a body good. And it gives you 5 hearts for that. Okay, so we're gonna take a dive into water and go over to where Zora's domain is.
And notice that's an arrow.
Yeah, so it's, okay. You know what? Thank you for mentioning that. I never really thought that. I thought, oh, there's rupees down in the water. But you're right. The perspective of giving players a hint to where they should be going. And I was also mentioning this to you off camera. I do want to put on. You know what? I'll put the slingshot on for now. I'll put a link to this as well. I saw an article on Nintendo Life this past week. It was saying they dug up an interview with Shigeru Miyamoto, who was responsible for Zelda, starting the franchise, and was heavily, running this one specifically. This was one of the last ones he headed strongly himself. It was after this one. You also had Eiji Numa, who was also involved with this game as it was, but he took the keys over for the next game we'll be playing, Majora's Mask. I'm pretty sure Nerd is going to be joining me on that one. He said, quote, Anuma's my guy, man. And absolutely, as far as that. But Miyamoto was interesting. We brought this up last month as far as the idea of tutorializing as far as Navi saying, like, hey, or feasibly even Kikora Gabora. I guess this was an interview was unearthed about a year after the game came out, and he was saying that he felt, I think what a lot of the internet tends to say about this, which is that they think that maybe there was too much tutorializing, although because of the 3D perspective, as you're saying, I think they kind of need to explain what that was to give people a perspective of that, and I guess also, as I said, really emphasize that perspective of the switch to 2D, 3D, especially because of Link to the Past, because the last thing was just 2 Link to the Past, you're probably noticing here with that, I would think, yes?
Did they, I believe the tutorializing was mainly focused on, the targeting system.
Yeah.
Because the targeting system was
a big deal.
Considered revolutionary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe with playtesting, they had trouble getting
people to understand it,
accustomed to it.
I get that, and he said I'll also link to that article because it was an interesting read, and I guess it's something they dug up.
Did it mention the targeting system?
I'll have to look. I'll put an edit in the video here. I'll basically say right here, look in the description below when this goes on the YouTube site in a couple days. I'll have the link to that Nintendo Life article because it got my attention. All right, I'm visiting the Scarecrows. I saw them last time we were in Lake Hylia. This is going to be the Scarecrow Song. Now, I do want to explain something about this briefly. He says, hey, pull your ocarina out and you play a song for him. You can play any combination of 8 notes that you want to play this, because this will come into play later, and we need this for a couple of the Skulltulas coming up. But I was thinking, let me be clever. Let me try and come up with a famous song that I can play out with the ocarina buttons, using the A button and the C buttons. But the thing is that when you play the Ocarina, you could pitch it differently pressing the R button, the Z button, or up or down the analog stick when you're pressing any of the Ocarina buttons, but it doesn't actually take it when you're like doing a play like this. So I said, okay, I can't really find any famous song that's going to go to it. Anything else that's going to let us prove the perspective of Link Real Man, as I mentioned. I was thinking like maybe I could do like Captain Jack by Billy Joel or something, because that's about, you know, becoming a man in one way or another. But I said, you know what, okay, fine, we're going to have to do this. So I'm going to play a bit of a different ditty, and I'll let you know about it. Alright, that is actually a song that's going to come into play in Majora's Mask, the game we're playing after this. And here's the other thing, if you play an Ocarina song that you know, or that is like something tied to game events, and we're going to see a couple of those later, he'll say, no, I don't remember this track. But for this one, because the song from Majora's Mask this goes to is the Goron's Lullaby. We'll see that when the Crusader and I start playing that, probably May or June. We'll see, depending on how long it takes for this game. That's actually a specific song, but for the purposes, it's going to be an Ocarina time as well. He'll remember it. I can't remember, it doesn't mean I can only remember 8 notes, but we'll cut it right there. Okay, so we'll need that for when we get to adult, and also the other reason I came over here is because there is another dirt patch over here, and also I want to play the Sun Song to get the sun down so we can kill more Skulltulas. As I mentioned to you off camera, I do have all the write-downs as far as the Skulltulas we got last time, those are off the list, and then now what we have left. So yeah, we're at night, and there's gonna be a couple we're gonna get. Actually, the thing with the beans and the thing with the bugs, you can get those during the day, as we saw before. But for some of the other ones, not quite. A couple of ones we can't get here yet because we need the Boomerang, but here's another dirt patch. Let's walk up to it. You don't necessarily have to be specifically right above it, but at that point, that's the idea. Alright, so there we go. There are the bugs. Swipe it! I'm trying to swipe it, it's not letting me. Because the idea is that after a little bit of time, the bugs will go in the ground and you won't have access to them. If you do that quickly, you just pick them up. You basically have infinite bugs. That's the purpose of what we're doing. Right, so there's another gold Skulltula. We got it. They said you'll also see as far as that, and yes, I have heard of it helping as far as the list for that, as far as like what they are. So I was like, yeah, because we were saying last time, like, how are we going to keep track of these? And since it was running first time last time, that's fine. I was like, okay, just get the ones I need to get. But when I edited last time for the first part, I said, all right, these are the ones I got, and I took down a list as far as what they are. So yeah, we were running old school to that. Only some of the notes, and
Paper and pencil.
What?
Paper and pencil, old
yep,
school.
Exactly, and fitting for this game. You mentioned 1998, the idea of that's how people were playing games to some degree. Even the idea of, I'll ask you this, passwords of games. I guess you're familiar with the idea of what those used to be, yes?
Yep.
Also, we do have the sun coming up, so I'll probably have to play the Sun Song again once I can get over to the island quick enough to get the Skulltula that's over there. Or at least, if nothing else, see maybe when the sun goes up, he just pops out of existence. We'll see. Okay, there you go, he's gone. So actually, we do have to play it. But yes, is that the idea of like passwords and things before you had saving, or fine, you had saving.
Passwords are your saves. And
fitting with Zelda, because remember, Zelda was one of the games that... Oh! Okay, I didn't get this on my test playthrough. There's a light there. Okay, that is a free fairy. Let's grab that. I did not know playing the Sun Song there will do it along with... Okay, fine, I hit it and it recovered. Fair enough. Okay, so you play the Sun Song there, you get a fairy. I'm trying to catch it whilst when we die, or if we die, I recovery, and it's like nothing ever happens. So that's good, we got to show that. But to go back to what I was saying with Zelda's, because Zelda on NES, the very first one, that did have save to it. Yeah, okay, no, it did. The Japanese version had save, and the US version had save. I'm thinking Metroid. Metroid had a save for Japan, and for the US it did not. But this one, they said, okay, we're gonna have the save back up in the cartridge. I don't know if this is the first game to have a save like that, but it definitely was one of the first. Alright, so there's Kipor Gabor. He took us back to Hyrule Castle the last time we're gonna ignore him for now. But what we are gonna do is we're gonna go with the Grudos Valley. We're gonna be doing as many of these bean plots as we can, and then we're gonna go to the next dungeon. By the way, there's a sculpture, we can't get that yet, but we're gonna get a nice item in the next dungeon to let us. At that point, we'll also be able to get a bunch of these before we go to the next section of the game, which I mentioned, there are similarities to Ocarina, or no, yeah, this game, to Link to the Past with this, if you were recalling.
Yeah, that Skulltula would be a boomerang.
Yeah, that, but also I guess you...
Or a very brave Link who's willing to jump off
yeah.
a cliff.
And look, I tried with some of the jump stuff, like the backflip things.
Did you try that?
Yeah, you can't get that high, so I mean, that's the perspective. And I guess that goes to another thing, and actually, I didn't really mention this when we played this last month, auto-jumping. Because I'm climbing up the ladder to go here. It's fine that it's day, we're good for that for the time being. But yeah, when you jump off, it's auto-jump, so you run off, you do a jump that way, unless you're running really slow. Because that's how they're handling the jump for this. And that was an interesting perspective that I didn't mention as far as that. But I mean, also to go back to the Link to the Past thing, the idea of, I don't know, you're seeing the similarities with the structure of that game and this one?
In some ways.
Well, specifically the idea that we're getting these 3 items and then the next part of the game happens. Because that's exactly how Link to the Past worked, and for similar
There
reasons.
are some similarities, but
Yeah.
certainly are some differences.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the idea. Nintendo was looking... that's a P-hat, by the way. It is a huge... enemy here, but it's like, yeah, we're running past it. Yeah, hold.
Just ignore those.
Yeah, we're ignoring him from now. So, if you do kill them, I think they usually give you a lot of hearts. Usually, sometimes a lot of rupees. But we need the weapon we're gonna get from the next dungeon.
They're not
to do
worth
that.
it.
Not in this game, and usually they're... that's the case of a lot of the Zelda games. Always those things are spinning around with the helicopter blade. And yeah, but in this case, they're huge. So it's like, yeah, we're not running away.
They're like attacking chickens. You don't want to do it.
Yeah, although, again, we did... No, yeah, we did show the idea of we bombed the chickens, like, hey, we gotta go in here so not die. Actually, that also is the other reason it came back here, speaking of which, so perfect you mentioned that. Here's the cuckoo here. Yeah, I forgot to get one of the heart pieces over here. It was on the left, and on top of that, this is also where the next bug thing is. Also, these are the Grudos. It's a race of entirely female characters who will not let me in because I'm a kid. And, you know, I would talk to her, but, you know, I'm not doing that because that is where we gotta go over there. Hopefully I can make it. I think I can. At least I hope so. Yeah, I just made it. Perfect. Now, I want to try and hold on to this a little. I don't need to necessarily, but yeah, but when you're standing still with the Kuko, you have to... It'll be an auto-throw, and he's probably going to walk off like an idiot. He's like, hey, he's a chicken. There's the heart piece. And it's going to be through the rupee. There you go. And yeah, he's gone already. But we don't really need it. There is that boulder over there, but we can't do anything about it until we're adult. I don't think there's anything underneath it anyway. Oh, shit. All right, so we can't get that, but that's fine. Okay, there is the Kuko in the water. Okay, it is swimming, and it's flying up. Alright, so what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go back to Lake Hylia, we're gonna have to jump off again and get the bug there. And then at that point, I think we'll go up to the next...
walking water.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we mentioned... Actually, thank you for bringing that up, because I remember we did Rise Star a couple of months ago, or... No, yeah, it was a couple months ago, 2 months ago. And it was brought up in chat on that one, that the idea of the perspective that, Rise Star in that game is Jesus Christ, and it was a fitting... They were right. I mean, there was Lickverse who brought that up, and I'm thankful for that. Because he mentioned the case of that game. You ever played Rise Star on the Sega Genesis?
No, I did not.
Okay, it's by Sonic Team, and that's one I'd recommend if you're going to go back into the well of SuperOldGameSaturday shows to take a look at. That's a good one. We had a great time looking at that. Right there is Davi saying, hey, you know, listen, but we're not listening right now. But yeah, in that game, it's a platform game where you're playing the resurrection of the son of the star god, as it is, and it was mentioned, like, hey, it's like Jesus Christ, and we mentioned this game as well because, like, the perspective, like, that Zelda 1, the perspective is that the official religion of Hyrule was specifically going to be Christianity. That was Miyamoto's perspective. They muted that a little bit, I guess, in NES era, and I mentioned that probably because of how they're looking at Atari's, you know, collapse of the industry about 4 years before.
Essentially, they had the Trinity, right?
Yeah, and and we saw that with you know, Din and Nehru and Pharaoh, and I even mentioned to that, it's like, on the 7th day God rested. And that's why you also saw, like, a lot of crosses in that game, although then they said, like, okay, it was not necessarily meant to something specific, but no, it actually was. And that was Miyamoto's take on it. But then again, it's like, hey, you could feasibly look at this as an allegory anyway, that way,
Are there any other religions that are heavily referenced?
Well, we are gonna have the perspective next month when we go into the Fire Temple as far as some of the changes. We saw the references to, to the Muslim religion as far as the crescent moon symbols, because that's kind of a perspective to that, and also the chant we're gonna have because we have the gold cartridge version, so we're gonna play it that way. And then you could feasibly, I'll say this, and thank you for mentioning this, you could see the Grudos as a take on that. In fact, you know what? Since we don't need the Kuko to get where we're going, I'll go and talk to her so we can get a sense. Maybe the idea is, like, perhaps of maybe Middle Eastern descent, perhaps, and we'll see that later when we get to the temple that's far, 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 far into the desert. But, alright, here we go. Grudo Fortress is located beyond this gate, and a kid like you has no business over there. I mean, that's a perspective too, but also, you know, okay, yeah, no, we're bridge jumping, you can't stop us. I think we'll survive this fine. Yeah, fine, my knees, you know, went through myself, but yeah, like...
You're capped on the amount of damage you can take.
Thankfully. It's not like some other games where you're not. I mentioned, like, Banjo-Kazooie sometimes, where if you fall too far, you instantly die. Or in Conker's Bad Fur Day, and I mentioned that one as well. when you fall really far, you hit the ground, you explode into bloody chunks. And it's just a kill, but the other thing about that game is that the height for the drop of that is insanely annoying. So even if you drop like a little bit, you still can kind of get hurt. Not killed that way, but still it's not good as far as how that works. It's annoying, but we can get to that when we do that game, which I believe we can get away with doing
and this
that.
is why Link decides to backflip off volcanoes and so forth.
Yeah, that's true. But we'll get that for a second. Alright, what does Navi have to say? Seems Princess Grudos somehow got herself inside of Jabba Jabba's belly. Yeah, we will go over there. I don't think there's anything else over here. Is there anything else in Grudo Valley as far as Skulltulas that are missing right now?
Did you get the box one? Is there one under the box?
Under this, let's see. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Why'd you come all the way down here? What? You were just about to ask me the same thing? Well, now that you mention it, you may as well make the best of things. Yeah, we're here to kill spiders, my friends. Alright, yeah, let's roll this. Okay, there's rupees. There's nothing else on the list over there that I've written down on that one, is there? I don't think there is, but if there is, we can come back to that later as we take a dive into the swimming. Yeah. I appreciate you, by the way, for that. I mean, that makes that a little easier. I mean, as I said, I sometimes do that myself. I have to, like I did it with Kingdom Hearts last week. But for the purpose of this, yeah, I was like, it helps to have a second body and also have a second, perspective on things too.
Okay, so you went to Grudo.
Yeah, went there. I mean, there's not gonna be much we could do over there now. Is it? Well, oh, wait. Well, there is one. Where there's one. There's one left. But we need Boomerang for that. So what we're gonna do now is we are gonna go over to Jabba Jabba's belly, which is the next dungeon, and we'll get the other. Okay, so we have 2 more of those we have to get. There is one I'm waiting to get very specifically later, and yeah, we'll get those other 2 later. Let's go to Jabba Jabba's belly. It'll also make it easier when we have to go back and get a couple of the other ones then.
It looks like you already got this one. But
Which
I
was
see
that?
this one on the list. This is actually the one I was referring to.
Which was that?
Float down the canyon, plant bug.
Which I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, planted the bug. Okay, so alright, yeah, that's the other thing. There are gonna be 2 other ones, but for now, we're gonna take a brief break because one thing we do need to do is we have to get a fish. So,
I'm mistaken. There was a heart piece in that crate.
which one? The one we got?
Yeah. So on that crate, there's the heart. That's a heart piece.
Okay. Yeah, not a Skulltula. Alright, so what we did is we...
Already got that.
Perfect. Okay, so that's great. Alright, so we got a fish. We need one of these to get into the next dungeon, which, as mentioned last time, we talked to Zora. He said his daughter, Princess Grudo, is in Jabba Jabba's belly. I was like, wait a second, what's that about? So you have to bring a fish with you in order to do this. Also, one thing I'll also do when we get out there is I'll make sure that it's night. As we come out, there is a Skulltula we can get. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if it shows. Sometimes it does show. Alright, it sort of did show. Alright, so it is night. Perfect. Now in Zora's Fountain, all you gotta do is walk in front of Jabba Jabba with this nice, like, fish whale creature. I mean, it gets a little bit like Clanker for Clanker's Cavern of Banjo-Kazooie. Hey, 1998 fitting, so just drop down.
And this is meant to be like a metaphor
For...
in Shinto religion.
Well, okay, there you go. Then that's another one. As far as, specifically what? The idea of...
It's supposed to be like an offering to the gods.
Okay. So there you go. That's exactly the other take of that. So appreciate that. Thank you very much. So yeah, we run the gamut on the show, and we go deep as far as that, as well as deep into the mouth of Jabba Jabba. I guess a fitting thing, like because we did Kingdom Hearts, where we went into Monstro. But all right, unlike Monstro, though, it's like yeah, we have the teeth over there. We can walk out if we want, but yeah, we're not walking out. We're going in. Here is Jabba Jabba's belly, and we have the Octoroks. One thing I'm also going to do is change my shield up. So in that case, we have this, and as well as bubbles. Oh, no, shabombs. They are bubbles, but yeah, they'll hurt you if you hit them.
Those are probably the most helpful enemy in the game.
Because of the fact they give you hearts?
Because they give you 3 hearts, and they only take like a quarter of a heart.
Yeah, thankfully they don't do they also don't do the thing that Majora's Mask does, where it's like they can curse you, or fine, there's certain things that can curse you in that. That's not factored in this one. And also in, actually a lot of the older Zeldas, they do that as well.
So, from a casual playthrough, those enemies are pretty, harmless.
Yeah, one thing about these, though, is they aren't necessarily harmless, so you have to deck your nut, stun them, and then hit them, because if I slice them with the sword, I get electrified, and it hurts. But they do give me a lot of rupees, or 5 at least. Alright, we gotta go over there, we can't go over there yet. Now, where is Princess Grudo? They said she's in here. Alright, well, we're in this room with a bulbous tentacle. Alright, yeah, this is Princess Ruto, by the way. She is voiced by Jun Mizusawa, who voiced Zelda as well, as mentioned last month. Alright, so who are you? So this is Princess Ruto. She is the princess of the Zoras. And we showed that letter to her father. And, yeah, he let us come in here to save her. Never said anyone to do that, though. Message in a bottle? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I should buy you a copy of Regatta de Blanc by the police, you heathen. Anyway, my father's worried about me. I don't care. Anyway, I can't go home right now, and you get out of here, alright? Alright, yeah, she's turning our back on us. And falling down the hall. Alright, so we gotta follow her down there.
And she conveniently doesn't watch where she's going.
Yeah, well, then again, I think maybe that's the idea, is that, yeah, she's the, I guess, the prima donna that way. That way. Oh, whoa, I didn't see the bigger one. Alright, so there's a bigger one that way. You know, let's see what that is. Yeah, these are the bars. Yeah, don't touch it or you get electrocuted. If you use Deck Your Nuts, they get stunned and you die. Oh, they split into 3. Alright, that's what happens when you do that. And they do give you, magic. Alright, yeah, drop down the hole, she went down. There's our 4 sculptures in here, we will be able to get all 4 of them. And I'll show you something funny that I did on the test playthrough, as well as also the thing I mentioned to you, showing that. I'll see if I can show that. Alright, still staying around here? I told you to go away. It's okay, I'm going inside Jabba Jabu since I was little. But he's strange today, and they mentioned that last time, as far as what's going on. I like to fight jellyfish, as well as strange holes around. Top of that, my precious stone was... But yeah, it's none of your business. Go home. Yeah, we're not going home. That worried about me? But we do need to get the stone that's here. Alright, so here's the perspective. We got a little bit of an escort mission case going on. We're gonna carry her. We have to find what she's looking for. Yeah, she'll sit down on the ground, and basically at this point you just walk in front of her and pick her up. You can also throw her into enemies. I'll try and see if I can. I don't want to throw her off though. Oh, or I can drop her down. Alright, you know what? I'll do this in a safer. Alright, you know what? Fine, get stunned. Alright, there you go.
Also, she's the original companion.
That's true from Portal. That's what we should do though. Also, when you throw her against the wall, she does it. Hey. So I was like, yeah, she does have the childlike perspective, but yeah, you can throw her at enemies and they'll die. Yeah, there you go. The bubbles get killed that way. It's like, yeah, so yeah, she'll be fine. She will live. Don't worry about that. The only thing about this, like, hey, if you throw her off an area where, you know, she can't go, she'll say like, hey, what'd you do that for? And she'll respawn in another area. But one thing I gotta do is we have to throw her up in that area, but...
She does drown.
Oh, she drowns?
Well, she drowns as in she'll be respawned.
Oh, okay, which is weird because, yeah, she is, the Zora, the aquatic race. But, alright. One thing I'm gonna do is, yeah, see the gold sculpture up on the wall? I'm gonna kill the gold sculpture with her. I did this on the test play, but let's see if I can do this. And you can reach the sculpture, I just need to be right in line. Yeah, just, again, 2 hits like before, and then it'll die. There you go. So here is that, and what you do is you toss her up here, and hit the button center. Ow, I'm gonna do this twice, we have to go get the sculpture over here. At least I think I will, we'll see. Because the timer for the button is a little short. Alright, destroy the gold sculpture, let's get off and try and get over there in time. Oh, okay, not quite. Yeah, we almost had that. Alright. I don't think you can do that without the water receding. Alright, honestly, I got hit. Going back to the classic Zelda stuff. The hit animation for that actually is a takeoff directly from Zelda 2 Adventure Link. And we'll get more cuts to that next month, I think. Alright, but yeah, in that case, you do that. You're able to get up that way, and keep going on into Belly of the Beast. Oh yeah, you can also hit her into the button up there, or just hit the slingshot to do that. But alright. Keep going, and oh yeah, yeah, I gotta be careful with this, because I ran into a case when I was doing a test playthrough, I was getting myself hurt down there as well. Also, there's an Octorok there as well as, oh wait, no, I have that first. Alright, yeah, go away. Yeah, down there, there's a cave. You can go there, and there's a business scrub down there, and I don't need the magic bottle. You can buy Decker Nuts, I believe, in there. But you wait here and go up on the elevator.
That shadow.
Yeah, the fact that it's flickering a bit, yeah, definitely so. Yeah, this game was pushing what the N64 is capable of, but yeah, you can definitely see the limitations.
It looks like you're falling through the floor.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, and I also don't know if, you know, I mentioned we have, okay, why did I do that? Oh, well, he still dies. I just get shocked as well, but I mentioned that there were other revisions of this game, but I don't know if that was something that they fixed. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, wait, I'm back at the beginning. Oh, right, because you go up the ladder there, you know, alright, kill the Octoroks. And also, like the Dekus, if you're too close to them, they will recede down into... I guess they're going into his bottom lip. So that's a perspective. Like, yeah, the magical take of Hyrule with the fact the Octoroks can do that. I guess the fact we're not, you know, disintegrating in his saliva as it is.
Well, since you're here anyway, maybe try carrying her out of the area.
We can we do that?
I'll try.
Yeah, alright. Hey, that's the other thing we do on the show. We try unique things like, can you walk out of the place with her? So we're gonna walk out the front door. You can't? Okay. Alright, fine. We did, but yeah, she didn't come out. By the way, if you go out...
Respawned at her starting location.
Which is... Or she'll respawn somewhere. Okay, that's... Alright, but that was worth trying. I'm glad we did that, because I never actually tried that before. Ow. Yeah, at this point, it's like, yeah, I don't care about this. I just want to get through here. But you're right. I do want to hit the other one so I can get some health. Not give me too much. Alright, ooh, where to go? You know what? Stun... Oh, well, okay, I can't stun the Octoroks. Alright. Oh, come on. You know, I may as well... Okay, fine, I bumped into it. So that's the idea. Alright, we'll keep going. We'll go get her, and then we'll keep going on. But I like that we were able to go that. Like, yeah, we walked out the door. It was like, yeah, apparently she was not, you know, going that. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. And so, yeah, if you do ever lose her, she'll be, I guess, either in the room that you had her in last,
and
or...
she's gonna yell at you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we run into cases where it's unavoidable, but yeah, at least we'll see it now. So, yeah, you're right. She's back at the beginning. Yeah, how could you leave me behind? Well, we tried not to leave her behind. We tried to go out the front door, or the front of the mouth anyway.
Now, I wonder if there's a way to
get her out.
Beat this area out, abandoning her at least once.
There is one part you do have to abandon. You do have to abandon her, because you have to hold her down on a button. But for the purpose of this right here, no.
Which is why she's a companion cube.
That's true. Although it's not like, yeah, we want to go into the perspective of the companion cube. All right, hey, we're showing. Fine, we're showing the whole perspective of Princess Grudo. Where'd she go? She just despawned.
We have literally drowned a fish.
Yeah, how is that possible? We dropped her in the water. She should be fine. But okay, fine. It's like, as I said, this is fine to that. But yeah, there she is. Yeah. Well, as I said, you should be able to swim, my friend. It doesn't matter. But all right, fine. I won't do that next time. But hey, this is gonna
It's okay, she's spoiled.
Yeah, so, alright, fine. So, here's the thing. We did mention the idea that, you know, she's saying, you know, she even said in her dialogue, you know, you should be a real man, act like one. We've had enough of this perspective, but as I said, we're gonna show that, but we're also gonna get, I guess, another take of that, and we'll just see a little bit.
Her as a weapon.
Yeah, although, as I said, she's fine. She's, I guess, liking it. She thinks it's funny, so I guess the idea is that there's that perspective where it might be the idea that she is secretly a masochist, and she likes the idea of that, you know? Hey, we don't kink shame on the show necessarily, so there you go. But I'm still gonna throw her on the button. Yeah, she'll be fine.
And what's the rating in this case?
This is, as far as the ESRB rating, you mean?
Yes.
It's E for everyone. Which is interesting. Thank you for bringing that up to some degree, because when we did Majora's Mask, that's one of those, it came out before the E10 existed. Yeah, that game should have, well, fine. That's what I guess.
Teen? Was that teen rated?
Shockingly not. There's stuff in that game you'd think, like, well, it should be, but yeah, the E10 rating, I guess that was sort of the reason maybe why they made that one, although they didn't have that in existence until about 5 years after that. Actually, a game we mentioned last month was the first game to do that. That was Donkey Kong Jungle Beat for the GameCube. That was the first game to have an E10 rating. I remember mentioning that to some coworkers, and some of them got something snotty about it, saying, like, who cares about the rating? I'm like, hey, you can impress your friends by telling them you know stuff as far as gaming. Okay, so now that we got her, we're back up here, and we have to go through the other area, because we gotta find the items here, and we have to find where the, what is it? The spiritual stone. Alright, so now we are in the hallway. Yeah, we have these things. Yeah, stay away from them. They are, they make the game slow down a lot, but also the other thing is that, yeah, they can hurt. And actually, this is the part we do have to abandon her, because we, do something, if we don't, put her on the button, we can't go in. Actually, never mind, we can't do that yet, because, we need to get the boomerang for that, because you can't kill those tentacles without it. Alright. Yes, yeah, we are acting like a man, we are, well, here's the thing, if we weren't, I mean, we would not come back for her, but it's like, well, okay, we have to.
She's not worth it.
Well, as I said, we'll be fine. I said, hey, at least we're not doing the companion cube case, because, you know, we have to do with the companion cube, unfortunately, in that game. And I will say that, this will be previewed when we do Portal eventually, I kind of was emotionally feeling that. So I'm like, I don't want to do this, even though it's just an inanimate object. I was like, okay, no, this is the one. Alright, this switch doesn't look like you could press it with your own weight. Okay, so there you go. There is Navi telling us that. So in this case... Yeah, we have to put it down on the button. Because, yeah, this is where we can get the item we need. Alright, so we have the, what is this? The stingers. Right, destroy it before it flies into you, or to say, screw that, we're using Deku Nuts. Actually, I'm getting a good run of the Deku Nuts. Or using the slingshot. Well, that's the other thing, and we'll go into this as well, which is that, you know, what's interesting about this game, really, and you mentioned Link to the Past. In a lot of cases, Link to the Past was a 2D game, or top-down kind of game that way. So it's like, alright, how's combat working? In a lot of cases, you just slice in directions on that plane, or sometimes you'll use things of different items to kill enemies. And this one's like, hey, you have to think a little bit more spatially for this because it's 3D, and the targeting is a godsend for that. Oh my god.
Yeah, it would be very difficult if it wasn't for
the targeting. I agree with that. I mean, there are a lot of people who said basically, they can't imagine this game without it. And think that idea. Think of a perspective of Zelda where you didn't have that. Whereas, like, how are you supposed to keep track of your lock on enemies?
It'd still be playable, but it'd be a very different game.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, here is the godsend for us for our spider killing and for everything else. This is the Boomerang. Alright, you pull this out. It is a favorite for a lot of Zelda games. Usually you can throw it out and hit enemies with it. Let's put it on. You just hit the C button, you sign it to, and there you go into that. I'm clipping through the box, and that will show that idea. Yeah, Link is a strong guy like that. Yeah, he's like, yeah, box, yeah, it doesn't exist to me. Throw that. Also, yeah, you do throw it into Jabu there. He sort of is bleeding. So, yeah, there you go. Wait, where'd you go? Where the hell did she go? When I did that, I came out, and she was here. Why'd she go away? Okay, I don't know why. Fine. No, but even when the other, I needed to put her down that way in order to get into that, so I don't know why she despawned. Okay, that's fine. We'll go back for her later, because I don't think we need to weigh her down with this button. No, we don't, because I went in here. This is the room that this happened with. Or, okay, never mind. I was thinking something else. Alright, so, ow! Ow! Yeah, but that shows what happens, and you can be electrified as well. They will die with the Boomerang, but, okay, so I guess we gotta go get Grudo to get this. Because then we see those tentacles, and we can kill them with the Boomerang. And we also get all of the Skulltulas here. Of which... Okay, good. We don't have to go down there, at least. So there she is. So we're gonna get the 3rd degree once again. You went away! You walked away! Why did that happen? Because I didn't have that happen on the test playthrough. I put her there on the button. I did that, but then... I don't know, maybe it's on a timer? I'll look into that, and I'll do an edit just to get a sense of, wait, why did that happen?
My impression was if you're in another room... If you leave her in another room, yeah.
Okay. Well, as I said, we have to leave her here, so... In order, we have to put her on the button. So, we'll see what happens. I guess I'll try and kill the tentacle quickly.
Which is why she's the worst princess ever.
There are a lot of fans of Sonic the Hedgehog who would disagree with you. They would say Princess Liz in Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Because
okay, maybe in the Zelda franchise.
Well, yeah, I mean... I guess how would you determine that? What would be the idea?
She's insufferable.
Okay, so, okay, because I guess it's a different argument. Like, worst princess as far as effectiveness, or worst princess in terms of personality, or both?
In terms of... Actually, for both, because all she does is sit.
Yeah, that's true. Because I was trying to think if there's other Zelda games where that happens. I mean, you could feasibly say Zelda herself in other games, but then again, it's like, well, okay, she has a reason for that. She's, I guess, being protected by other people. Same with this game.
Like, Zelda actually can take care of herself.
Yeah, that's... In this game. Yeah, well, she can take care of herself actually in a lot. Okay, so yeah, she didn't go away this time. So I was like, yeah, as I said, we had the lever, that's fine. We, pretty much got that. By the way, by hitting that, that opened these doors. There's the tentacles here. And yeah, Navi will tell us. The red slimy thing is gone because you cut the red tail. So basically, as soon as we cut those things, it opens the doors. Alright, this is the room I was talking about. I'm gonna try and show this. And you have to kill the bubbles within a time limit. So what I'm gonna do, put her down there. Let's pull out the Inspire. I don't know if I showed this.
Wow.
Yeah, burn these things. Give them heartburn. Yeah, but sometimes some of the bubbles are stragglers, so yeah, just hit them that way. There you go. This is what happened on the test playthrough.
Very effective way of doing that.
Yeah, I just figured, like, okay, let's do that. Alright, this is what happened on the test playthrough. Also, I can get the hearts and find magic are good. It takes 6 points to your magic bar for that. Yeah, this is what happened, and I texted you. I texted you this a couple days ago. I was doing the test playthrough, saying like I had this happen by accident. So alright, let's open the chest with her. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Should this be the thumbnail? I asked you the questions, like what the thumbnail should be. You can change your mind because we have a couple more hours for this. But yeah, there's the compass. Now, here's the thing. To get her off of this, I have to backflip because you were saying like last month, like you and your black flip.
If you go to another room, will she just go into another area?
She might. I don't want to take that chance. Yeah, backflip onto it. Yeah, I'm standing on nothing. Yeah, look at that. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. So yeah, there she is. Yeah, you pick her up. At first, when I had this happen, because I didn't plan it last time when I was doing the test play, I said, uh-oh, can I get her? Did I get myself into a case where we're going to be in trouble? But with, I guess, getting... Not... Fine, we won't be soft locked because, as you mentioned, we've seen it multiple times. We can go through this, and she'll come back someday. Including cases where I didn't think she was going to go away. But, yeah, so we won't get into cases for that.
Hopefully we won't find game-breaking bugs.
There is one, and I will explain what that is when we're done here, because, it has to do with the forest stage I mentioned. And I made a mistake, by the way, when we, played last month. I said, oh, let's go here with every mask. There are only 2 masks you want to go there with, because there's certain ones if you go there, they'll attack you. They'll be nervous. They'll say, like, no, we're gonna kill you. For the purpose of, we did the skull mask. We went there to the skull mask. They responded nicely. They gave us the Decker Stick upgrade. The other one we can bring over there is gonna be the Mask of Truth, which we do have to beat this dungeon in order to get. Alright, come on down. Yeah, usually it's based on distance, so if you go backwards a little... Why is it not coming down? Alright, so, okay, so in that case, yeah, thank you. Oh, fine, I got hit, but it's like, yeah, if I'm going down, or to quote StarFuck64, if I go down, I'm taking you with me! So, alright, yeah, there we go, and that's it. Yeah, there's nothing in here, we just need to use that to get to the center room there. Yeah, we're going alright. Yeah, now we can see in this case, yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of a trifecta here, like a 3-prong case. So avoid the worms and just walk through. Okay, so alright, here's another one. Yeah, we can use the, let's use the Din's Fire again to get rid of all these things, but it won't affect this, so... Yeah, we don't need the Ocarina now. Stand right in the center. Okay, perfect. This goes back to what we had last week with Sephiroth for the Kingdom Hearts case, where I'm using the Strike Raid and I'm set, and I don't get hurt. Yeah, I guess when you're using the Din's Flame, or Din's Fire, you're okay. Also, you can use, and I didn't do that effectively, you can use the Boomerang to pick up items as well. And I'm going to be using that for one of our things a little later. You cannot do that, but it is a little harder. Let's go about these things that potentially look suggestive, as I mentioned, they are tentacles of the god, or the fish god, yeah, because that's what Jabba Jabba really is. So yeah, we got it. Okay, perfect. Alright, so we got that taken care of. Now what we need to do is we do need to go down a little bit. Okay, so go back to the room we had with the holes. Now, the hole you want to drop down is... that's the one she dropped down. You want to drop down, I believe it's, this one. I hope it's this one. Oh shit, okay, it's not this one, but... Well, the Skulltulas are up there, but I mean, we actually have to drop down there. We had to drop down on... this one. Actually, we can get the Skulltulas now, so that's fine. We'll have to go around this line as far as that. So yeah, you go there. Yeah, the Skulltulas are both up there. I think we can reach them from here. Yeah, and we're gonna run into a case where, yeah, we can't necessarily reach this because the Boomerang does have a distance. Or fine. Let's use the slingshot because then I can do a lock on the Skulltulas. They're both right here. And then I'm trying to think. What was it? Oh, let's see. There's 4 in here. All right, yeah, we went right through and boom, got it. So that's that one, and then that one over there. Well, let me just aim here. That's interesting, it's making a metal sound hitting off the side of it, but yeah, it's like a fish here. So yeah, we're hitting his innards. Alright, let me try and see if I can't reach this. And we're gonna run into this for the Dodongo Cavern. I'm not gonna get it because I realized on the test playthrough. Also, by the way, if, this might be something worth showing off if I can't... Yeah, I might just miss this. And in that case, I'll just run the other side, Oh, wow, that was good. Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, the idea is you want to be kind of close in range to, lock onto it with Navi, and then you'll be all set. But in that case, we couldn't. Okay, fine, I got hit by that. Yeah, she fell down and hit him. Alright, so perfect, good. Also, yeah, we did show this off. This is the other thing you use the Boomerang for. Hit those things, and, yeah, they get stunned for a bit, and you can jump over here. I believe there's parts of things. Oh, there's a fairy, and there's 20 rupees. But I do want to get, the other fairy in the bottle. I think that's the last one, unless there's one I'm missing. Yeah, let me know, Proto, if there's one I'm missing.
What are you looking for?
Is there one more, Skulltulas to get? Yeah, because I got the one on the fence, or I got the one on the, webbing.
You can check, on the menu screen. You've got them all.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you for bringing that up. Right. Because, yeah, if you see... We're seeing that map there. It says inside Jabu's belly. If you see a little Skulltula icon next to it, that means you got all the Skulltulas. We have 31, by the way, so when we're done, we'll go to Kakariko Village and get the, next wallet upgrade. Alright, so we need to, throw her over there. Actually, you know what? Oh, you know what? I know what we can do. I think... Oh, yeah, yes, we can. We can just toss her right here. She'll be there. I think she'll stay. So as long as we come up here and go over the other way, we'll be set. Oh no, I know where the last one is. I remember now. Well, we can't miss it. It's on our way to the boss. And then that'll be the last one. Okay, so there was that. Yeah, we have to go into... Okay, I was thinking this one. You have to go in the one in the center. Or... Okay, crap. No, we don't have to go in the one in the center. She is still up there, though, yes? Or did she go over there? Perfect. Or... Yeah, she went over there. Alright, perfect. It's weird that, I mean, I'm glad this is happening to some degree because I'm thinking, wait a minute. Whenever I grew up with this, I kind of got a sense of like, okay, which one do you go down? And to be fair, he's like, you don't have a whole lot of, you know, time you have to really waste for it as far as that, so there's that as well. So, alright, fine. It's not the one in the middle. Ow, stop. Oh, you're right. There she is. Well, actually, this is even better. She's right here. Perfect. So, there we go, and... yeah, in fact, let's do that. Yeah, I usually don't use the map that much, because, yeah, you can go through this, and you can check by basement.
Yeah.
So, what we need to do is... Yeah, we'll do the save. Okay, that's the one we went down. That took us over there. There's that one. Oh, it's this one. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, we have to drop down here, and this is where we go. And we say we're getting annoyed by her, right? Well, yeah, good, because we can get rid of her feasibly, because we found what we want. What she wants. Throw her on the platform, you can. Also, I decided to walk out the room, but I was like, yeah, you have to come here and throw it. And she does have her, you know, child perspective. But she's doing our thing. It's like, yeah, raising our hands for the item is our deal, and even the game knows that. Why'd she get it?
It's like, is she the new playable character?
Yeah, that's not gonna be till Hyrule Warriors. You ever play that on the Wii U and Switch and 3DS? Yeah, I do have the Wii U version of that. We can show that off at some point. It's that, like, Dynasty Warriors taker. In my case, controversial opinion time, when Dynasty Warriors started getting good. But, alright. While he's feeding Jabu, he got swallowed. She dropped this here. But now we found it, we don't need to be in here, so, yeah, loyal servant, let's take her home. Alright, let's... Yeah, she does demand that, but one thing I'm gonna do, though, is give her stuff like get my sticks out, too. Yeah, get a rumble pack hit, and yeah, she's gone.
Just leave her until Dad.
Yeah, or as I've said before, it's like an octopus is like, yeah, there is a reference I could be making there, saying like, ooh, getting way darker. But yeah, we're not gonna do it. All right, we have I think King Octorok. What you do with him is you hit him with the boomerang. Well, you run around him feasibly. That's one thing. He also will go the other direction, or he'll hurt you that way. And you want to be careful of the spinning platform that way, because he'll go in the other direction. Generally, the way I figured, you know, when I was running him, doing the test playthroughs, like, either you run along him so you can catch up with him, or you wait, you try and throw the boomerang through the platform, or just say, you know, screw it, pull the stick out, or sometimes it'll drop, so I'm glad I got to show that. Alright, so, pull the boomerang out, it will go through the wall. And you can hit him from behind that way, but you do need to hit him from the back. But when you do that, he'll also go the opposite direction, so... Yeah, and I have two of them. Come on, we almost got... I just want to hit him. I keep missing with the boomerang. Come on. Yeah, let's keep going. This did take me more time on the test playthrough than you might think. Ow, crap. Yeah, just throw it right through. Okay, there we go, that works. Right now it's sticking. Oh, I know, right, that's a one-hit kill, by the way, for him. So yeah, he's dead. But he did... Yeah, although, here's the thing about that, because I never really used it growing up that much. Like, I used it when I needed to, you know, light stuff on fire. Then you realize, oh, wait a minute, you can do is use this stuff. We're almost at the end of the dungeon, though. And, like, this is where, we're getting close to where the last Skulltula is. It's on the way. Ooh, alright. So what you do here is hit that onto the platform. Damn. You can avoid the Octorok, like I'm doing, or just, yeah, kill him. Ow. It's like, I don't necessarily want to hit him, but also the... Oh! Yeah, as I said, we mentioned the idea of, you know, Link becoming a real man. You know they say as far as like, that idea of, like, growing up, like, you have to go through a lot of pain before, you know, find Nirvana. Yeah, that's, us. But we're doing it. Alright, so, but yeah, that's probably what I should have done. But yeah, we're good. We'll be fine. Also, I guess, since this is, just to give a perspective of this... Yeah, also, just to give you perspective of this is the last dungeon we're gonna be running as, for now. We'll see one more tonight, but, okay, so yeah, this is what you do. You come up here, and you jump on this. Yeah, we were growing up already. Alright, that is one of those, things we need, to weigh down, but since we don't have a fish princess to help us, we'll use the next best thing. Yeah, companion cube again, box. So there we go. Let's bring this over, and you can use that the same way we use Grudo to weigh down.
And if anyone knows why the fish ate all these things,
oh, why? Do you know or do you not know? As far as why?
What are your theories?
Okay, well then let's go into that. What do you think might be the reason as to why? I mean, the thought perhaps is like, okay, well, we've seen what Ganondorf's been doing as far as, you know, holding the Dodongo Cavern blockage over the Gorons. And they said, like, yo, if you don't give us the Spiritual Storm Fire, we're not unlocking for you, or I won't. So, and what he did to the Deku Tree. Which, by the way, now we have these...
So he kills the...
Uh-huh.
He blackmails...
the Gorons.
And so...
He probably, I guess, puts him under a spell, or they said, you know, he's feeling a bit down the dumps. Or, fine. Well, what is it? Green in the gills. Yeah, I'm getting my, my discussions, you know, or my, perspective that wrong. Okay, yeah, jump down. Alright, because, yeah, the boss room is over there. Yes. And also that. Because, yeah, we can show exactly what you said. Yeah, when you get all the Skulltulas anywhere, you'll see the little Skulltula icon. We have, 32. Alright. One thing I do want to do, you're right, though, is I do want to get some health. Because, well, okay, I have the two fairies in the bottle, I can handle that, but if I can try and get that up there... Yeah, I hear the battle music, which, by the way, one thing I didn't mention as far as the battle music is that it actually is a remix of, the final dungeon in, the Zelda 1. You know, the do-do-do-do. There's kind of like a echo to that. So, there you go. Alright, fine, we're not gonna be getting recovered, but we have two fairies in the bottle, we're gonna live. I guess this is the other thing, is like, yeah, the electric eels took over. Yeah, in fact, they definitely took him over. Yeah, they're sucking out his life energy that way. This is what we have to fight now. This is Baronade. The bioelectric yeah, okay, I did take biology in college, but I don't remember how to pronounce that. That's a weird case. Yeah, what we do is cut off, or yeah, cut the tentacles. That perspective again, like Star Fox. We do that. Yeah, that comes off. And he does that. Do that. Yeah, stick him. Although even with the stick, this takes a while. The stick is really powerful, but it takes about. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he can take a lot of punishments. And this is the next phase, though. What happens is he has those. You can't really get through those easily. Oh, okay, fine. Never mind. I guess I did. I did break the stick, but that's fine. Like, we can get more of these. You know.
Yeah, you just got 20 hearts worth of damage there.
Yeah. Well, let's just use this. Not because it's gonna hurt him, but I want to get rid of those other things. Or okay. Fine, this is the strike rate of Ocarina of Time. I'm going to say that right now. But yeah, we use the Din's Fire and totally visible. Also, I believe there are parts in the pot, so you can go let's try to get those. Yeah, that's what was the trouble I was getting when I was doing the test on this, which was you have to throw right in there, and you don't, you will get chucked. Okay, crap, I meant to pull the stick out. Oh yeah, because you can kill those things. That was what I was trying to do earlier, but alright, fine, we got a stick, let's do it. Okay, oh crap. Yeah, well, it's easier now because you got more of those killed off, so yeah, we're more. Okay, alright, perfect. We'll stick them. Oh no, I think we have to kill them. The boomerang, no, wrong boomerang. Yeah, because they'll die to a bunch of things. And at that point, I think we're dead. He's dead, now stick him. Come to us, my friend. And that's usually the perspective, I guess, to go into this with Zelda, is that usually it's that, you know, you get the item in the dungeon and you defeat the boss. There you go. Oh, stick this dude, come on. Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage, so I guess I made up for us killing the King Ocarina in one shot. It doesn't matter the damage you're taking as well, because at that point, yeah, finally. Yeah, he's very strong. So even with the stick, it takes a long time. Well, we got him there as our first boss. Nice. Explodes into a bloody chunk. Get used to seeing some blood as we go along this game, even this is an E-rated game. There's no descriptive blood until the 3DS version. You ever play that one? The 3DS port of this? It's supposed to be fine. I played a little bit of it. I know people swear by that, saying it's the best version of the game. Unfortunately, since I don't have a way to stream 3DS, yeah, we can't show it. But it also has the 1.2 fixes that the later editions had. But alright, so we did find Grudo. Yeah, we're late. What took us so long?
What? We're late for what?
We're late for a very important date. Oh, okay, that was Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, what we're seeing in her face there is like, this is the Link Real Man perspective because, yeah, we might be given, you know, trouble for our age or our youth, but we also apparently are a little bit of a ladies' man, if you want to go that direction.
Also, didn't she want to, like, get rid of you, and now she sees you're strong and all? She's...
Yeah, it's the Helga Pataki perspective for Hey Arnold. You're familiar with that show, I think, yes? Because the same idea is like, yeah, she hates me to my core, but she hated Arnold to her core that way. But now she's giving me better nuzz. And Link doesn't know what to say about that. And actually fitting, because this, I think, is really the first Zelda game that kind of goes deep into, like, a romantic and sexual direction. Of which I think probably Skyward Sword would be the one that goes most after that. Yeah, she's, this is the idea. It's like, yeah, just a little. She's like, yeah, you're a little cooler than I thought. Alright, we saved her, so she'll give me a reward. What do you wish? Just tell me. If I say nothing really here, she'll say, don't be shy, you can tell me what it is, so I'm gonna say, I want the Spiritual Stone. Which is, yeah, the Spiritual Stone of Water, the Zora's Sapphire, so we got it. My mother gave it to me as an heirloom and says she'd only give it to the man who will become my husband. So basically it's the Zora engagement ring. Give me my mother's...
why is the Zora engagement ring, the way to unlock that one time?
I guess because, well, I'll tell you. I mean, remember, we saw the perspective of the three, goddesses, because, Nairu, who we'll see later, or we'll see the magic of Nairu later, which is Nairu's love. This is the one, I think, so it's perspective, like, you know, the idea of the love perspective, so that's embodied within that. It even has, like, a Triforce perspective, like the three ends there, but there you go, we got a nice little sapphire.
So apparently, in order to grow up, you have to be married.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, as I said, okay, fine.
Or the game doesn't progress until you get an engagement ring.
Right. Actually, I was wrong when I said that there aren't other Zelda games from before this that do that. There is one other one. Also, yeah, we have to keep hush hush to his father, otherwise we'll get beaten to death or something. But no, I was thinking Zelda 2, Adventure Link does that, where it's implied heavily when you go into villages in that one. You go into the house with the woman and like she'll do something to you, and the perspective's like it's like the hot coffee minigame that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had. Perspective, but it's like it's never
explicit. But a Zelda game.
Well, it's never explicitly stated, so it could be, you know, either she's in there, you know, giving you a potion, or, you know, giving you like some kind of healing case. But it's like we don't know, so it's vague enough that it's like, well, you can read it that way as well. Also, I did make it night because this is the Skulltula that's here. This is the last one that's here, so we should get that way. Although it still takes 2 hits to kill the Skulltula as it is, so there you go. Alright, come on. You know, I'll also show the backflip this way. Whoop! Yeah, catch it right in the air. I do love that. There's the freeze frame. Oh, I still stay on the log. Perfect. Alright. And since we got Pharaoh's win over in the cave there, we are done. With this.
Link being cool, throwing a boomerang, doing a backflip, and catching it in midair.
Yep, as I said, we're showing our manliness and our coolness. Hey, Grudo was impressed, and that was before we did that.
Okay.
I mean, as I said, the perspective's like, hey, she's, I guess we're gonna marry her now, as it is, but...
I guess if Rudo approves, I can't top that.
Did it help me in my quest? Well, it will help us in our quest, but, yeah, thank you very much.
It's just a different quest.
Yeah, we'll hold this thought, because we'll see that, and I guess we sort of saw that, last month when we were talking, because we were asked, remember, we were also asked when we did Long Ranch, and we're gonna have to go back there for the purpose of, the Skulltulas that we missed, that we need the Boomerang for. Talon was saying, hey, do you want to marry Malon?
Oh, yeah.
So at that point, it's like, fine, we are getting questions about, you know, us being a kid, but then again, it's like, well, no, I mean, I guess the thing, like, I've got my head on my shoulders. I mean, hey, Link's a good influence. Like, I go in and take care of business. We got a sword. We saved the world. We're taking care of everything. I mean, Zelda trusts us. She said, you know, do what you need to do for that. Oh, wait, there's magic. I do want to at least get some magic. We'll get a recovery of that as we go along, but I at least want to get that. Alright, and since it is, it's almost day, let's, Also, by the way, one other thing is if you kill the Skulltula when it's day, or before it becomes day, the token will still be there, so we got it. Alright, perfect. So that's the other one, and we are at 34. We're gonna have to go back to Kakariko Village as far as some stuff for that, but before we do that, there is another one in Grudos Valley, and there's also another one in a hall near Kakariko, or near Grudos Valley. I do love the other thing is maybe I mentioned this, like when you're in the morning in Hyrule Field, you get that nice the flute music there, the so it's like, yeah, you're waking up. Okay. So yeah, we're going all right. And first hour as far as the show tonight. So yeah, going well. Yeah, we'll be doing more rolling across the field, but we're gonna thankfully have a way to address that as we go along. So yeah, let's keep going, and we'll see. Yeah, okay, there's the P hat, which is this is a bit of a misnomer in this game because of how massive it is. If it does come down, I will show it dying, but what I noticed is that, yeah, it can't come down, but it's a little baby skin, so yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah. I mean, dang it, that's every Zelda game. Every Zelda game does that, like, hey, you have to wait till they stop spinning and hit them. So in that case, yeah. Yeah, well, hey, Grudo's not gonna kill us. She's gonna be annoyed by us and then fall in love with us, so, there you go. No, yeah, I get that as well. Alright, there are two Skulltulas in Hyrule Field. They're in little grottos. And the way to know what they are is you look for something conspicuous here. Or as I mentioned, if you have the Stone of Agony like we do, you get a rumble pack, rumble going on. So yeah, drop the bomb here. And I believe there is one in here. Yeah, actually, we do need just the Din Fire. So yeah, burn! We went to the discotheque we did Dungeon Heroes a few weeks ago. Burn, baby, burn. Also, I could show one other thing. Okay, no, I can't. I don't think I have no, I don't have an empty bottle. I can't show that. If you play the opponent's song in front of that cow, it'll give you milk to give an empty bottle. But there is the Skulltula right up here. You could use the Boomerang to kill it, or you could use the slingshot. You should it's really two hits regardless. Alright, fine. I sidestepped as opposed to flipped. Also, one other thing I will also go into, and we'll go to the other one that's on the field, is there is a way, if you want to feasibly make the, yeah, he's done. I was gonna say, if you, with either this room or another one, we'll see another Skulltula later on the field, you can have 100, Skulltulas pretty much, oh, fine, not instantly, you can grind the same one over and over again, get to 100. Feasibly, I guess, get more than 100, as it is. I'll give a perspective of how that works. We're not gonna do it, but I'll show you the idea of what that glitch is. As it goes to the perspective, like, some of these interesting, perspectives to this game. So, like, it's an easier way to do the Skulltula thing, but we're going after all 100, and so far I think we're going well. I think you would feasibly agree with that. All right, we are going here, though, because over here is...
The one left hand side.
Yeah, the one over there on the waterfall, or above the waterfall. And since we're in an area we could just play the Sun Song with it going to night instantly, we can just do this as is. Perfect. Actually, the other reason also I want it to be night is, now that we finished that dungeon, we can finally do something with the bunny hood. We did every other mask sold last time. But yeah, we get to use the bunny hood now, and you have to beat Jabba Jabba's belly in order to do this. And there's also one other thing I guess we could sort of show off later, but it's not gonna really come into effect. But yeah, bunny ears, not till Majora's Mask God. When we get to Majora's Mask, we'll love having that, because A, we don't have to sell it to people, and B, it makes you run faster. But for this one, it just is that idea of, we're a kid, or I guess we're a young kid who's becoming an adult, but hey, we get to look nice in bunny ears. Or as we mentioned the Inuyasha anime every so often. I always think of the line of the late Kirby Morrow as a Moroku saying, like, to Shippo, use the transformation of you to transform into an animal, and he says, to get girls, and he says, like, I don't understand that, and then he just says, out of nowhere, a bunny! I'd love to see one up close! He's like, what are you talking about? Like, well, we'll figure this when we have a man-to-man case when we grow up. Alright, this path. We were looking for something very specific, and maybe I screwed it up. Or, fine, I didn't screw it up. You know, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll play the Sun Song again and make it day. Because we're looking for the running man. Or no, the marathon man. And he runs across this path at night. So yeah, it's morning and now it's night. So it's like, yeah, everybody's confused. Like, why is it all of a sudden, you know, night twice within the period of 30 seconds? Oh. Alright, so, oh, there he is, perfect. So there is the marathon man, we gotta watch him. He runs around, we'll see him in Majora's Mask as well. But in this case, there he's going. Just won't follow him. We have to wait till he sits down and stops. And he will not show up until you beat Jabba Jabba's belly, which is why we waited. But this is definitely the best mask case of them all, as we'll see in just a second when he stops running. He will eventually get tired. Alright, there he goes, perfect.
Oh, and you want to get the 500?
This is good. Oh, yeah, yeah, you know what? Fuck you, you're not getting it. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you so much for reminding me. I almost did that, and actually that's gonna be good, so... Alright, let's go to Kakariko Village. So yeah, fine, we'll come back for him, and we'll do that. Actually, on top of that, we'll also get the, Skulltula that's in the grotto that's on the way to Kakariko Village. And we will also get... Okay, we can get that after something else, and I'm sort of dreading it, but I had good luck when we did the test playthrough, so we might be good on, well, we're gonna talk about in just a second. Right, thank you for reminding me of that, I appreciate that. Oh, well, actually... Okay, we have to go back to Hyrule Castle first, but you know what? It's getting dark out here, even darker than usual, but yeah, we're screwing that. We're just gonna roll over here. Okay, so back to that tree. I think we might have went in there last month. Bomb that, and there is a Skulltula in here. And this is the area you do want to, if you're gonna do that,
I think this is the one I used to always forget.
Yeah, I think there are only 2 on Hyrule Field itself, and I think you can get either one of these, either as adult or as child. Alright, so, and this is the easiest one if you're gonna be going for that exploit, because what you do, by the way, is you kill that, you lock onto it with the target there, and then while it's on the boomerang, you walk over to the exit there. And what'll happen is that it'll count that for the one you got, but it won't show it as killed when you come back in. So it's like if you do this and you hit that back, but I'm not gonna do it. I always do love that animation there of like him pulling his hand up for the purpose of that. Alright, perfect. Alright, so with that, let's go to Kakariko Village because we needed 30 Skulltulas for this, and we do have 30. 37, perfect. And we're soon to 40, but we'll get the 40. We need, I think it's 43 total before we go to the next part of the game, or that's the max we can get. I think. That's how much max I had going through this. So let's go to the Skulltulas. Enjoy the great atmosphere. Oh yeah, and we can also get the heart piece as well, so we can do that. Or one of the heart pieces, anyway. Alright, so there is the Skulltula master there, the father. Alright, here we go, this one. Her has been broken, so we're getting another reward. Yes, Proto was mentioning, after you get 30 of them, you get the Giant's Wallet, so you can carry up to 500 rupees. You want that as quick as you can, so there you go. Alright, we'll be back for you, and in 3 more we'll get another upgrade. Okay. You know, since we're here, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can also get the heart piece up here. Because there's 3 ways to get this. And we didn't go in here last month, so I can show this right now. Alright, this is the Kakariko windmill that's a question mark. There is the heart piece there. The easiest way to do this for me when I was doing tests on this was do a backflip right about here. Now, there you go. There is the heart piece. You can, later on in the game, you can get up there to that ledge, and you can jump on the sides and jump and get it. There's another item we're going to get later on that you can use to get it, but if you throw the boomerang very specifically at it, without a targeting reticle, it is definitely a little weird to do this. And that 3DS version does make that a little easier that way. If I can't get it from here, I will move up a little bit on the case of that. Alright, so what I want to do then is walk up this very slightly. Or find this way. Perfect. Alright, this will be enough. We have this great festive music going on. Alright. This, I guess, goes to one thing that I'll say hasn't necessarily aged as well. This game, the way the targeting is. You don't have a target reticle for the purpose of that. So, like, you kind of have to guess as you're throwing the boomerang. Perfect, got it. It just took a little bit of cajoling, but there we go. We got 3 and 1 more, and we'll get our next heart upgrade. One thing I will show is this guy. This is the hurdy-gurdy man. He plays the little dragon box there. Go around, I'm so happy. A music man who is doing stuff, and I skip through it. Let's not skip through it. I may as well show this off. A music man who loves to go around and around, go around and around. He wants to come up with a musical theme inspired by this windmill, going around and around. If you pull your ocarina out there, you can play a song from him, but we have to actually know the song in order to do it, so we can't do anything else with that yet. Alright, so now with that, we can go out, we can go talk to... Well, we'll do a couple things. Since we have to pass by Hyrule Castle anyway, we'll go do that, and on the way, we'll then... Well, we'll do that on the way. We'll talk to the construction worker dude there. The boss works him hard, but he's like, no, they're not gonna do anything. And here is, Muto, I believe, who is the, leader of the Carpenters. And he does that thing. Is like, I always get a perspective, like, you know, having to do that. But yeah, see, here's the thing. We had our perspective, like, hey, you know, we're not, you know, real men, but he's saying it more to everybody else, his workers, like, us, like, he sees something in us, apparently. It's like, so not everybody's, you know, thinking, no, you're not an adult, but it's like, well, there you go. Alright, because there's...
He has his own problems. He thinks, you know, his whole staff is lazy, but...
Right, and you've got a point, because they're all running around the village, they're not doing anything. What's going on is they're trying to build this place up. And his son as well, who's like, his son, by the way, is the guy, I think we saw him, like the pale white guy, or white creature who's like sitting under the tree. And we'll see him, I think, a little later. But alright, with that, we're good. So let's pass by Hyrule Castle on our way over to see the Marathon Man, and then we'll get the, we'll give him the bunny hood. By the way, because just to give a perspective, if you're not familiar with this game, is that if you give him the bunny hood, he says, I don't care how much it costs, I'll pay you anything, so he fills your wallet. So it pays to have the wallet that's 500. Alright, it's daytime, and for some reason, the Hyrule Castle drawbridge is up. Yeah, what's that about? Also, it started raining. And lightning, so yeah, that storm kind of came out of nowhere. Or goes back to when we did Sonic Adventure, the idea of in Amy's story, she's saying, what's going on here? Nobody said there was predicted a storm or anything, or is this supposed to be some kind of solar eclipse? Not quite.
Also, did we see something like this at the beginning?
Maybe. Let's take a look. Alright, well, it's opening now, and we're standing there. Yeah, you got a point, because, yeah, it looks familiar, and we have to dive out of the way. I don't know how we didn't get trampled to death there. But there is, Zelda and Impa going away, and she...
We nearly run you over.
Yeah, we got out of the way quick enough. And she threw some in the water. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, but Proto, you were right. we did see this at the opening. So like, yeah, we saw this in our dreams. So now our dreams are coming to reality. Alright, I lost her. Or as the Super Gaming Brothers player that said, you know, he clearly sees where they went. He's staring that way, but he's not going.
He just wants to torment you.
Oh, especially now. Like, so, yeah, okay. In this case, it makes sense for him to, you know, give us trouble for our kid, as a kid case. Alright, where'd that horse go? But Link is mute, as we mentioned, so I can't answer him even if I wanted to.
Also, pretty brave kid.
This is also where we're getting the perspective of, you know, Link, real man? Yeah, we are a real man. Even he's realizing it. Yeah, I got guts. And if you're gonna go through them, you have to go through me. Weirdly enough. Well, him and
Zelda, maybe.
well, him, Zelda, and Mudo, the leader of the Carpenters. But yeah, I'm saying like, yeah, you try that shit, I'm gonna run you through. Yeah, give me a hand, friend. No, yeah, there was a take the Super Game Brothers playthrough did that as well, saying like, down low, too slow. That was what they said. It's like, and it's an homage that way, as opposed to me saying like, oh, I'm making that joke that way. But yeah, healthy. But yeah. Yeah. Do you know who I am? Well, that's the Sonic Adventure 2 case, but yeah, we saw Ganondorf before. Yeah, so he's gonna be ruling the world that case.
These guys are just spots off.
Yeah, but we'll take care of that, by the way. But yeah, he's off. And by doing that, she also dropped something in the moat. Which we'll get to.
Through it, but...
Fine, through. You're right, good point. Yeah, like saying like, alright, the time of destiny is nigh. Okay, so I want to try one other thing, is that, yeah, you have to dive into the water to get that thing. I want to see if I can't jump onto it. Alright, yeah, by the way, if you target it, she'll say, like, yeah, what's that? Yeah, it's blue. I don't know what that's about. That's that. Okay, yeah, I was gonna try and see if I could just jump in and fall down on it, but yeah, you just dive and grab it, or miss. Or, to quote, get smart, missed it by that much. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the Ocarina of Time. Remember Zelda mentioned this, saying that we need that to open the Sacred Realm. And it replaces the Fairy Ocarina.
Yep.
Except in the beta of this game, where there's early cases where you could actually have it when you're an adult. Not in the final game. In fact, there are people saying, like, oh, you can keep the Fairy Ocarina. You can even go into the Deku Tree in the beta version, but yeah, eventually no.
So I guess you should, like, apologize to,
Saria
for losing your Ocarina.
Yeah, there's an edit that the Super Game Brothers Play did on this, where they took... I was mentioning this the other day. I did an edit when we did Christmas Nights for this, which was for the Fairy Odd Parents. There's a case where I think if you, like, Trixie rips up a picture of someone and it just falls on the ground screaming in agony. That's what they did, the edit. But, alright, so Zelda's gone. She couldn't wait. But she's given us the hookup as far as, like, what are we going to do to open the door of time that she mentioned. She had to play the Song of Time with this. Oh, shit. Or I'll be mean to her and get the song wrong. If you do get it wrong, you get the sour note. There we go. Yeah, definitely a little bit of the, you know, funereal dirge case, but a little positive as far as, like, the notation of that. And yeah, by the way, we're suddenly on land. Alright, there's the Song of Time. We are set.
Also, quite a magic Ocarina. You can hold memories.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that in Majora's Mask as well. So now we gotta play this in front of the altar in the Temple of Time, which we will do later. Because apparently the Triforce is supposed to be in there. But, first, well, I guess Navi's excited about that. Let's do a couple things. Let's go sell the bunny hood, and since it's day now, it should probably be night by the time we go to the path over there. And then we'll hit the Lana Ranch. Then we can get the Skulltula in the Deku Tree, and just trying to think of like which other ones I might be missing. Oh, he walks during the day. Okay, perfect. So let's see if we can catch him. Which is gonna be an interesting thing later, and I'll show off what that is, even though there's nothing really to that.
Yeah, I think it's scripted and follows the same path, and it's like at dusk or something, and stops.
Okay, so basically we gotta... Yeah, we gotta wait. The thing is, I don't want to play the sun song because it advances the time specifically, so it's like, okay. And I'll see if I can show this.
Basically, he is the sun.
Yeah, he's the sun. Yeah, my god is the sun, or something like that, for all of you, I think Queens of the Stone Age fans, I believe that's what that was. But alright, so he's running.
Or he's the clock. He's the clock in this game.
Yeah, and he is also the postman in Majora's Mask. And in Twilight Princess as well. Actually, a nice attention to detail in Twilight Princess. When he gives you a letter, he runs up to you, he, like, hums the deet thing for getting the heart piece. So that's interesting. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to fight the, okay, there you go. There is the running man, or the marathon man, not caring about all that stuff. Yeah, well, look at that. He's just going right through him. It's like, yeah, he's fine. Nope, fine. We're here. Let's just toss it. Alright, the boomerang does nothing. But it also shows one other thing, which is... We didn't lose him, did we? Okay, I just want to make sure we're not losing the marathon man. Yeah, but they're still chasing me. That is interesting to see, as far as that. I'll say that, though. Also, that's stopping. Also, the Soul Children come out at night. As you're mentioning to me off camera, I'll go on this as well. You were kind of freaked out by it, which is fair enough, because they do have, like, the little freaky, you know, eyes there. Yeah, he's gonna stop eventually, right?
Good.
Okay, fine. Yeah, he's stopping right in front of everything, and you look at this. Look at all the Skull Children and all this stuff. Yo, they're hitting me. They're trying to think that, like, he's saying, like, okay, let me just sit down and watch the show. Yeah, just spin, and just kill everything. Or I can pull the Din's Fire out. Alright. Damn it. Alright. Defend with shield. Alright, these are the P-Hat larvae. Alright, you know what? Let's see if we can't... Okay, fine, there we go. There's a sight. Yeah, we're gonna sell it to him, otherwise the Soul Children are gonna destroy him. Warrior of Wildlife found the act of the stage the prophet united. It's a 50 rupee mask, remember, but he paid me everything that my wallet could hold.
It's because the Skull Child was gonna kill him.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, if I'm gonna die, I at least want to die in the bunny hood, because, like, he wants to get in touch with the rabbits.
Well, no, he can run faster, right?
Well, yeah, we're gonna, actually...
He can outrun the...
Yeah, now he will. So we'll go back and we'll pay the 50 for that. But first, yeah, let's also show this, because we were mentioning this. Yeah, when you just have the Skull Children here, you kill them, and eventually they keep coming, and what will happen is that you eventually get, like, a stall adult, whatever they call it. Oh. Yeah, may as well. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so yeah, I'm decapitating them, and yeah, it is an E-rated game because there's no blood in that.
Decapitation, totally.
No, yeah, I mean, well, that's a good point. Well, I mean, there's certain things we're gonna be doing later in the game. We guess that. But okay, there we go. We're getting. We might not get them all in time. Yeah, we probably get 20 of them. Then the big one comes up. Oh, he hurt me, and I screamed differently too. Oh, so he's like, yeah, fuck this, I don't want to be involved in this. Like, yo, fair enough, I mean, okay, there we go, there's the big one. There's the stall, or is it? Oh, don't be afraid, just attack repeatedly, but since the morning the cock crowed, as it is, going back to the biblical take, yeah, he's gonna, yeah, the hand is there, but I'm gonna live, watch. Oh, no, fine, never mind, he hit me, he's like, yeah, fine, I'm gone. Alright, perfect. I never knew, though, that the running man could run me over. So, yeah, we avoided getting hit by the horse, but, yeah. We were not so lucky the other way. Alright, what I'm gonna do is, since we're over here, I'm gonna go back to the Deku Tree.
Also, did good villain Ganondorf decide to let you live?
That's true, he did show some mercy, feasibly. Alright, but since we're over here, I'm gonna go back to the Deku Tree and get that, and then I'll do Lon Ranch, because, let me see how many, yeah, because that'll be enough, because there's the one in the Deku Tree, there's the two in Lon Ranch, and then we can go back and get... We can go get the, we can get the 40, sculpture reward, and then we have to do the, Dante's, grave digging tour. Hopefully that won't take a long time. In the test playthrough, it took me 15 minutes. I hope luck is on our side for this one. Alright, in the meantime, though... Alright, I guess keep going as far as anything, Proto, you have, or anything as far as chat's concerned about what you're seeing, any insights, because I've loved that, and this goes back to when we did Kingdom Hearts last week to finish off. I've always loved, and this is, I think, what I'm really liking about this show, is that, you know, the discussions we have, even if you haven't necessarily played the game, because I know that sometimes come up, which is that people may not have played the games that we're running, and that will probably be a case maybe next week when we do Mythic Mania. But, alright, what you saying? Let's go check in Temple Time. Yeah, we'll do that later.
thing is Navi actually gives you useful hints.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I'll tell you.
If you're really stuck, Navi is actually useful. That's why it's Navi's removable.
Yeah.
Versus the Yowlow is kind of just.
Oh, Katorgabora.
Yeah, it's just condescending.
Although there is something to that we're going to see a little later, just to give a little bit of an idea. And I guess one other thing now I'm thinking about is that's a good thing you brought up, because like, the thing with that and the way that they designed that is that you won't necessarily get lost in this game the way you could feasibly in Zelda 1, especially in Zelda 2. Zelda 2 is very cryptic with some of the stuff that you have to do, so that's widely considered one of the hardest games in the franchise for that very reason. Alright, fine. We came in here at the very beginning with me forgetting that I needed to have the Boomerang to do this. So, yeah, the other Skulltula over there, it's fine. He won't come and get me. Just do that and get the token and leave. Boom. And with that, we should be able to see that we're set. Perfect.
Okay.
No, but that was, you're right as far as like the idea of, you know, how Navi is. I mean, I think maybe the other thing is that Navi, I mean, it works, I guess, as a character because, like, hey, Navi wants to, you know, be the guide to, you know, the boy without a fairy who now has one. So story-wise, it works well. And it's gonna be different also when we do Majora's Mask, because Majora's Mask does something a little different, and they do cut down significantly on the tutorializing the same way Navi does, although in that case it's also because, well, hey, it's a sequel to this game. I guess before we play that game, what is your experience specifically with Majora's Mask, the sequel to this?
I played it, but a long time ago.
What is your take on...
I only played like once or twice.
Okay, I guess here's my question. What would you say? Do you prefer that one or this one, if you had to pick?
I prefer this one, just because it's just a much easier, more linear game. Overall.
It is also feasibly less, you know, potentially, you know, punishing or maybe nerve-wracking. Because that is one thing that I've heard people say with Majora's Mask. We'll get into that as well, because...
Also a huge tonal difference.
Yes.
I want to highlight the tonal difference.
Oh yeah, we were
This has a much lighter tone, versus Majora's Mask is just disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, is like, that's not necessarily to say, I mean, I don't think we're necessarily inferring that means necessarily because it's disturbing it's bad, but then again, you're right that, hey, if you come to Zelda or any game like this with the perspective that, alright, you're in a fantasy milieu this way, and this is gonna get darker, but I mean, the way Majora's Mask goes really, really dark. As I mentioned, it's an E-rated game. You kind of question how this get an E rating, and that can be, I guess, a perspective. And I know people who did not like Majora's Mask that way. Even a lot of like famous, you know, gaming figures like on the internet, like James Rolfe, the Angry Video Gamer. He did an episode on Majora's Mask. He said, "I was nervous as hell to do this because I know there are people who like that game more than Ocarina of Time." And actually, I'm one of those people. The Prashivir and I, we think it's even better than this. We adore this game for sure, but for the very reason you said that you like this one better, we also like that one because of the fact that, hey, it is very nerve-wracking, but we like the fact that we had that feeling out of it. And so I get that
This, I think, is a better representation of what you expect out of Zelda. But if it weren't, say, a Zelda game, it holds up as a game very well.
Right.
It has a stark difference between what you normally think is a Zelda.
I mean, I guess it goes to that perspective. Some people said this, like, when the last couple Star Wars pictures, like the recent Star Wars trilogy of Disney's came out, the idea of, and I remember when the second one, the Last Jedi came out, Rian Johnson, who directed that, who also made Looper and Knives Out, and he mentioned the idea of, like, wanting to subvert expectations, and that can, one thing about that, and it can really apply to anything, is that sometimes that can be a positive thing and a negative thing. I'm waiting for it to go tonight so I can get the Skulltulas here. But I get that idea, like, either way, you know?
Yeah, kind of similar to, like, comparing, like, Chrono Trigger to Chrono Cross.
Right.
They're very different games, and they're very good on their own right. But if you were to say, if you thought of the Chrono series as Chrono Trigger and then Chrono Cross, you could be disappointed despite it being a very objectively good game.
Right.
In its own right. But if you go into it with the perspective of this isn't a Chrono game, then you'd be disappointed.
But it's also a different kind of Chrono game. I mean, because that's another case of that. Because you, like, I'm not going to put you on the spot this way, but you were telling me, and is this true or not, I think, that you like Chrono Cross more than Chrono Trigger because of the fact that you're saying that Chrono Trigger is not a great game. It is a great game from Square, by the way, for Super Nintendo. And Chrono Cross is its sort of sequel for the PlayStation that came in 2000. But it also is that idea of it's doing something different, but it's doing it really well. Also, the idea of maybe the fact that everybody talks about Chrono Trigger, but saying like, hey, pay attention to Chrono Cross because it's doing stuff that's different to some degree. Yes,
Yeah,
maybe alienating, but still is a great game, and you want to maybe champion it that way. So like, this game deserves more attention, and the thought that it might be getting more attention potentially with a remake we haven't heard much about if that's actually happening or not.
Yeah, they're very different games, but they both hold on their own. But if they're compared against each other, then you know, you run to the debate of which is an actual Chrono game.
Right, and to be fair, with a franchise, that's not an unreasonable comparison to make. It's same with Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask.
Or like, let's say what a Final Fantasy game is. There's just so many different interpretations of what Final Fantasy is. And so, there's really no canon, per se.
I mean, I guess also the thing with Final Fantasy, and thank you for bringing that up, I appreciate that, it's that, well, most of the Final Fantasies are not necessarily explicitly connected to each other, with the exceptions of, well, the spin-offs of 4, 7, 13, 10, technically 15 if you count its DLC, and I think those are all the ones that have specific sequels to them, but in a lot of cases they are on their own timeline, and we're going to get into that when we do Majora's Mask, because Majora's Mask is a direct sequel to this, but it is also something that, as far as where does the timeline go later, that's where things get really interesting. You were mentioning the True Blood channel, or basically the video, the Ocarina of Time Masterclass in Subtext video that we linked to last time. I'm putting a link to it in this one just because like it is worth going into that, and I think that, but I think it goes to like what we, Proto and I, and I guess the idea of the show, we like to do, go into this deep dive on it, and because here's the thing, I'll say this. Even though I like Majora's Mask a little more than this, as I said, I'm not going to deny the fact that without Majora's Mask, or without Ocarina of Time, we would not have Majora's Mask. And clearly, this is a great game. I love this game. I know you love this game. And none of the arguments you're saying to say why this is better, I think, are wrong. You're making very great arguments as far as, like, why do you prefer this one better? And it's not an invalid case. So, like, it's the idea of, like, you're still saying Majora's Mask is a good game, but just the idea of, you know, liking the perspective of this that way, but also the idea of this sharing certain things. And that's the interesting thing, as I said, a lot of people sometimes don't like Majora's Mask for that very reason, but also because of the time limit case. Like, they felt really, hamstrung by that in some cases. I don't know, what was your take on that?
I think I'd be one of those. I get the idea of the time limit, but it felt like, I think it adds something, but it also took away something.
Sure.
So, like, in terms of, like, say a survival horror game or something like that, I could understand the time crunch.
Yeah.
But, or like say a strategy game or something like that. But I don't think adding a time component into a game that's meant to be atmospheric is a good fit.
Well, I mean, I get that as well. I mean, because here's the thing, I mean, the thing I'll say about Majora's Mask is, I think it does, I'll say this, I do think it adds to the atmosphere, but I also agree with you in the sense of, it adds a different atmosphere because and really, this is also paradoxically why I like it so much, is that nervousness, that tension, and I like the fact that that game in particular, it made it so that I'm nervous, I'm scared playing that. The survival horror thing, I am so happy you mentioned that, because now I'm really thinking about it, that's kind of what Majora's Mask kind of is, as far as it, and we'll get into that when we play it, but just the idea of, that can be a bit of a departure, and then same with the time limit thing, because you feel like, oh god, I'm on a crunch, I need to be handling all these things, and there's a lot of things you have to juggle.
It seems more like a psychological horror.
Oh yeah.
It's meant more of as a psychological horror, as opposed to something upfront about its horror. Like, it's not very slapsticky.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'll say this with Majora's Mask, I did not expect that going into that game. I thought, like, okay, fine, sequel to this, but then when I played it, I was kind of surprised how, I guess, off balance that game made me feel as far as myself emotionally concerned. It was really that one and Shenmue, because they both came out around the same time. They kind of pointed that to me, and Likeforce said this when we did Kingdom Hearts, saying that it was that game in Final Fantasy X that really kind of got him into that because of the perspective of telling stories the way movies
do.
do.
You don't usually expect to go into a Zelda game and feel unsettled afterwards.
And to be fair, I don't know if I'd say there's other Zelda games that really do that. Now I'm thinking about it, I mean, maybe you could say with Twilight Princess, but I don't even know Twilight Princess even goes as far as, and so Twilight Princess is a teen rated game. It's the only mainline game of the franchise that has that. Oh, by the way, you come in here for 40 of these things, get bomb shoot. So we already had the 10 from the bomb shoot bowling alley stuff we did last month, but now we have 10 more. Which honestly, we're not really using that much yet until way later in the game. But I mean, I do like.
Too bad they don't really have much use for those in the game.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think.
They're very scarce.
They're scarce and they're situational. We had like the bomb shoot shop, as it was. But all right, we have 40 of these things. Are you ready to do the grave digging tour?
Yep.
All right, let's do this. Also, by the way, just to give a sense, before we went in here, I made sure to have the Sun Song going, so that basically it's right as the sun set. Because if I played the Sun Song in here, like if it was day, and I played it in here, it would go to 12 midnight.
Okay, so we have the timing
We couldn't,
down,
and we couldn't do that because he'd basically be over in the hut over there, and we couldn't do it. All right, here is Dante the Gravedigger. Let's get him walking over here.
So we need to get in the dirt patches, correct?
Yes. Here's the deal. Let's have him explain a little bit. All right, now we saw the kid in the day. You come in here. He says, "Yo, don't move the graves." I'll tell Dante, here's the Gravedigger, and this is him. My face may be scary, but I'm not a bad guy, and he's not. Let me give you an advertisement for my side business. Yeah, this is Dante the Gravedigger's heart-pounding grave digging tour. What's gonna come out? What's gonna come out? When I start digging, we're gonna find out. Okay, so here's the deal. As Proto was saying, you look for the dirt patches in there, and you pay 10 rupees each time for this to dig a hole. There's a heart piece underneath this. It is a random pull. It took me 15 minutes to do this on the test playthrough. We could feasibly be here a long time. I will say this also.
Not gonna do this off screen?
I'll try to not do it off screen. If I can, I'll at least go around this twice. Also, since we're here, I can also do the stuff with the bugs and drop this.
Okay.
And you know what? Yeah, I'll wait. Well, no,
You might as well.
yeah, you know what? It's also gonna take him a while to get over here, so me as well. Actually, what I also did is to kind of make this more interesting. I was doing the test playthrough. I said, let me make it so that, you know, the pose would come out by pulling the graves. Like, I had like 2 or 3 of them running at once. So at that point, it's like, yeah, the ghosts are there.
That's a challenge run.
I guess a challenge run, or seeing, like, how can I get the frame rate of the game to go? Although I think they do limit how many poses are on screen. Alright, there is the spider. Let's kill him. And I quit the game. And then there's only one more, which it's on the way to, it's by the Dongo's Tavern. Oh, okay, crap, he passed that. Oh, did he? Okay, I passed the one, that's fine. Because it is random, it doesn't necessarily matter which one. Basically what you do is you wait for him to stop in front of it, or on it, and he'll do a dig, and he will sometimes dig out rupees. So in that way we can keep going, and if we do run into a case where we are not getting luck after a while, yeah, if you hear that beep beep, that means that, yeah, there's nothing.
Try 1 dig per patch?
It is 1 dig per patch. I did try that, because at first I said, wait a minute, if I try digging more than once, we'll do something different, and it will not. But, as I said, if we run into a case where we're down a lot of rupees, there is a hidden chest in Kakariko Village that does give you 200, so I will go get that. And if we run into a case, anyway, when we get this, we'll do it that way. But yeah, this is gonna be what this is about. So, in that case, yeah, chat, feel free to talk as anything else about this, or if we want to have our perspective on that. And I gotta tell you, Proto, thank you for going into that, because I love the idea that, you know, we're kind of getting this perspective of this, and like the Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross thing, because, yeah, you have one up on me on Chrono Cross in particular, and I think, also, do you want to call dibs when we do Chrono Cross? I think you should call dibs on Chrono Cross if you want to do that, because I mentioned sometimes, like, hey, there's some people, like, who I know as well, they want to be in on something specific, like...
Chat would be interested in Chrono Cross, certainly.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, look, I don't take this the wrong way, chat's like, look, we can play whatever the people who are on the show, as far as with me, or in chat, do you want to see? So, it's like, technically, in a certain way, Proto, like, and you've been both ends of this. You were in the chat for certain stuff we played, and now you're on the show as far as this. So, like, hey, this is requested for you. It's like, we can do that, and then get a sense of this is something you want to see. And in that case, a broaden the horizon for me, because I never played Chrono Cross. Also, the other thing I'm going to do is, after I dig that, there's a Skulltula actually right behind me. Okay, come on. Yeah, right behind us. Alright, so dig the hole, my friend. Alright, sometimes he will drop more rupees. Okay, that was weird as far as seeing his thing that. Alright. Yeah. We almost have enough before we go to the next section of the game. You love how that's clipping through, you're right. Okay, so, as I said, we'll run at least 2 of these. As I said, if I can't get this on screen, I mean, at least probably, like, give it the 15 minutes the way I did off, or, when I was doing test. If I don't get it, I'll get it off screen. But basically the idea is you have to pretty much do that and he might dig up the heart piece. We also have to wait for him because, yeah, he is a really old man, but, yeah, he definitely has his heart in the right place. To some degree, anyway. And sometimes he'll just stop, but yeah, there you go. Although, actually, I was talking to the crochet nerd, as I mentioned, I work with him. There is a one, and I don't know if I did this in Majora's Mask, there's a case with Dante, because actually, Majora's Mask, just to give perspective, it does take a lot of aspects of this.
I have heard theories that this is actually one of the more likely spots.
Right here. This is around where I got it, actually.
Yeah.
It was either this one or is the one, and sometimes let's give you the 1 rupee. I think it was this one, because I think what happened is actually I did pull out. I'll do this again. Let's pull the pillows out. You can pull the graves out, the pillows will drop out. And there also are 5 rupees underneath that, so at that point you also use that to fund your digging. Alright, fine, we didn't get anything. That's fine. Yeah, I'll dig again, because I don't know if he... Okay, so that does show that...
Give him like a half step, so it's not the exact same location.
Well, I guess here's the other thing. Is like, yeah, Dante's running the graveyard. Like, yeah, he doesn't think anything about the pose. He probably is like friends with them. He like plays cards with them at night or something. Yeah, in that case, yeah, just get rupees if you're gonna get anything that's not, you know, that. But what I did when I did test is I basically ran through 2 lapses and I got it. But the thing is, this could take a while, so that's also the reason.
Yeah, that's usually the spot that I usually target.
But I
think guides-wise, it's that back area that's supposedly supposed to be the most common. But it's but I've also heard that it's completely random.
From what I've gathered, I've heard it is random. And here's the other thing: is that it's still random regardless of how this is. So basically, just wait for him to go. And actually, as I mentioned, we didn't hit this one, and that was my fault because I wanted to plant the bean. But that's the other good thing as far as this, because we could have this discussion. But
supposedly, also the kid also hints on what the locations that are more common as well.
Really? Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, he like waves his stick.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
He gets excited.
That's cool. All right, I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know. And see, that's the other thing. Is like, fine, since we're doing this, you can say like, is this boring? Oh no. I mean, as I said, this is also the challenge sometimes on the show, which is okay, fine. If we're at a case like this, we have to do this, and as I said, we're run a stream this way. I can't edit past this. So, in this case, like, that's why it really, I think, the discussion case goes really well. And I appreciate that you're doing this, and also going into other stuff of, you know, elements of franchise. Actually, I'll ask you one other thing. I'll go back to this. You're saying, like, okay, in the, you know, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time debate, you're taking this game over Majora's Mask. What would you say is probably the Zelda game you like the least? That you played, or you say, like, hey, they're fine regardless? Because that might be the case. Usually, I guess the idea is, like, there's not really necessarily a bad Zelda game, unless you count the CDI ones. I mean, in my case, you know, I'll go into this a little bit, because you're mentioning, like, the perspective of, you know, loving Ocarina of Time. In my case, I don't dislike Twilight Princess, which was the 2006 one. It was on the GameCube and the Wii and the Wii U. If you're gonna play that, play it on the Wii U. I'll say that. Or maybe they'll port it to the Switch. People are saying, like, please port that to the Switch. But it's pulling from this game very heavily. So, as a fan of Ocarina of Time, I think you have it, yes? You have Twilight Princess? I thought you had the Wii version of that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so, I mean, in that case, I think you might like that for the purpose of kind of doing stuff with this. Although, in my case, it is really, really long as far as a game, and I think...
I mean, like, in terms of, like, the first thing comes to mind, just because, they seem to reinvent Zelda.
Yeah.
And, in other words, I would have to acclimate to it, but I would say maybe Wind Waker doesn't really feel like it seems very, like it's very light in comparison.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's on the other extreme. If there's Majora's Mask, Wind Waker is the complete opposite.
Right, and that was actually, thank you for bringing it up, because that was a point of contention when Wind Waker came out. People were going nuts saying, oh, just to go into that, when they demoed the GameCube in 2000, Space World, they showed this CG movie saying, like, this is like a proof of concept, like, what could Zelda look like on GameCube? And they showed this realistic perspective, taking actually from this game, was a battle between Link and Ganondorf. And people thought, okay, that's what the Zelda game is going to be. and then they unveiled it and they said it's this cartoony take the way how Wind Waker looked, and
Yeah,
people.
cell shaded.
So it was a cell shade, the toon shaded as Nintendo called it, pulling off of stuff like Jet Red Radio on the Dreamcast, and people were saying like, you're ruining Zelda by doing this, and people kind of were saying like, well, no, it's a different interpretation. And then when it came out, it was well received, although it didn't necessarily sell as well as this or even Majora's Mask. So, and then actually that is, I think,
It's
the reason.
probably one of those, like, labeling it as a Zelda game. If you would label it as a Zelda game, it would be badly received. But if it was labeled as a game on its own rights and not called a Zelda game, it could be respected, despite. But when you're putting the high bar of Zelda, it would be less well received.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, although, see, the irony about that is that when it came out, it was well received, saying, oh, it plays the way Zelda does, it has some interesting mechanics, but the other thing is that some of those kind of came into place as far as, like, hey, they have concerns with that. Specifically, I know the sailing, which is why when they did the remake of that on the Wii U, they cut down on that a little bit, and same also with, actually, Twilight Princess, because Twilight Princess, they went that direction for Twilight Princess. I know for a fact because people complained about Wind Waker's look.
Was there any complaints about the open world
Of,
being kind of shallow?
On the GameCube of Wind Waker, yes. They were saying, like, it's big and it seems like there's not much. In my case, personally, I thought there was a good amount to it, because in that game, by the way, I've never played Wind Waker, you're sailing, and it is an interesting idea, but then it gets like, wait a second, you do have to kind of go around the map a lot, and look, it's not for nothing that when they did the Wii U remake of it, the HD version, they give you the option to kind of cut down on that. So I think even Nintendo knew the perspective of some of the designs of it, and same with the Twilight Princess, which, honestly, I think Twilight Princess is not as well designed as Wind Waker, personally. Yeah, sometimes you get 20 rupees off of that, and yeah, I'm getting a little worse luck, but I will always go one more lap. And as I said, if I can't get it on this, I will get it off screen. I probably will record it myself and then show, like, oh yeah, here I got it, and I'll put in the video somewhere when we left, saying like, okay, this is it. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what happens, because, as Proto was mentioning, it's,
Wow,
RNG.
rubies twice.
I am getting lucky, though, that way, so in that case, it's paying for itself as we go along. So, but that goes to another thing, because as far as, like, the perspective, like, the bad Zelda game, people say, fine, the CDI ones that Nintendo didn't make. I mentioned those last time.
And try, at
Each patch,
each patch, each part of a patch, make sure that you,
dig each one.
yeah.
Alright, well, in that case, let's try it. So,
Because it
takes a walk.
It's not each patch, it's each, like, there's a grid inside each patch. It's not
okay,
just one patch.
so basically he takes one step, you
Yeah.
dig.
So that's a completely different spot.
Okay, got it, perfect. There you go,
Nice.
thank you, he did it. Actually, I think that's better than even on the test playthrough. Alright, there you go, I don't have to edit this, perfect. Awesome, that does deserve applause, but that's where, is it Protorova? It's like his suggestion. So, okay, if you're going through that, take Protorova's advice, he's absolutely right. Basically just, because here's the thing, when I tried digging at each of those points, I thought, oh, you hit that once, that's it, but I said, that's the benefit of also having someone else here. Alright, I already got that, so we're set. So, alright, fine, have your fun on the grave digging tour, but the good news is we can make most of our money back.
Yeah, what that took, like, maybe 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'll time it. I'll put in
That's
the...
a pretty good time.
I'll do an edit on the video just to count how much time was, because as I said, I wasn't necessarily counting time, and I mentioned this to you as well, and this is an interesting case with something like this. I was saying, I got time for 5 hours of this. I'm saying, well, how do I count the 5 hours of this for a game with this when you don't have, like, a timer going on the map or anything? Okay, right, the, while we're here, let's also go get the dirt patch. Well, fine. 2 things. 1, let's get the bombs out. And you come around here, and you feel Agony Stone rumble around here. Drop bomb. Okay, but it's not there, so let's keep trying.
What are you going for?
There is a grotto over here where, and this is what I was going to say, if we didn't get the heart piece from that, we come in here and get more rupees. Where is it? Hold on. Alright. Alright, I'm waiting for, okay. Yeah, I want where the, Agony Stone is going off the most. I think it goes off more when you're in certain areas. Actually, one thing I'll also bring up, in that 3DS version, since the 3DS does not have a second slot for it to run the Rumble Pack from the DS, they give you, like, a little radar for the purpose of that. Okay, perfect, there it is. But I do think for the Rumble in that that's the case. Oh, nice. Didn't know you could do that. Hi, Gemini Knight. Sorry, I didn't notice you there. Welcome to part 2 of Ocarina of Time. Yeah, thank you for that. Hope you're doing well as far as that, enjoying the show. But there definitely are a lot of interesting things about this game, as I mentioned. That's why I brought her over with me. I am Kevin, by the way. Yeah, we have to kill the re-deads. I know the perspective's like, yeah, you don't want to kill them usually, because, like, yeah, they're going to shock you and scare you, and they're going to give you the bad touch that way. But yeah, we've got to kill them all, because in this room there's a perspective of that. Or if you're familiar with the Metallica album with the same name, Kill 'Em All from 1983. There you go, yeah, just everything's dying. But yeah, there are all these little secrets to that, and that's why we're giving this game the whole playthrough. And welcome to the show. I and Proto Rover, very happy to have you. Feel free to let us know anything you got as far as your experiences with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I get a huge rupee worth 200. Or any other memories you have, or any other insights. Yeah, we'll go into that aspect. We go the gamut and run the gamut on this program. Not to mention any other perspectives of what you have with Zelda, or other games you're playing, or other games you want to see. Because here's the other thing: we take viewer requests on the show, and anything you want us to see on the show, we will play them. And also, there are other plays we've done. There's a link to the YouTube site we do, because every after you do the show on Saturday night, 7 p.m. A couple days after, I'll do an edit on the video, and I'll upload it over there. And what'll also happen is when we stop the stream for tonight, the last 2 streams we did, last week was the last part of Kingdom Hearts, that'll be on Twitch's side of things. The point is, like, it'll also be up there the record. We got a lot of stuff for that, so yeah. A lot of good stuff as far as this take of gaming, as far as this stream, and I'll go into this. And Pro, you mentioned this, and you kind of helped spearhead this show, so I think it's worth going into this, is that, as I said, I started this because I was not seeing a lot of people in the summer of 2020 to start because of COVID, let's just say it. And I was thinking, well, I have tech to do this, let me show off some stuff. And it kind of became this great community program, and like, hey, let me pull people in who want to be with me for the purpose of that. And yeah, it's Proto Rova's here, because he loves Ocarina of Time as well, so we're here for that. And it kind of bridged into this idea of, it is a Let's Play case, but it's also something that, you know, we have discussions that way, and we want to hear what you have to say. I'm playing this again recently, and I haven't played in a while. And that is also my take as well. And I guess that goes to one thing, which is, I guess, maybe the potential sort of resurgence of this. Alright, by the way, that plant I planted there in part 1, which is up on the YouTube site, I did a backflip up there to get the heart piece up there. I remember that was the case.
And I rage quit.
No, you didn't rage quit. You were here. You didn't run away. We were fine with that. But this is the perspective, like, showing you that perspective of what you can do with this for that. But it also goes to another thing, which is showing off the perspectives of this game.
I'm a bit of a purist.
Oh, that's,
and so I don't usually backflip off mountains.
Well, fine. Nobody does that in real life, feasibly, unless they're crazy. Or this weekend was... Well, here's the thing. This weekend was the release of the 4th movie in the Jackass franchise, Jackass Forever, and the last one. I don't know if that was something they do in those. I mean, there is the one in the 3rd film where they basically are on top of a tree and they cut it down, and they basically ride it down and, you know, have it crash onto the ground. And they probably hurt themselves very badly for the purpose of that. So, fair enough in real life. Yeah, don't try this at home, kiddies. Don't backflip off a mountain. Which, by the way, just to go a sense, is like over there, that fence, I backflipped off of that. But then again, that's the other thing, and I appreciate this from you, Protorova, which is saying, how do you play a game like this, and also, what are the things that you know that, because as I said, you were saying about the thing with, checking all those dirt patches, and that got us the heart piece, so there you go, I owe you one for that one. I said, these would be well, fine, a bunch of the playthroughs I know you want to in on, which are going to be, we'll do Chrono Cross at some point. I know we also want to do Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, which we were doing the test on that a little bit last night, for the purpose of that, as well as, I know you want to see Game Dive Tycoon. I'm going to get the Switch version of that, and we'll play that at some point. And also another one, he'll be on when we do GoldenEye from the Nintendo 64 in August, because it's celebrating its 25th anniversary, and we're going to celebrate it. Alright, but I'm coming here for one other thing. I have the Mask of Truth, which you got for getting all those masks. What I want to do is go down here, and I have to do this now, because there is a bug in this version of the game, and I guess with the other revisions too. We were running this, by the way, off the gold cartridges, the 1.0 edition. Bring the Mask of Truth down here and show it to the Dekus. We brought the Skull Mask down here and we got the upgrade for our Deku sticks. But you bring it down there, the Deku, not King, we'll see that from Majora's Mask. He says, the Deku Scrub Brothers say, you have a horrible face. So it's like, not only are we getting our masculinity questions, saying like, yeah, they don't like our appearance, but hey, I'm wearing a mask, so like, we take it off feasibly. But even so, he says like, yeah, to get us to go away, we'll give you an enhancement of your Deku nuts. And as I said, there is a glitch in this game that you can miss this if you... Because when we're gonna go to the adult section of this game, just give a perspective, you do the trading stuff. If you get the saw item, because you're doing the trading things, you get the saw you have to give to Mudo, the carpenter. If you get that, you come back here, you cannot get that. You were soft locked out. So, and I found that out when I was doing the look. I was like, okay, I want to make sure I'm getting all the upgrades. I was like, wait a second, is there something I'm missing to that? And I realized, okay, thank God I found that, because otherwise we would have been in trouble. Okay, we have 43 of those now. I think that's all of them, because I know we can't plant all of the beans, as far as how it is. We have... Well, you know, one thing we can do, because we did get the Song of Time, and this is close here. We're gonna go play a little ditty for the frogs down the river. And I've got enough stuff for my rupees so we can handle it that way. And we got the... I just want to keep track of this. We got the heart pieces that we need to get. We got the Skulltulas that we need to get as well. We got the Scarecrow Song. I want to make sure I did do that, which we did. And we have 3 spiritual stones. So, alright, so let's go down the river. I'm going to pay a visit to the frogs over by the log. And then after that, we're going to go to the Temple of Time and we're going to continue the plot. Unless there's anything I'm missing, Pro, is there anything I'm missing? I'm forgetting, perhaps. We got...
If you've done all the,
we did do a lot last month for that. Actually, we'll get a sense. Well, I'm gonna play the Song of Time for them. And we can't complete this, by the way, until later, but for the time being now, let's at least do this now. Alright, so there are the froggies. Actually, hey, since it's night, we can at least do a check. Alright, so we get the rupees this evening, and it's a 50. Actually, no, let's also take a look at that, so good perspective. Save, and... We also, one other thing, as far as Majora's Mask, we can't save in time.
How many songs do you have?
We have, 5.
Okay.
And we played all the other ones last month. Okay, so there is... Okay, so they don't give a perspective of Zora River. As is Zora's Domain, they did... We did Hyrule Field, because there's only 2. We did Alden Wall and Ranch. We did the Deku Tree. The Kokiri Forest, I think there's one when we're adult. As I said, I have everything written down, so, yeah,
we can backtrack if we need to.
And as I said, the other thing also is this, is that, it'll probably end up a case where eventually, because we're playing this over a period of a couple of months, we run a 5-hour show for this, for, either the RPGs, we do an RPG a month, except, this coming month, because we finished the RPG we're doing early. But when we, at the end of 5 hours, we'll go this each month, we'll come back each month till we finish it. We'll have cleanup, so if we miss something, then we'll be set to that. I think we should be fine, because when I did the count on it, I believe it was 43 for the child portion. Now, I did try to get the one in the Dodongo's Cavern, and I don't think you can reach a Boomerang. But I think with that, we should be fine. I just gotta think...
It is quite long.
What's that?
It is long.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
I've heard you can get it, but it was like, I couldn't when I tried it. I gave it every try I could to make sure we all set, but alas, no. I think, I mean, I guess with that, we should be good for the time being, so let's get going on. We'll just see about anything, yeah, because we can't plan all those, we have that.
It's one of those maybe, but this is not a glitched run, so...
Well, okay, fine, it's not completely. I mean, we're talking about
it's not an intentional glitched run.
No, I mean, we're talking about the stuff that we, you know, we'll go to that. I mean, because I know you mentioned as well earlier, so I'll go back to this. You said, did you ever, like, do glitched perspectives of anything with this? Because this game is kind of...
I generally don't.
Because this game, I'll say the one thing about this game that's interesting. This game is kind of a gold mine when it comes to that. So it's like glitch perspectives. Even the idea that people will want to take the Wii Virtual Console version or take the Wii Virtual Console demo version that is in Super Smash Bros. Brawl and make it so that within the time limit they give you for that demo of about 5 minutes, they can beat the game. And they've done it. And it's kind of this amazing thing of getting a sense of how can they do that.
Yeah.
It is kind of a gold mine that way.
To put this in perspective, all the work we've done can be completely negated in with people who can literally jump through the wall here.
Yeah, but I think it's very specific, so you'd have to really know specific how to do that.
There's some clipping.
I mean, which I guess goes to the perspective of gaming at this time. But yeah, by the way, you come in here, you play the Song of Time, and you already said there are 3 spiritual stones. So yeah, the toss back to A Link to the Past, because when we got our 3 items in that game, we went to the next act.
So yes, 8 hours of work is roughly the same as the speedrunner's 5 minutes.
Feasibly, I mean, but that...
Granted, we did get the Skulltulas, so...
Yeah, that's true.
We at least have those.
And there was the glitch as far as the Skulltulas has been, so... It's another take that way, too. But that's interesting, too, as well. Like, I get the idea also, I mean, you mentioned this as well, is like, potentially the idea of, like, I guess, dirtying the game, but then again, it's like, well, wait a minute, okay... It's gonna be, and that's gonna be an interesting case, like, you know, seeing, like, how does that work, and, like, also for speedrun take of, like, saying, you know, how do they count that? Do they count, like, going 100%
Yeah.
a legitimate way? But that also could be interesting, too. Alright, but...
I guess there's always some interpretation as what the developers actually intended.
Right, and to be fair, one thing actually to that 3DS version, they did keep a lot of the glitches from this version in it. Well, some of them, anyway, not all of them. But they did. At first, I thought it was like people said, "Oh, they would cut them out for that one." But like, no, they didn't. I think because they want to hold that. Or like, I know you're a big one on Diablo 2. So when they did the remastered or the resurrected version last year, they basically told the community, said, "Hey, what glitches do you want to see?" And I thought that was fascinating, just the idea of saying like, "What is this?"
This is actually one of the few areas where I really, even before I knew the lore of the development and all,
Yeah.
I really ritualized this place.
Uh-huh.
Like, no running in the Temple of Time.
I never played this game, but I would like to. Yeah, and I would recommend you do. I'll give this perspective as far as like how this is, because this is on the Nintendo 64 as it is, but this has been ported to other places. It's on the Wii U's Virtual Console. It's on the Switch Online, where it initially was ported very badly as far as the emulation, but they've actually improved it. They've done a lot of fixes to it. I'll bring up those as we go along. And it was also on the GameCube as well. There's a release that has that, and the 3DS version. Dolly Finn, I remember you were talking about, when we did Luigi's Mansion, it was on your request. You talked your experience with the 3DS version of that, and it was the same people who ported Luigi's Mansion to 3DS, Grezzo, who did the 3DS port of Ocarina of Time, or the 3DS remake. So, yes, you did. Okay, and I remember that, and I appreciated your interpretation of that, because in that case, I didn't play that on 3DS, and actually, I played very little of Ocarina of Time on 3DS. But by the way, I was waiting here, because, like, yeah, we have to take the Master Sword out of the pedestal of time. We'll go to the next perspective. But yeah, I appreciate that, and also that experience as well. Thank you. Well, of course.
And now we'll become King Arthur.
Yeah, that's another case that probably get a good take of that. It's like, hail King Arthur, and I guess we went with that sort of with Kingdom Hearts.
Or, wait a second. Wait, wasn't he kissing him for Zelda?
Yeah, good question. It was like, yeah, apparently he's like, I guess either he lost or it's like, well, whatever. But, yeah, he did see what's going on, and he said, like, he basically hidden, like, in the bushes out the side. Like, as we went into the door time, or basically went into the temple time, he just sat back, he just snuck in. He saw we went in there. He's now able to take over the Sacred Realm all on his own without us getting in the way. So yeah, we sort of fucked up, but it's not our fault because, as has been put, I think it was the Exoparadigm Gamer channel that said this, or maybe it was a couple channels I referenced on the show. They said they put a failsafe on the Master Sword.
Yeah, at least that.
So, because, yeah, and a good perspective as far as King Arthur, but there's also another take on this as well, which is, if you're familiar with the legend of Rip Van Winkle, I've heard it very compared to that as well. Alright, so let's wake up. Alright, so we are in the Sacred Realm, as was the case. Ganondorf is feasibly doing unspeakable things while we're in here, but alright. We do get this nice, fantasy perspective, this and the choral music, and...
Oh, hi there.
Yeah.
Who are you?
This is Rauru. He is one of the ancient sages. Also, you do know who this is supposed to be, right?
Have you mentioned it?
Yes, I have. Remember Kaepora Gaebora?
Yes.
Rauru is Kaepora Gaebora. He was keeping his eye on us, and also one other thing else to go into is that we're gonna go to the next set of sections, and we're gonna be playing through dungeons. There's a dungeon that was gonna be designed with this character, specifically, the Wind...
Mention that.
Yeah, go into that. Well, feel free to do that.
I was just gonna mention that briefly, yeah.
The Wind Dungeon, or I think the Wind Dungeon is what it's called, or the Wind Temple. And we're gonna see remnants of that at the end of the game. But
Right.
at this point, he's basically telling us what's going on. The ancient sages built the Temple Time to protect the entrance to the Sacred Realm, but they had to give put a failsafe on the sword. So, like, yeah, they're not gonna let anybody waltz in here. I mean, Count Dracula, Saddam Husseini, or even Chucky, for all of you Rugrats fans out there. But anyway, so at that point, it's like, yeah, the Master Sword is the perspective. Yeah, the sword that destroys evil, or the sword that does anything, feasibly. But all right. Yeah, let's take a look. What were you
So
gonna say?
it's the key to the sacred realm, but so you unlocked it, but Ganondorf can get in now that you unlocked it.
Because what happened was, is we're gonna see this right now. There's Navi. Navi's looking not a day over 32. We're looking not a day over 18. So this is 7 years later. We're an adult now. So yeah,
Well, I think you're like 16 or 17 in terms of lore. But
somewhere, it is somewhere around there, you're right. So, we said, hashtag Link real man. He is a real man now, we did it. We made it. And we have a visitor, feasibly, as far as within the place we were recording that, so there you go. You never know what you're gonna get on the show. Alright, so, and that's also the other aspect of the show, just to let you know, Gemini Knight 96, is that this is a show that we pretty much wing. Myself and Protorova, or whoever else is guest on the show, it's like, you never know what you're gonna get on the show, whether it's gonna be discussion we have, whether it's going to be, the doorbell ringing. It's like, yeah, sometimes we'll have visitors that way, so, there you go. Okay. Alright, Protorova will be right back as far as that. Okay, so, as was mentioned, only one worthy of the title of Hero Time got pulled from the pedestal. But, we were too young to do it. Alright, so... The spirit was held here for 7 years. And now that you're old enough, the time has come for you to awaken as the hero of time, so there you go. And just like before, this also goes to the perspective of Kippur Gibora, do we understand our destiny? We're gonna say no, we don't understand, just to see what he's saying. Right, it looks like you're confused. Let me explain again. Although, unlike when we had Kippur Gibora, they don't default you on the, tell me again. So, at this point, Rauru is like, yeah, fine. I was just keeping my eyes on you from before. And that was the idea of how, Link's Awakening went, in particular. But, anyway, so yeah, the Master Sword is here. It's a sacred blade the evil ones may never touch, but yeah, here we go. Only one worthy of the title here, time pulled out. We did, so yeah, the King Arthur thing. So, wherever you're right. Exactly that.
So did we finish the first temple yet?
Technically yes, because it doesn't exist in this version.
And that's when I was gonna mention it.
No, there you go. I was like, however, you're too young to enter, as you mentioned. So, alright, so my spirit was sealed here for 7 years, and that's the Rip Van Winkle take. Because clearly they're pulling a lot of stuff with this, as far as it, and, kind of around other things as well, as far as, like, Zelda as a character. There is the thought that Zelda is supposed to be a reference to, the wife of F. Scott Fitzgerald. In fact, the late, great Robin Williams, he's a huge fan of this franchise, or was a huge fan of this franchise, and he's named his daughter Zelda after this game. He even said, in his interviews, he said, oh, my name of my daughter Zelda. Oh, after F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife? No, after the video game princess. No, he really was a big gamer, which is weird.
What a nerd.
No, but that's good.
Good
I mean,
job.
that's cool, but here's the weird thing about Robin Williams with that. You think, oh, with that, he'd been everything as far as games. But we did Kingdom Hearts. There's the Aladdin world. It was not him voicing Genie. It was Dan Castellaneta from the animated series. And as far as other stuff, I think he did a spot of TV ads for the DS specifically. But outside of that, no, which was kind of a surprise. You'd have thought that maybe someone in the industry would have thought, let's have a perspective of getting him in the game, because A, he was big into it, and B, the idea of like that larger-than-life nature. Or almost like, and Chat and Protorov, I don't know if you're familiar with this game. You're familiar with Blasto? It was a game on the PlayStation. It came out in 1998. And I do want to show this game off at one point for a very specific reason, because it was like a platform shooting game that was basically centered around his character, and he was voiced by, it was like a Duke Nukem take as far as it, but the character was voiced by the late, great Phil Hartman of Saturday Night Live and The Simpsons and Kiki's Delivery Service fame, or any of you fans of Jingle All the Way. He was the husband of the neighbor. Oh no, he was the innocent neighbor next door in that movie. Yeah, he was in that game, and they wanted to make sequels to that, but unfortunately what happened in 1998, and we'll have to go on that when we play that game, is that he was the victim of a murder-suicide of his wife, and it was a really shocking case, but the idea is like how funny and how much energy he put into it, because there's actually a lot of video footage of him going into that, as far as like going the perspective of that, I guess idea of like that pompous, chauvinistic, hero guy. I mean, they're like, well, some of the lines he has, like he says about, well, you're rescuing babes the way you did in Duke Nukem, and there's the one line I always loved, and I just love the way he delivers it. He says, now I've seen two masterpieces of suspension, the Golden Gate Bridge and that bra. And it's like, it's great, and I love the way he presents that, even though the game itself is kind of in terms of how it plays. But that is an interesting one, and it's another one that people tend not to know that much. I mean, I should probably get a copy of that. That's not super expensive, and it is an interesting one as far as that. But also, as I mentioned, the idea of that connection with famous people in game, and with Ron Williams, you thought, oh, that would be like a one-to-one. They would absolutely want to do that, and unfortunately, there's not an ability to do that now because he's no longer with us.
Okay, so what are we seeing here so far?
Feasibly a massive plot dump. Like, well, that's the other thing. It's like, well, okay, it's the idea of we awakening Rauru as the sage, and so we have to reawaken the others.
There we go. Now we complete the first temple.
Yep. You also do that. I love that flip. Like, usually I do that. Like, I'm doing like a coin flip. Like, the thought of that. Like, boom, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, all we had to do is, I guess, fitting that he's Kaepora Gabor was sitting through a massive text box to go through. That's like, that is our reward. We get the nice light medallion. All right, so.
It was such a large exposition dump that we completed our first dungeon.
Although to be fair, it's like for this game, I guess it makes sense. But all right, so we got that, and Rauru the Sage is awakened, and he has his power to yours. Although adding his power to me is more for the story. It doesn't actually give you like attributes. I'll imagine if it did. I'm trying to think of another game that does. I think there was a Zelda game that does that, where you have like attributes for getting the plot case of that. All right, we are back in the Temple of Time.
It's too bad too, because you would think the sages would have something useful.
Or okay, I'll tell you the one I'm thinking. Pokemon, where in Pokemon you get when you get the badges of the gym leaders, you get abilities like the Pokemon will obey you, or you'll have like your power enhanced eventually. Although eventually, I think the later entries in the franchise get rid of that, or got rid of the perspective of getting more powerful stats for getting the badges. They still have the thing with the stats or the obeying of Pokemon.
Yeah, so you can't just import your level 99 to a...
Yeah, I remember trying that. Like, yeah, my Mewtwo is falling asleep. I remember doing that. But all right, we got another character here. This is Sheik, who's waiting for us. You do get this nice harp piece. I love the music here.
Sheik.
Yeah, indeedo. Here's the deal with Sheik, is that Sheik is a ninja who is connected to the Sheikah tribe, as we saw in Kakariko Village. And Sheik is mentioning that we got a couple of these fine. We did the spiritual stones already. We're doing the Sage Awakening. So we have one in the forest, which we're gonna go, the high mountain, the lake, the house of the dead. Yeah, for the Sega game, I guess you're familiar with that game. It's a light gun shooting game. Yeah, that is a great case of that. All right, and one inside a goddess of the sand. Okay, yeah, so there you go. And together with them, we'll be able to reawaken the world, and probably something like, what the hell are you talking about? I love this music. Yeah, we do too. Oh, fine, I do too.
I do too.
You too. Yeah, it was the great Koji Kondo who did the music for this game, and it creates a great atmosphere as well. I'll say that as well. Like we're seeing Sheik there, who's the survivor of the Sheikas. Just this great heart piece, really getting that sense of the atmosphere of it. Okay, we got the Master Sword, and yeah, we do look like the hero of time this way. So yeah, we are all set. If we believe the legend, you have no choice, or we have no choice but to believe the legend, feasibly. Anyway, that would be an interesting case, like they put the choice system of something, saying like, no, I don't want to, fight this, like I'll join Ganon or something. Alright, so we're gonna do the Awakening. Fine, it's not Link's Awakening, it's everybody else's Awakening, because we did our Awakening before, and I don't know, have you played Link's Awakening before? Which is the Game Boy, it's the Game Boy one. And so there's a remake on the Switch as well, which is awesome. Which is the way we'll show it.
Not a lot. I've seen it, though.
Actually, in my case, this is another case of my personal experience with this game. I played this game, and then I got this for Christmas that year in 1998, and then I got Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color, so it's like, I get double shot of Zelda.
It's amazing you can't even enter the temple at this point.
Yep, absolutely. Alright, we have to go to Kakariko Village, though, first. Yeah, now, we are SOGs, by the way, short for Super Old Game Saturday, but alright, so there we are in the temple. There is Sheik again. You can speak to Sheik and say, like, alright, save the forest girl, you need another skill. Okay, that reminded me of one other thing, which is that...
Interesting, they say a skill, not a item.
Yeah.
Interesting choice of words.
Indeed, but actually, one thing I forgot to mention. When we got the Ocarina of Time, got rid of the Fairy Ocarina, if you call Saria there with the Saria song, she'll say, hey, your Ocarina sounds a little playing sounds better. Did you practice? Let's call her now. Because I forgot to do it earlier. You want to talk to Saria? Yeah, let's talk to Saria, our old friend. Great, you're safe. I knew I'd hear from you again. Alright, so this is basically, if you want to know where to go to find the next stage, it's here. We are going to go to the Forest Temple. That's where our place is going to go, but first we got to do Kakariko Village. It's full of evil monsters, so help me. Alright, so yeah, we got friend, we got save. And we do have Link as an adult, as mentioned. Link is a real man now, and he is voiced by Nobuyuki Hiyami, who is the voice of Nightmare in Soul Calibur. And when we did the look at Soul Calibur 2 for the Fighting Game Showcase, I said, when we played that, I said, I think this sounds like Link from Ocarina of Time. I said, I didn't know. I was like, let me look at that. I didn't edit and say that, but I was like, now I looked up, like, no, it is. As well as he is, Hiei in Yu Yu Hakusho, the Japanese version, as well as, Bass in Mega Man 8, the Japanese version as well. He is not, the Bass from the US version, or Bass, as the game calls it. Hey, Bass, why must I fight you? We're not enemies. Shut up. Or, no! You will pay for this insolence. Yeah, it's not that one. And he's also Topper the Rabbit in Super Mario Odyssey. Alright, first thing we're doing is we're going to Lama Ranch.
I have to say.
Yeah, you know damn well we're going, absolutely, because here's the thing, yeah, otherwise we're rolling the whole way. I will say this, actually, the first time I played this game, I didn't do this. I went the whole game without getting this thing. And
It's a monster.
No, I'm someone who didn't know how to do it, and I'll explain exactly why. Because,
But yeah, I have a gut reaction of I always do this unless I'm doing like a speed run. Like I will always just immediately go, I want my horse.
Although what we did see in the town there's like, yeah, the whole place is ruined and they're re-deads. But yeah, because we're an adult, we don't have to worry about that because we're gonna get nervous. But in the Lon Lon Ranch, we have what happened here is like, there is Ingo. Yeah, we'll just give the nice look at him. He was the, you know, jealous farmhand who's themed after Luigi of Mario. I'm not kidding about that. And he said, like, yeah, you know what? I cheated Talon out of the ranch. No, he didn't, so he says. Because, yeah, Talon was lazy, and to be fair, he's not wrong. Talon was lazy, but in this case, he got involved with Ganondorf and said, like, oh, you know what? You take it over. It's like basically the idea of playing into the perspective of Ingo right on one thing, but then saying, like, no, he's letting it go to his head and be evil. Alright, so the great Ganondorf recognized my talents and gave the ranch to me, so... Or he's a fine horse and win recognition for him. So now he's, go to the Super Mario RPG perspective, he'll earn brownie points because that's the way to get ahead. So what he does is he has a business where you can pay 10 rupees to ride a horse. We're gonna do it. And he'll gonna tell us how we do the horse riding, which you can only do as an adult. And we still get to Majora's Mask, then we can do it as a kid. But, in this case, yeah, you jump on the horse and you run around. Now, what happened with this and why I never got the reward that comes off of this was because I did not remember or think to do what should be blatantly obvious. So that also shows my perspective, like, yeah, me making a mistake.
Well, to be fair though, like, do they give you hints?
Sort of, but here's the thing, like, he says, like, yeah, jump on a horse. It's like, fine, you jump on the horse, and the carrots, by the way, are your stamina. Hit the A button to whip its ass, quite literally, and do that. But the thing is that that horse will not jump very high, and it won't run very fast, so you can talk to him, and he'll let you play to do a race. Okay, wrong song. But the thing you want to do is you want to play Epona's song, and you have to learn this when you're a child, so if you didn't do that before, where is it? Okay, I think here. Although, actually, the thing you might have to do, you might actually have to... No, I want to get back on him. Or on her. Epona's a female horse. I think you might have to play this specifically without anything, where you talk to him and he'll challenge you to a race. You can do the race with the other horse, but you're guaranteed to lose. And my problem was I thought, oh, I'm doing something wrong. I'm using that other horse. But apparently he does remember me, sort of. I do love this music. Talking again, Gemini Knight 96, as far as this. That is, like, this, you know, farm, you know, minigame music. Alright, so you can also quit if you want, but fine. And when my time is up, I'll kick my ass out. Alright, so let's, run around. Yeah, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to play the Epona song and get Epona going, because Epona can also jump over the fence like that, the tall fence. I don't know if I could do this before the time runs out. We'll see. We did a nice jump. Let's talk to Ingo. Okay, no, I might actually have to, you know, do this as it is. But it's fine. We have, max rupees, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, when we run out of time, will kick me out. You only pay 10 rupees. You played around long enough. And I think you have to do that before you can do the race. Alright, so we'll pay 10 rupees again. We will know how to ride now, so, we're good. Yeah, he wants that horse. He's like, yeah, use that. So, I mean, that's probably why I said no, I didn't do it. And it's not because I didn't want to. I kept wondering, like, how the hell do I get this thing? And then somebody else told me, like, there. And there's the tell, by the way, when you play the opponent's song. The opponent comes out of nowhere. It's like, yeah, I guess there's like a time loop or something that the opponent's coming to save me. And this is the way we're going to be able to navigate the field much better. And there's also one quest we'll do next month that you need opponent for. You can sort of do it without her, and yeah, good luck doing that. I got like one of the things for that, but we'll do that later. All right. Also, the carrots will respawn after enough time. All right. So we're getting better, sort of. So how about a little race? One lap around the corral with that horse, and that's the key. That horse. So yeah, if you're riding the other one, you race that and you lose. All right, so we're gonna do it. Yeah, you go. You get the the yelling, cowboy sound. All right. What you want to do is you do want to pay attention to one thing, because yeah, when you have carrots on screen like that in your reserve, after time they will recover one by one like that. If you have them all down, you have to wait a few seconds, and they'll all recover at once. You want to do the former. And every time you hit the A button to do the whip, you lose a carrot, but it also makes the opponent go faster. In this case, yeah, go. Especially the next part of it. And here you go, you get the, you get that, which I do love doing that. But anyway, alright. If the great Ganondorf found out about this humiliation, well, he's gonna try and see if he can buy my silence, because if I win, you can keep the horse. So we have to do that again, and it's a little harder because he can go a little faster. But same deal as before, and I think if you lose here, you do have to pay him 50 rupees. Which is what happened with me. It was like, wait a minute, no. What you do want to do, sort of, is kind of get past him that way, and he'll stay on the outside usually, so you can kind of cut in to the fence that way, and you'll be okay. Walk him off pretty much. Or it's like if you've ever seen, like, NASCAR races, the idea of, like, holding the inside line or something like that. It kind of works the same way, or any kind of stock car racing in that way. Alright, but we did it. You do that twice, and we're good. And, yeah, he picks up what's going on, which is, yeah, that's Epona. How do we tame it? Right under our nose. Yeah, we just pulled an ocarina out, played a song, and, Malin was saying, like, yeah, you're good with that.
The irony is it's not a wild horse at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, it is a domesticated horse, as it was. And he was gonna present it to Ganondorf, but it was like, yeah, we, took it off, but yeah, he unfortunately decided, no, bet on the race. Yeah, never make a bet on a pair of threes. Anyway, he'll give me the horse.
But
yeah, he's locking the doors. We can't get out. And this goes to something that Dollyfin you mentioned last month. Also, the other things, I can run the Cuckoos over. I'm not doing that. You can walk over them, and they'll come and kill me. Dollyfin, you said when we were going around Hyrule Field, wouldn't it be nice to jump over the fences or up over the walls?
huh?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we're getting.
How else would you get out, right?
Well, okay, let's do that. Also, by the way,
Is there any else? Wait, else?
well, let's find out. I mean, you can't go this way. It'd be interesting if I could just jump over this. Like, oh shit. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't hurt the Cuckoo that way. It'd be great if I could jump over this and I guess, I don't know, feasibly. Yeah. Just either sneak up to him or I guess if we want to be really, morbid about this, trample him to death. It was like, yeah, no, that would be the M-rated version of this. Or that would be Hyrule Warriors, because like if feasibly in Hyrule Warriors, you could do that case. Well, Hyrule Warriors is a teen-rated game, so fair enough. Or Twilight Princess, which also does. But yeah, you could jump over any of these fences. So you're going fast enough, boom, we're going over. So there's our nice jump. And we're gonna make one other nice jump as well in a little bit. Right, we are done, and we have one of the horse on our side. Get that great triumphant music of, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so fuck you, Ingo, we got what we wanted, and we were set. And also, our difficulties of traversing Hyrule Field, as an adult anyway, are a thing of the past. But yeah, just go around. Okay, here we go. I'm glad I got to show this. That's a big Poe. We'll see that later. We need the weapon we're going to be getting in the Force Temple for the purpose of that. One thing I do want to do is, okay, I'm trying to think of what I should be doing. Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Okay, I gotta do two things. We do have to go to Kakariko Village, as, Robert told us. There you go. I think you can jump over the main gate. You can. Really. I did not know that. I'll have to look into that, and I'll put an edit to that. But, alright, that's an interesting case, because I didn't know This is, and as you mentioned, thank you, Gemini Man, or Gemini Knight. See, I'm thinking Gemini Man, which would be an insult, because, like, it's a bad movie. Like, no, Gemini 96, thank you very much. And that's the other thing. You're adding to this program. You're saying, hey, I think you can do this, and then it makes it also an interesting case of, okay, what's that case? And also, as you mentioned, a different perspective of playing a game, and that's the beauty, really, of, I think, what the show has become, is that, look, this is not my show, this is our show. This is the idea. It's a community event, really. You come in on a Saturday night at 7 p.m. after a long week we've had, whether school, you know, work, whatever, kind of let it all, you know, go to the wayside. Just have a nice time, but also get a sense of what are our experiences with games? What are we doing with it? What have we done with games? And that, I guess, experience for that. And thank you very much for going into that. Okay, well, I came in here for a couple reasons. We do need to go to the graveyard, and since it is night, and we can't... Yeah, we can't do that yet. Let's go into the graveyard. And this is what I was talking about. Remember last month when I was pulling on one of the graves, and like, why are you pulling on that one? I was thinking ahead. I was thinking I have to pull the grave for what we're doing now. Let me show you something before we do that. Alright, so here's the hut. This is where Dante is. Except he's not here, so what's going on? There's this book with this very nice, you know, atmosphere. Alright. Let's read the Gravekeeper's Diary. Okay, whoever finds this, come to my grave and I'll give you something. Alright, you know, let's take another read of that. Whoever reads this, enter my grave and let you have a stretching, shrinking keepsake. Alright, we do need this. So let's go find it.
A nice hint.
Oh, and also, as we said before, like the idea of, you know, the hint perspective of this game. Also, by the way, here they go. When you plant the beans in the past, they grow into sprouts as an adult, and there's a heart piece underneath this one. There we go. Alright, and we were going pretty well as far as those. Alright, so also if you pull on this one, this is the one I pulled earlier as a child, but pull as an adult, it's in here. This is where Dante is. And there he goes. Or, okay, in this case, I'm doing what I did before, just hanging on the side. It's alright. I do have an extra one in my bag, by the way. Yeah, I'm probably saying, like, where's the pen for markdown? But, like, yeah, we'll remember that one. Okay, so, yeah, Dante's dead. But if you come down here, you have a little bit of a challenge. Purpose that, you know. Yeah, take my bag. Look in that there. It's like, yeah, this is it. We're, running this thing. We're winging the program. It's like, there is one in there. Just have a feeling. Okay. There you go. That's why you always pull an extra pen. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're running a race with Dante. We gotta get to the end. But he's also gonna be a little bit of an asshole in the sense he's throwing out the fire. If you hit the fire, yeah, you're gonna be trouble. Ow, shit. Okay, well, at least I got to show what happened there. It's like, yeah, he gets burned as far as that. Even though it's like, yeah, we were good with Dante. He didn't seem to give us much trouble, but fine, he's a ghost. I mean, maybe that's the idea. Like, you know, the prankster ghost case. Or when we play Luigi's Mansion, take to that. I don't know if they went back to this as far as that. Also, yeah, the door there. If you're not fast enough, the door will close and you instantly lose and you have to start over. But as long as you keep up with him, you should be fine. There is one other thing we can get here. I'm not going to do that until... Yeah, end of next month, probably. You can do it, apparently. Because what you have to do is it is on timer. We have to follow him out. If you get through that in under a minute... Ow! And you get... Yeah! But anyway, in that case, if you get there in under a minute... You get a heart piece, but it's a minute. Yeah, use the, and the idea is like the long shot. We'll get a sense of a little bit what that is as well. I was like, yeah, you'll have the timer going off for that. I was like, the thing. All right, there's 108. That's fine. So the time of the race was 1 minute and 8 seconds. All right, very quick to be able to keep up with me. Yeah, if you do that under a minute, you get a heart piece. But for the time being, first we're getting his springy perspective. This is the hook shot. Any fan of Zelda going backwards is going to know the idea of what this is. Yeah, spring load chain where you stick to any spot where the hook sticks. Yeah, as he's saying here, this is the hit to like come back for the heart piece. One more thing though, be careful on your way back. Okay, so with that, he's gone, and we're gonna get his nice reward.
That's a big chest.
I love that though. Now also you get the difference of the perspective of him going into that. Yeah, it is. I do love doing that for sure. And the other thing also is you get the animation there. It's like, yeah, now that I'm grown up, or that Link's grown up, he can just reach in there, grab it. He doesn't have to jump in. Alright, this is the hook shot.
Granted, I don't mind the animation.
I don't either, but it's interesting
to...
I don't either, but it's also great attention to details. As he's a young kid, He's smaller, he's to jump in. As adults, like, yeah, he just reach over and get it.
Yeah.
So it shows that growth. Alright, so the hook shot, as you mentioned, you can use that to drag items towards you or pull yourself onto certain things. Holding the C button that you assign it to, you can aim with the analog stick and use the C button to release to shoot out. Also, you have these blocks. These are song time blocks. So play the song time at them. It also will not give you the perspective like, hey, you need to play the ocarina here. So there's a little weird for that. And if you played the Master Quest version of this, which is in the GameCube version as well as the 3DS version, they love that. You get those all over the place.
And you have the heart already? Yep.
Yeah, although that's the other thing, because as I mentioned,
This is usually where I get the heart.
yeah, you can get the heart by doing what I did, which is throwing the boomerang as a kid. Also put the hook shot. I like to put on C down myself, as I mentioned last month. For like, if you care about button pushes for that or like where to put the items. For hook shot, I'll put down the bottom. Yeah, you can just ride this to go over there. You can also use the hook shot to shoot it. You do get a reticle there of like the laser sights. Oh, there you go. And if you hook onto like the log there, yeah, you'll be launched ahead. And here is the hurdy-gurdy man. He's not looking happy. Yep. Alright, he won't forget what happened on this day 7 years ago. It's all that Ocarina Kid's fault. Next time he comes around here, I'm gonna mess him up. No, he's not. Yeah, we pull the ocarina out, we'll be able to, you know, let him live through his PTSD on this. That reminds me of that time 7 years ago. Back then, a mean kid came here and played a strange song. Messed up the windmill, something bad.
Which never happened, by the way.
Well, yeah, you say that. That's just the case. That goes like the perspective, like the time paradoxing. Alright, but yeah, we're playing it. And you hear that great perspective, the so yeah, in that case, yeah, we're getting the windmill going on, and we're getting raining. Yeah, you play this, and it will rain. And I believe also you can use that in... You can use that in the past, actually, on the bean plots. I believe if you do that, I think you can get, like, hearts or something off of that. And you can also, like, take water in a bottle and pour it on the planet, or to water it. Alright, I played it, so we're good. Oh no, Storm again. You played the ocarina again, didn't you? You told me to play it. I pulled it out. I was like, here's the song, let's play it. Like, I was just following his lead. He did this to himself. But, yeah, he's right, though, is that when you play it, it's running faster. So, yeah, round and round we go. Where it stops, well, I know, because I'm going to walk off that way. You can also feasibly make it rain. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of reason to specifically do that, but then you also get, well, yeah, that. Yeah, the well.
All of that.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see that a little later. Alright, one thing is, since it is night there is Skulltulas I know we can get here, and let's see what our count is. When it says playthrough, I ended with 51 for tonight. We'll see how that's gonna go. Alright, one of them is up on the roof, and here's the thing with the hook shot. Proto was mentioned this. There's also the long shot. There's an upgrade for this. We'll get that later. What you do is it will stick onto the roofs. So you hit the roof that way, and you hit the other one over here. The long shot goes further as far as the distance. So when you do that, we are going to want to have that when we go back to see Dante. We'll do that either end of next month or the month after that. We'll see. I do have that here. So I was like, yeah, you pull over there and we're set. Oh, and also the other thing is, yeah, as an adult, stick that thing with hookshot, dies in one hit. And you can also hook onto the icon. So there you go, boom. And there you go. Yeah, I'm just hitting onto this roof. Also, we do have the archery range. We can't do the thing we need to do with this yet. So I'm gonna wait. Also, one thing I'm also gonna do is play the Sun Song, because there is one thing I do want to do very specifically before we go back to before we go back to the forest, because we do need to go to the forest, as Sari was mentioning. But what happened was that with Hyrule Castle town, everybody came over here. So there is Anju again. Now, before we went and got her Kukos, because she gets goosebumps when she touches them. But yeah, she, I guess, is a good one in animal husbandry, so she came with a better one. I guess it's like that idea of, you know, like breeding out, you know, undesirable traits, perhaps, as far as that. Alright, so, there you go. So it makes them happy to crow, cuckoo! Or, cuckoo! Which is of Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, which I've been requesting. I gotta look for that. The game costs a fortune. You ever play that? Yeah, it's from Sonic Team. It's on the GameCube. It is an interestingly weird game, though. Alright, so the Kuko's not very happy. But looks like we're good at handling Kukos. Yeah, if by handling you mean blowing up with a bomb and walking over one with our horse.
Well, we did deliver.
That's true.
Those back, and maybe that's what she remembers.
Well, I guess either she remembers that or she's thinking like, well, she gets assigned. Like, there's something about the aura of us, all right?
Yeah.
All right, you want to try? Absolutely, we'll try. All right, this is the pocket egg. This is also starting the trading sequence. We'll start doing stuff with that, and we will show that off completely as we go along this.
How early can you get the Bagaran sword?
You can get that, you might be able to get it. I think you can get it feasibly before you go to any temple. I think, and going back to the perspective of me not getting Epona, it's a lot harder to do if you don't have Epona for that, but you can do it, and I did do it, so I can get a perspective. Alright, so yeah, at night, everybody is in here. The lady here is really generous. She even took care of the carpenters when they were here. So basically, the carpenters did finish their job, eventually. Those are funny looking clothes, man. I was like, yeah, okay, he's either drunk or something. I don't know what his case is. Here's the sage of the place. Folks around here tell of a famously rich family that once lived in one of the houses in the village. But they say the entire family was cursed due to their greed. Did they ever really go into that? Because they're talking about the Skulltulas family.
Yeah.
Did they specifically state that that was the reason? It was like, hey, that, you know, Ganondorf just got involved.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, Chad, if you know, let us know, and we'll go into that, or I'll put an edit in. Okay, so, yeah, there's the woman whose dog we saved. I guess her dog is no longer with us, as it is. You notice that. So, yeah, Little Richard, which I guess is a reference to the rock and roll singer from the 50s. Yeah, she's here. This is where she lives. Her doggy is no longer with us. But she is. All people with hardships they'd rather, in their past, they would rather no one found out about. With a bearded man sleeping over there, I bet even someone like him has had his share of troubles. Yeah, no kidding. Let's all talk to him. And by the way, if you did not do the stuff for the London Ranch, you'll get a sense of that. Okay, well, the other reason I'm also playing the Sun Song is that I need to get it to be day, because you have to wait a whole day cycle in order to hatch that egg. Alright, and all of a sudden, we hatched the egg, and it's the miracle of life once again. And like we did at the beginning of the game, we used the Kuko before to wake him up as a kid, but as adult, same deal. Lock onto him, show him the chicken.
Kuko, is it like a Pokemon?
Yeah, I could get that. I mean, I guess they're predicting, like the Torchic line in Gen 3, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Before that, I guess if you played that one, the Gen 3 game on the Game Boy Advance?
I haven't played one.
And they did do a remake of that on the 3DS as well. Alright. Okay, yeah, the chicken's not working anymore, but okay. Did you save Malin? Thanks. Yeah, if you didn't, he'll say like, hey, go save her. But if you did, you talk to him, and you go back there, and then he'll be set. Basically, he'll kick Ingo out of the way feasibly. And actually, we can do something, and I think I do want to do that. Yeah, you know, we'll do that. I want to go back to Lon Ranch. Since we're going back to the forest anyway, I want to show that off. There's a minigame we can play for a war, and I do want to do that. Alright, there's Epona. Epona will stay there. It's not like Grudo. Like, yeah, Epona has our back. Grudo's like, well, no. I was like, I'm just gonna despawn on us. Although, then again, like, Grudo wants to marry us, feasibly. Do something else, but, anyway. Let's get going. So we're gonna...
The horse is better life.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's at least Zora.
Well, yeah, well, that's true. I mean, that goes into the aspect of Epona throughout this entire franchise, which I believe is the first game Epona appeared in. But we'll see Epona later. We'll see Epona in Majora's Mask, because, by the way, just to go into this, Gemini Knight 96, is that the initiative of the show this year, one of the initiatives specifically, is the fact that we're playing through both of the Legend of Zelda games from Nintendo 64. Protorov is with me on Ocarina of Time, and the Crochet Nerd, who I work with, will be with me for Majora's Mask. Alright, so here's Ingo. So, he's looking really happy. I guess the idea is that he's feeling more honored that he didn't get, you know, tossed out for, you know, taking the place over. But yeah, what happened was he was fine. And also the other thing I didn't show off is that when you come here, when it's in bad shape, Malin here is over in the barn. She's like, I don't know what to do. But, yeah, we took care of that. So the other day we did this taken care of, and, yeah, she remembers who we are. Yeah, Fairy Boy.
Fairy boy.
Yeah, but hey, she gave us perspective. She didn't necessarily question the perspective, like, hey, you as a child.
Oh yeah.
But like, hey, I don't think maybe the idea is this. It's like we tamed or we kind of had, you know, Epona warm up to us initially.
To be fair, she saw something.
Yeah, absolutely. And
She
I think
saw you were good with the horse, and then, you know.
I mean, it goes to the idea, I guess, of the idea like, hey, if you're good with animals, that's the perspective to you. Like, that's a sign of your character. And Twilight Princess goes into that. And Twilight Princess goes into that even more than this game does. All right, he's afraid the king might find out upon taken away from him, but yeah, then he went back just being normal, nice. And I guess maybe the thought is that he's now finally getting honored for his work. But all right, so he's back and peace is returning, all because of you. Thank you so much. But there's one other thing we can do. Oh, looks great. Looks like you were able to tame her. Yes, we were. Thank you. Yeah, by coming here after you get Epona and save the ranch, you get an obstacle course. I'll time you for 2 laps. It's a challenging course, and if you miss jumping a fence, yeah, you're losing. And it is free, so we're gonna do this. And you have to do this twice, or 2 laps. It's 50 seconds, I hit B on that, but it's like, what you do is you pretty much go across, there's fences in the way. You beat 50 seconds, I'll go around 2 laps, and boom, you go. In this case, what you want to do is you want to pace yourself as far as the carrots, especially when you get the taller gates, and also hit the gates straight on, because otherwise... Oh, crap. Alright, fine, I did it wrong, but at least I'm glad I get to show this, because it shows also what happens when you skip a fence. It's just like, yeah, what's wrong with you? You failed. But that also shows what I should have been doing, which is that, and I didn't do this, which is I want to pace myself as far as the carrots. Alright. So yeah, like...
Yeah, I think you shouldn't, like, ever run out of carrots.
Yeah, that's usually the death of you as far as, you know, the perspective of running to get 50 seconds. But yeah, we'll get a shot of this as well, so I'll try again.
Yeah, you really have to manage your carrots a lot more in this.
And it is interesting that way, too, because, like, well, wait a minute. And let's go into this as well. Other perspective, like, horse riding in gaming. And I guess the idea of, like, how to run this. And I guess also how the other Zeldas did it. Like, well, Majora's Mask was running the same engine as this, so that's going to be the same. But, like, Twilight Princess, especially Hyrule Warriors, and Breath of the Wild, because you can get opponents the DLC.
Yeah, in other words, don't be abusive like Ingo.
Yeah.
Your horse.
Well, then again, we are still hitting her, but then the idea is, like, you know, like, getting her to go. Like, we have that bond. Also, there's a glitch there to show that, where you can sometimes hit the button when you're starting and you won't have, you know, the other thing going. Also, by the way, that's the other reason you did not use your carrots yet, because, yeah, she can jump over those without, you know, using carrots. Shit. Crap. Unfortunately, that was the case. And sometimes that's what happens, because if you don't hit the fence directly, that's the problem. And unfortunately, also, there is not a... Let me show this off. There's not a quick restart, so, yeah, we're unfortunately have to do this again. Alright, let's try this more, because the idea is you go through the...
It's more important that you, take the wide route, than...
To try to cut the corner. Yeah, I mean, in my case, like... Okay, so I guess I don't have to remount Pony again. Alright, let's try this one more time. Because there is a reward we're going to see when we go back to our house in Kiri Forest if we do this. Shit, I did it again! It looks like I was facing it straight, though. Alright, well, I'll show one thing, which is... We'll just try and get through it... Oh, crap, I did it again. Alright, fine. We're going to do this just because it'll take less time. Fail. I was going straight that time, so I was like, wait a minute. Well, I guess she was right. It's more challenging. But I'll give us in the shot. And then we'll go to the forest. We'll do the next temple. And that probably should take us to 5 hours. Yeah, but she'll tell you, yeah, if you overturn an angle, it won't jump. Try again. But this is the other thing also. On top of managing your carrots, you also do need to maintain your speed. So I think that's part of the reason why I'm wanting to at least go a bit. Because, yeah, you're on time when you have to get there 15 seconds. I think if you get there more than that, you just don't get anything. Alright. Yeah, you can also feasibly get the camera running, sort of, but... Yeah, that's the other thing there, is like, hey, you have to kind of follow the camera, and that's also the weird case. Well, what if I go backwards? I want to try this, because I've never done this. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter if I'm going on the backwards. Alright, you know what? Fine. Yeah, but that was weird, though. It's like, because even there, it looked like I was hitting it straight on as it was. So that was very weird that way. Alright, fine. Yeah, so, to be fair, I didn't practice this. This is the one part of the game I didn't practice. I thought, like, well, you know, I didn't actually do it as far as the test run. But I was like, okay, fine, so that's the perspective. As
I don't remember because this is a difficult part.
Alright, let's give it another shot.
At least she doesn't charge you, like, in most of the
Or not like Ingo. Ingo would turn this into a business. Damn it, again! It looked like it was going straight. You think, right? I mean, I don't think I was going... Okay, that's... Yeah, because that's the other case. Yeah, fine. Alright, because I did that the first time. Fine. Alright, let's do that again.
It's kind of a balancing act.
Speed and accuracy, yeah. Alright, fine. Maybe the other problem is this. Like, yeah, we should just get on the opponent to be set. I guess if I fail again, I'll do it another time. Because that was the other thing. It's like, yeah, I was using my carrots much more, you know, frequently before, but I also didn't want to run out, as you were saying. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you're right. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, not now as far as I think we should be good. Then maybe I'm not going fast enough. One more lap. Yeah, it's gonna be close. On the dot. Let's see if that counts. I think it does count if you get on the dot. Great. Your time was 50 seconds. You and opponent are a great team. Oh, no. It doesn't count. Okay, so on dot was not good enough. So yeah, there you go. But okay, fine. So you can't get an exact count. So you have to get 49. All right. But now we got that gun done. Gun, not done. But done, not gun. All right, there you go. All right, there you go. Boom. Let's do this. Yeah, because, yeah, you go. One carrot will take you over that one, you hit the other one there. Perfect. Yeah, I think we'll be good this time, I think. $49, got it. Alright, so now that's less than 50, so we got the reward. Perfect. You did it. 49 seconds is a new record. I have to give a present to commemorate your new record. It's a little too heavy to give to you here, so I'll have to have it delivered to your house. And you can't wait to see it. Alright, we will see it in a little bit. Oh, crap. Oh, right.
Alright.
Yes. Also, by the way, what is it? I hit the L button. You're like, why the hell do you ever hit the L button on the N64 controller if you're playing in the right position like this? Unless you're using the left position on the few games you can, which really are the Turok games and Pokemon Stadium, because there's a minigame in that you can use that way. But yeah, you held the L button, it makes the map disappear, but yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, as Proto was mentioning, the reward you get there is the cap. And so the other thing, actually wait a minute, one other thing we do want to do, before we go to the next place we have to go, I'm gonna go back to Kakuga Village, because since we hatched the Pocket Cuckoo, we can get the next item. We're gonna run into that when we go into the forest. So actually, no, let's do that. But with opponent around, we can make things running a lot faster. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what you want in just a second. And we are just in time. She will still be awake. I think. Yeah, because, alright, I am just in time to get into town before the sun went down. But, okay, no, they're still there. Because, yeah, the, not Terrence and Philip from South Park over there, they are there during the day only. So, yeah, here is Anju again. Yeah, let's show you what happened. While the fence is blocking him away. Alright, your Kuko looks very happy. Must have awakened an extremely lazy guy. And you do have to wake up, Talon in order to make this happen. So you can't get in a case where you're gonna be, you know, blocked out. And she'll give me a rare one. Yeah, this is Kojiro. I used to be his brother. His blue body's quite charming. And so my brother's gone. It's strange, but Kojiro's stopped crowing. You wanna keep him? Yeah, may as well. Yeah, a nice blue. Like other Kugos, he rarely crows. Also, here's the thing about this, that little arrow on the map there. Lost Woods. That does show you where the next item you have to deliver it in. I thought it was only in the 3DS version, but the Nintendo 64 version does as well. That tells you where you need to go for the next part, because the question is, like, how do you know who her brother is? But you can look on the map there, and you can see where that arrow is, and it gives you a sense of where do you need to go. And what does Navi need to say? What's going on in the forest right now? I'm worried about Saria. Okay, well, we will get a sense of that. Well, actually, we'll get a sense of that, sort of, and then we're going to kind of come back this way again. So, like, we're going to go a little bit in a circle, sort of.
Early Bagoran sword.
Well, I mean, I don't know, do you want me to try and... Do you want me to try and get it now?
Sure.
I mean, alright, I mean, we could do that. I mean, it's either...
I just find it funny.
Well, actually, you know what? Here's the thing about that, because we do have... Now I'm thinking about it, it's not going to be that much of a trek, honestly, now I'm thinking about it, for some of it, because we can use some of the warp points to go a couple places. So, I mean, in that case, we can also get a sense, like, how it's working, because one other thing we can do is we could also go to Goron City. We showed him off last month, the guy who we had to bomb the walls for. And she will not come in force with us, so yeah, we have to leave her out here. Or she'll walk back, by the way. If you run into a case like that, opponent will naturally walk backwards. But yeah, last month we showed the Goron there. He says, like, come back 7 years, I'll help out. You can pay him 200 rupees, and then you can get the Giant's Knife. Okay, and that crowing, that's also the other hint as far as Hajiro, because Hajiro will crow in this area only. Give you a sense of, you're in the right place. Alright, there is, yeah, this is what's going on in the forest, and since we're here, yeah, Dekus are here. They're taking our, health away. Yeah, I'm running through with the knife. Fine, they didn't just, it's usually, I always reference, and then he ran into my knife from Chicago. I was like, no, he didn't run into my knife. I ran the knife right through him. Yeah, well, yeah, no, we'll show that. Yeah, me as well, and also...
Also, what's the thing on the side, the left-hand side?
Oh, this? Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. That is... Yeah, it looks like there's a dinosaur there, as far as this... Okay, I believe this is supposed to be... Chad, is this right? Or, if you do know... I think that's supposed to be something carved in between me and Saria, I think. I'll put an edit if that's the case. Alright, yeah, here you go. We're in our house, so yeah, we have a cow. You know what, fine, I may as well show this, because we're not going to be able to do stuff with the bugs for a while, so you know what, let's let the bugs loose in the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, ye old Terminex also is not able to help with that, but yeah, it's fine. We won't have a bug case going on. They'll be fine. They'll just go on the floorboards. Alright, yeah, the cow. Anytime you see a cow, and you have an empty bottle, play upon a song. These will also only show up when you're adult, by the way. Also, the cow talks to you. What a nice song. Reminds me of the pasture. Or perhaps, what you find in the pasture. Anyway, that song makes you feel good, so you can produce a lot of milk. Have some refreshing and nutritious milk, unpasteurized. But, yeah, we'll be okay. Yeah, we just assume the milk is there. It's off screen. It's like, he's holding up nothing else. It's like, yeah, I am the god of hellfire or something. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, you do that, you get the milk. And same case as before, you get 2 drinks.
Or assume he's casting Naru's love.
Yeah, and that early in the game, for us doing that, see, that's us breaking the game that way. It's like...
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying go for it. Get the Bagoran sword, because I just thought it was funny. Where people would, like, make theories of getting Naru's love, like... You know, like, really early on.
Also, do you think this should be the thumbnail when we put this on the YouTube site?
Sure.
Okay.
It's a candidate. It's a candidate.
Okay, yeah, as I said, we'll go through, and also the other thing I'll do is before, just a little bit of a inside baseball case of this, I will give you the raw file for this. I have a USB drive, I'll let you have that before, or when we're done, after we've recorded. I'll give you for part 1 as well for your reference. So that you can get a perspective link in a couple days to let me know, like, hey, what do you want? Alright, we do need to... Okay, no, we can't go in there. That's where the Deku Tree is. You can't go in the Deku Tree when you are an adult. You can in the beta version, but not now. Alright. Also, there is a Skulltula that is on the roof of the twins' house. It's over here. And you can just barely reach it. There we go. Alright, we got how many? We'll take a look. When I ended doing test play, I had 51. We're at 45. So we were actually going pretty well. Also, one other thing, while the Octoroks, you know, taking over the river, Yeah, I'll show this. For this one, what you do is basically you're riding on this and you ride the leaf. Also, the other thing you notice is that, yeah, the chain of the hookshot goes off in directions when you're moving like that. And you can feasibly hook onto things, and I'll show it maybe a little later. But the hookshot won't hit onto everything, so yeah, you gotta be careful of that.
And there should be rubies.
Yeah, there's rupees over here. Okay, let me get out of that. Woo. Also, there is the top of the shop. In the beta version, there is a heart piece up there. Not in the final version, though. I remember reading Nintendo Power. They said, this is the easiest rupee to get in the game, or the easiest heart piece to get in the game, just jump on top of the roof. But then people said, wait, we got the game, it's not here. What happened? Oh, the version we got before had it, but then the final release took it out. But then again, it's like, hey, we're doing fine as far as heart piece. I mean, look at our hearts. We're in good shape. Actually, I don't even know if I've actually had, you know, the second row when I first went to adult this way. Ever when playing this. Okay. I think so. Alright, so we'll do what Peru was mentioning. We're gonna try the trading thing early. So what you do is you take out Kuchiro. This is the brother of Anju. And only a nice guy like me can tame you, but I guess we're a nice guy. He's picking up on that. Alright, deliver this stuff to the old hag in the potion shop in Kakariko Village. If you take too long, you'll disappear. Alright, here's the deal. For some of these items we pick up, they're on a time limit. And you can't use Ocarina songs for warping. We don't have any yet for that. We're gonna get a couple. If you use that, it gets destroyed in the trip. And I think feasibly if you use the, I don't know if you use the, what is it? If you use the Sun Song when you're in an area like this where it'll remold the map if that destroys it too. I'm not gonna try it. But if you're in, Hyrule Field and do that, that should be fine. That being said, I might do that because I think you do, it doesn't need to be day for that, so I will do that. And also, it does pause when you have the Ocarina out, so you don't have to worry. Yeah, it says 3 minutes, it could be 3 hours, feasibly. I'm just sitting here, like, playing my Ocarina, so like, let me learn how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, or, something else. Alright, there we go. And with Epona, this is a joke. Well, sort of a joke. At least this part is. Because you'll have more than enough time. If you're not doing it the way I did growing up playing this the first time, you just have to roll your way to victory, but you can make it. You could just barely make it, but, you can. Since we have Epona, yeah, that's not gonna be a problem. And I guess at that point, then you do start to appreciate when you have Epona, the idea of the large size of, how it feels. Like, okay, yeah, we can, take this perspective, which I guess though explains, though, why when Majora's Mask came out, they said, alright, fine, let's condense the map for Tournament Field, and let's also give you another upgrade to start. Well, yeah, but, oh, wait, we're not, wait, hold on, we're not on,
We're good.
oh, you're right, because we're not,
I'm saying for later. We're gonna want to save a second or two.
right, yeah, so, and that's the idea, is like, it's like, if you've ever seen, like, the Awesome Games Really Quick, the idea is like, yeah, this will save us about, 2 seconds, or more, feasibly, because, like, hey, I get that as well, but you're right, because, like, you want to, you know, make it as efficient as possible. Also, there's the sales girl. We can give her stuff for, money, but, we don't do that. Also, she will not buy Pose. Found that out, doing some research. Also, the potion shop moved, so it's over here. If you go, to the back door, yeah, you go over here, and there is the potion shop. Wait, there's a front door for this?
As opposed to the other roundabout.
Oh, right, okay. Alright, so this is the old hag at the potion shop. We'll also see her Majora's Mask. What a mysterious smell. You must have something. And I guess that's a tie back to Link's Awakening, because there's also the sleepy mushroom. But I don't think this is the same thing. That bomb, you had to go in the forest, I see. Give it to me. Alright, fine, take it. I guess she's doing an incantation because the screen is going dark. That is an intended effect. If you see that fool, give this to him. It's the strongest medicine I have. But it will not work on a monster. Alright, so next in the item is the yacht potion. It may be useful for something, so go back to where, that dude was. Say there's no medicine, by the way, that can cure a fool. I guess that's true.
So this goes back to the lore.
Oh, yeah, go into that.
Essentially, the, other races cannot enter, Kokiri Forest.
Yeah, and I guess also the perspective of, which is, it goes the other way, because we saw this last month, which is that the idea is if the Kokiri leave the forest, they die. But the inverse is true as well, which is that anybody else feasibly can't go in, so why was he there? And also, for that matter, why is none of this affecting us? We will get an answer, by the way, to that at the end of the night. So, stay tuned for that.
Well, they get lost. If there are other races, they're by default they get lost.
Yeah,
maybe that is intended as a metaphor. Maybe it's literal. They die.
Yeah, I mean, because I know Link to the Past sort of did something like that in the sense
It doesn't say they die. It says they get lost.
Okay, so like, what does lost mean? It could mean death. It could also feasibly mean that they go to something else. But and that goes to, as you said, and I love that you're, well, A, that you're on the show for this game, and thank you very much again for that, Kurorova, but also the idea of that perspective of the deep one. That goes to, I think, why do people love Zelda so much? What is it about this franchise that really has this really strong bond? I think that's it. I mean, honestly, a lot of the games that we've been, covering kind of do certain aspects of that. We're proud of a lot of the games you and I were, like demoing stuff of ourselves on our own time.
Yeah,
were.
Beside the, I guess what could, for the time at least, they had a concept of like an elemental temple.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that idea explored, and in the 2D games, they couldn't really do much with that.
I mean, they could, but I mean, I know it's different for something like this.
They couldn't make it as atmospheric. And so there's that perspective. Then also the writing, I like the very poetic.
Oh yeah, no question. Now, in this game.
And I wish they had more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, part.
Yeah, it just also goes to say, like, yeah, he's not here, so what happened? Anybody who comes in the forest will be lost. Everybody will become Stalfos. Everybody's Stalfos who's not here anymore. Yeah, it sounds like she's maybe speaking in tongues that way. It's like, what's going on here? Yeah, so, yeah, look at my odd potion. Yeah, it doesn't work, apparently, unless you target her.
So, yeah, that's probably one of the,
the indication that
the explanation of the lore.
Right, but you're right, I love that. I mean, not to say the other Zelda games didn't have their lore, but you're right, there is a difference between what NES and Super Nintendo were doing as far as the lore take, and what Nintendo 64 is, which is not to say, I'll say this, I know you're not saying this, which is the idea that you can't do that on 8 and 16-bit hardware. You absolutely can. By the way, we got the port just saw. If you didn't do what we did as far as the Deku upgrade, we've been fucked for getting that. Actually, I hope, now that I'm thinking about this, I want to see something. I know that the stage has a problem with this. I want to make sure that I didn't screw things up, because the other upgrade for the Deku Nuts are over here. Alright. Remember this guy? His Mido. Whether you wear Kokiri's clothing, you can't fool me. Promise Saria I'd never let anybody go through here. Well, let's show that we know who Saria is. Play the song that bears her name.
Well, that was similar. That was easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, hey, here's the thing. Mido's not being a dick to us anymore. Although the thing is, like, he doesn't know who he is, which is who we are, which is interesting. Sorry, plays this song all the time.
Also, you're like twice as big as him.
That's true. So, but then he's like, wait a second, the clothing there. But you'd think like maybe the face of the eyes would be the giveaway.
I would think it'd be like, who's this adult in my town?
Yeah. So, but it goes to, as you said, the lore is like the girl we saw saying like any adult who comes in here is lost. Why are we not lost? But he does get a perspective of something. So in that case, he'll move aside and we can go through. Again, I just want to see this because I want to make sure of something. Actually, one other thing I'll do. There's a Skulltula up on here, and I don't think it needs to be night to do this. At least I don't think it is. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. It does. That's fine. Because what I want to do is I want to go and get the. That's true. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into one of the grottos. It's I think it's this one. Boom. Let's take a look at this. I hope I can get. You know what? I think it's just the stage. So yeah, kill him, boom, boom. I love that I did that. Oh, there he's jumping that way. That's another potential for the thumbnail. Yeah, we're seeing a perspective of the Dekus that we don't want to see. But all right.
Yeah, it looks more like a Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, for the purpose of that, we should do. You know, at some point we should do Crash Bandicoot. I know you have the second game. I have the first and the third game. Up to you have the third game as well. We should absolutely play one of those.
I'll vouch for probably 2.
So you want to call on 2? You want?
I would say 2. It's not as hard as 1. It's doable.
Okay, would you want to be in on 1 if I do 1?
Yeah. 1's great, but it's just much more difficult.
Well, here's the thing. We'll do it. All right, so knock it off. He'll sell me arrows. We can't use arrows yet, so unfortunately I have to go. Okay, thank God. All right. So I was going to say, if we... The thing with the 4th stage, if we got that poacher saw the way we did, we would not... You know, now we can do the Sun Song. If we got that poacher saw before we went to the 4th stage for the upgrade for the Deku nuts, we couldn't get it. But thankfully... Oh, wait, we're back here. Okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Because what I do... Okay, let me see something. All right, let me go get the Skulltula. And then... Oh, crap, I went the wrong way. Yeah, because here's the thing. You do have to remember what the perspective is. But yeah, like before, if you go the wrong way, just go back to the beginning. We don't turn into Stoffel, so we'll be fine. Thank God. What I was going to say also was that... Yeah, we'll go this way. Because then we'll go to the next place. Actually, and because we got a opponent, we can do this now. Actually, to answer your question, forever, you're saying like, hey, can you do this early in the game? If you get a pony, yes. If you don't, you can't. Because you can do it without a pony as well, and we'll emphasize that when we get over there. All right, here is the other one. Boom. There we go. Okay, so with the poacher saw, what we gotta do is we have to go over to find Muto, we saw before. Actually, no, we'll also take a little bit of shortcut, sorta, to get there. Or fine, shortcut to get out to the field. So here's the thing, yeah, we do have a pawn of it, like, hey, there's still the rolling. Okay, by the way, one other thing to point out. Yeah, the Skull Kid, remember him? We gave him the mask and he was very happy. As adult, no, yeah, he's wondering this. This is what happens to kids who wander the forest. It doesn't look like screw up. You can kill him, by the way. He'll give you 200 rupees if you kill him. At that point, we can also say, like, yeah, remember you're saying, like, if you're going to take a pick over Majora's Mask, and this one you're not huge on Majora's Mask, we can cut that right out of the timeline right now by killing him, basically. But if you do it specifically, he'll just go that way. But if you... Yeah. We'll go into that for sure, but you're right. We see him later for that. Yeah, that is a shortcut, so yeah, jump over here. There you go. That is the only reason to get that leaf. There's not a Skulltula there or anything. Alright, so what we gotta do now is... Okay, one other thing we're gonna do since we're going over there as well. I'm gonna get the Scarecrow Song. And we'll do the gold scale thing next month. I'm not doing that now. Yeah, I don't want to, necessarily, make you say, like, oh my god, how'd you do that in a minute? For the fishing the way we did last month for the heart piece. Yeah, go, yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, Gemini 96. On the YouTube site, we have part 1 of this. Yeah, go see how we handled, or how I handled the heart piece for the fishing, where we got it within, like, a minute. And I remember...
Usually fishing games, are a endurance thing. You did it in 5 seconds.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting case, but as I mentioned to you also, it's like, well, I'm a big one as far as, like, the Sega bass fishing, Sega marine fishing case. It's like, that was the idea. Like, usually a lot of people say, like, hey, they don't like the fishing games that much, as far as something like that. Like, I guess I sort of do.
You basically just walked up and just picked it with your bare hands and said, here.
Which is funny, because I know, like, some of the other Let's Plays I watched, they even said, like, when you put the fish in the bottle, saying, like, why can't I do this? I was like, fine, I guess I sort of did, and as I said, just to quickly reiterate that, it does spawn in the same position, but, yeah, that was how it happened. Alright, so yeah, if you have a pony, you can make the jump over this broken bridge. If you don't, you have to use the long shot. And here are the carpenters. They are in, this, actually, I want to see something. Because, yeah, there's Muto again. His, workers were kidnapped by the Grudos. But I think... Okay, right, you have to rescue them to, get them to fix the bridge. Or I'm gonna say screw it, and we'll take, Epona there. But I want to make sure... I think I can give him, the saw right now. Okay, no, I can give him the saw now. Perfect. It's yours. Yeah, yeah, why do I have it? I thought I left that with my old lady. Yeah, I wonder how it got there.
Old lady?
Yeah, question, you don't think that the girl in the forest has something to do with that? Or maybe, oh, well... Oh, wait, no, right, because... Okay, no, now I remember. Because that guy who was lost is his son, I think. And there's a piece of dialogue that goes to that when you see him in the tree as a kid. And we'll see that because we have to go back to Kakariko Village as a kid anyway. My good big Goron tool broke, so he's gonna go to Goron City to get repaired. Great timing. Give him my saw? Yeah, take it. Sorry I can't give you something as good in return as you gave me, but alright. Got a broken sword. By the way, if you go by the giant's knife, you swipe it a couple times and it busts. And you talk to the guy, he's like, oh, I don't give refunds. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not cool, my friend. But, oh, okay, you know what? Well...
Yeah, if you want to wait, well, is it too late now?
To what?
To share that, or is it a waste of money?
Well... I do have a lot of money, and honestly, you know what, money doesn't really gonna be a factor, honestly. You know what, fine, you know what? Let's take a nice swan dive. I do love that, woo! I do love how graceful that is, like, yeah, we're taking the dive down the river.
Yeah.
Epona will be fine, don't worry about that.
Link doesn't care anymore, he's just like...
No, Link's got the skills, like, Link real man, and I love that you came up with that. Oh, we also show a little bit of what's going on, like, Hylia, yeah, the place is, under drought. But, what's gonna go on?
Yeah, I like the poetic, like, language in the game.
Oh yeah, no question. Actually, since we're here, I may as well do something they didn't do in the test playthrough, which is get the, Skulltulas.
They're very good on framing.
And that also goes to another thing, which I think what this game really is. The effort that was put into this, I mean, look, as I said, Nintendo, I guess, had a lot to prove for the perspective of doing Zelda 3D and making sure that, you know, it doesn't... Okay, good, it's not on the ladder. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, shit, that is... Okay, I got thrown off the roof. All right. But I do love showing that, and you do get that... Like, yeah, where... Yeah, there you go, you. Yeah, shoot him right out of the sky. Alright, where is my, I was like, wait a second, it didn't go away, or despawn, did it?
It just has to follow its path.
Okay, yes, because some of the paths for the leaves can be really long. That's, one thing that is of interest, if nothing else. But alright, so climb up here, and I believe... Is Skulltulas up here, I think? Oh, no, it's Archer's here. Or, yeah, alright, perfect. I did not get this in the test play. Yeah, let's also show another case, like, just back flip off. Yeah, show myself, yeah, getting hurt. Yeah, Link will be fine. But all the other thing we also want to do here is we do want to get the Scarecrow Song. So we played the song with Majora's Mask. It's for him, because I said, like, I can't come up with anything else clever. Or anything that I can really specifically play with the notes. So we don't have to
get credit until we play it back to him, right?
Yeah, you play it back to him. Yeah, the Goron's Lullaby, but for the purpose of this game, it's the Scarecrow Song. That's it. And he likes the sound of it, or he's a Majora's Mask fan. Alright, but he didn't forget the song, because he said, hey, you play this, I won't forget it. I never forget anything. Yeah, but do you know who I am? I have an idea. My buddy Pierre is wandering around, so play that song when you want to call him. I'll tell him to help you out if he's nearby and he hears it. Okay, so that unlocks, Pierre. Now what happens is that we're walking around, Navi sometimes will go green for no reason. You're wondering why. Well, for some of those cases, if you play that Scarecrow Song in close proximity where that is, Pierre will appear and you can hook shot onto him. Or long shot onto him. So at that point, there are a couple Skulltulas and things we need to use him to get. And some we're gonna have to come back to certain areas to get as well. So, yeah, that's one thing for...
Like, are you gonna go to Dodongo's Cavern now?
Yeah, we may as well, because it's on the way. At that point, we can get the, I believe we can get the Skulltula there, so yeah, fair enough, we'll do that. Oh wait, no. Well, that's fine. I was gonna say we call up, Epona. Fine, we'll do that. And we'll show the broken sword, so perfect. Alright. You know what, for full effect, since we made it, you know, night, we're calling a horse out.
We'll be riding in the night.
We're gonna riding in the night, we're also gonna be riding in the storm. Or, Riders
of the Storm.
What?
Riders of the Storm.
Oh, Riders on the Storm, from the Doors. I was thinking, Riding the Storm out by REO Speedwagon, but okay, that works too. I was like, fine, that would've been another one, because, like, as I was mentioning to you the other day, I was saying, you know, I'm one as far as, like, older music, so you're saying, like, do you, like, remember everything? For that? I was like, yeah, I do. Yeah, they don't, and we didn't even hear the Doors or, REO Speedwagon. Yeah, we'll go into weird stuff as far as this program, myself, or any of the guests that have on this show, but that's great, too. It sometimes goes to the perspective of, as I mentioned, personalizing the game as far as what we're playing and saying, what is our experience as far as the people playing it? There's another big Poe, can't do anything about him, so yeah, have fun, my friend. But also, hearing your experiences, sometimes these weird things will come up as far as that, as or like, how do you associate something for a game? And yeah, nothing's gonna be off for that as far as that. It's like, hey, if that's your experience, that's your experience. And it can be really interesting, really tell that personal story. So as I said, yeah, chat, it's all on you as well that way too. And myself and my guests would have them on the show as far as in the SuperOldGameSaturday studio as it is. But anyway, so that's, I like the idea. Alright, but yeah, you're right, that's a good idea. Let's go up the mountain, because we do have to go there for the purpose of getting a sense of how do we get this thing. And then we'll go to the Forest Temple, and I think we should be able to finish the Forest Temple by, yeah, for 12. Like I said, it's not gonna be exact, it's gonna be a little more, a little less. We'll figure it. The only thing is, like, I'll tell you, and Proto, you'll remember this, because you were on the stream when it's something I don't have a recording of anymore. Remember I did Halo?
Yeah, I remember.
I did that in one sitting in 5 hours and 50 minutes. I said, nah, I'm not doing that again. Because even though I was like, okay, I got through it in a decent time running that way, I was like, well, no, like, that's why I started limiting to, like, the time limit. I was like, alright, fine, I will not do that just because of it. So, basically, when I get to doing Halo, again, like, redoing Halo, I will run that 2 parts. In that case, I'll probably be a little... Also, yeah, here you go. There is the, yeah, there's the leaf. You're supposed to go up there and get it for the, heart piece. I backflipped off and got it. Yeah, if you don't do what I did, but... Point is, either way, like, so we're coming into the Dodongo's Cavern, and we are going to, there's also one other thing I want to update you on this, specifically, because, remember I was saying, like, hey, if you have the, Deku Shield, you're hit by the fire, it burns. I realized, and I put an edit on this on the last part, but I'll say it to you now that you're here, if you roll in that fire, or if you fall in the fire pit while you're standing in that, even if you roll in it, the shield will not be burned. Weirdly enough. I don't know why it does that, but... I guess maybe a glitch to it, so that's one case where the fire will not burn your shield. Like, wait a second, you know what? Also, let's be really hardcore. Let's stand in here. Yeah, blow it up. Yeah, Link will be fine. He's a man that way, as we mentioned. And, Navi...
That's like the best explosion in the game.
Yeah, definitely so. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't know if there's necessarily a whole lot of, you know, super explosion cases in Zelda, except for maybe... a little bit of Breath of the Wild and Hyrule Warriors, although Hyrule Warriors is a different
Also,
case.
this is one of the few times where they have super large stairs. Even Link can't even walk.
Oh yeah.
Even adult Link can't even walk up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good point. I never really thought that. Okay, so I might need the long shot for this. All right, so it's over there, or I might need. Hang on. Oh wait, I think I'm trying to remember this because I think there's also another path. Yeah, you're hearing the rustling. It's over there. Alright, so there, okay, let's see, can we get this?
Wow.
Oh, hold on. No, we're gonna try this. Yeah, because the idea is, like, when you see the dot, by the way, if it's not there, it means you're out of range, but sometimes you can just barely hit something that way. So I'm gonna inch forward a little bit, aim up a little, see if I can't get it, and if I can't, we'll come back, just because I'm curious. And as I said, we'll, go to the top of the mountain, because we do need to get the, okay, yeah, we can.
Okay. Wow.
Well,
So,
see, it's weird, and
that's just amusing. Like, this is Dungeon 2 as a kid, and essentially...
we have to wait till later, like the third
Yeah.
dungeon, to get that. 'Cause I told you this off camera, I'll say this now that we're here, which is that I looked at the guide I was going through, this just to get a sense, like, okay, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything for this, so
And,
it said, like, you can get it either way. It's like,
let's see.
I don't think you can, based on how we played it, unless, Chad, you know what the way is and that we're missing something, or I'm missing something, perhaps. Alright, the other thing is that we can also go to Goron City to get the Goron tunic. We'll do that next month. But for the time being, we're gonna climb the mountain.
Wait.
Yeah, I have that written yeah, he's looking on the paper I wrote down. It does say they're both.
Scarecrow Song? Can you play the Scarecrow Song?
I didn't show because the tell for that, as I mentioned, is when you see the green of Navi. It didn't show that there, so I don't know. And also, a lot of cases when it comes to that, you sometimes do need to have one anyway.
Oh, wait, well, you need to go there anyway for the, okay, no, this is a different one. This is the, room on the side. Where it actually is the Scarecrow Song.
Oh, you're right. Okay, I remember now because so you're right. There is Scarecrow Song. Actually, you know what? Since we have to come back this way anyway, feasibly, maybe I'll try it again, or I'll just do it next month. that's fine. Like, I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
And we'll get a bunch of the items as they go along. All right, so we're climbing the mountain again, and all the Skulltula, not gold ones, are there. All right, so here we go. Okay, so yeah, we can do it now. So here is the big Goron. Yeah, but we don't have any. Okay, yeah, he's looking really fussy, really hurting. Let's show him our sword if you can see it. The broken knife is surely my work. And he rolls his R's a lot. Okay. I really want to repair it. But the volcano erupted and my eyes are very irritated and I don't have any clear eyes to help him out. Well, actually, not yet I don't. We can go get them. Alright, so... we have to go find King Zora. Yeah, alright, we'll go help. Yeah, apparently, I guess King Zora is a, pharmacist. Because we got a prescription. He's gonna fill it somehow. Like, I don't know. And I guess, okay, that's interesting, I guess. Okay, I thought I could, like, do the roll thing. Fine, alright. We're gonna take the prescription to King Zora. And actually, we can also use, like, the warps. And this is how they intend to do that for the purpose of what we're doing. Yeah, like, the height is too much.
As the scrub tells you at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, we were in the Decker Tree. Yeah, he did tell us that. Like, it won't work all the time. There's sometimes where it's high and you still can, but I think you're right. Like, when I'm diving off that way, it's like, it's going faster for the purpose of that. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna live. Fine, I'm not gonna get hurt to that. But it's like, hey, imagine if this was running Conker's Bad Fur Day logic, or Banjo-Kazooie logic, or I guess rare game logic. You know what? I'll tell you one of the things. Since we're here, there's a Skulltula over there, and you were right when we did this last month. I thought, oh, this is here anytime. You're right, it's here when you're adult. So, go over the rope. Yeah, I may as well. Like, I guess I'm making up for one thing, because I said, like, oh, I got 51 Skulltulas on the test playthrough. This was not one of them. So, like, alright, that's fine, because we can just do the right off there. Okay. Turn around. Also, be careful hitting this. You know what, I'm gonna do that. We'll walk up a bit. You have to be careful hitting this, because that is a hookshot attach point. So, if you touch that wrong, you'll go hooked into it. Got it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I guess Navi's impressed. Alright, yeah, we're going to the forest. Actually, we do have to sort of go to the forest to get to where we need to go, which is here. Actually, we're going to use the warp. So actually, this is going to go pretty quick as far as doing this, and then we can go to the forest temple. Alright, so yeah, there we go. There's the Lost Woods, and you said, go see King Zora. And, alright, fine. If nothing else, we'll also show, like, what are the problems with everybody. So, like, alright, Goron City looked like it was pretty much deserted. We saw that Lake Hyrule is in bad shape.
There's, monsters everywhere, and,
There's monsters everywhere in Kokiri. There's the, Hyrule Castle town that's, you know, gutted. It's snowing over on the Zora River, which doesn't sound like a bad thing. Well, fine.
the Northeast would say otherwise.
Yeah, especially now. It's like that perspective, like, hey, you know, it's swimming with snow, or ice as it might be. But anyway... Actually,
for all those living in say New England.
Yeah, good point. Although one other thing about this, because I'm actually now that you mention that, is this considered? I want to look at something. It is the Northeast. You're not wrong. So fine. Even in the case of Hyrule, it is the Northeast. All right. So very fitting. Okay. So yeah, it is frozen over. Yeah. So we can't take the shortcut to Lake Hylia, and spoiler warning, we can never take that shortcut as an adult. I thought, like, oh, you could, you know, thaw this place out, and even Nintendo Power said, oh, you can't. Oh, right. Okay, this is the other reason we have money. We can do this now. Because the other thing you're supposed to do usually is you're supposed to go to the ice cavern and get blue fire to get him out. Oh shit. You know?
Its fire won't work?
No, at least I don't think it will. Well, may as well try it. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either.
Well, so you get the sense of that. Yeah. Okay, fine. There goes the shot. Actually, you know what? I'll also show this off because I mentioned that last time. Oh, yeah. Let's play Zelda's Lullaby. So actually, no. I'm trying to remember where in the ice cavern we can get it.
You need well, okay, you're in the ice cavern.
Yeah, because I mean that's. Oh, actually.
Can you get in the ice cavern?
you can. Oh, actually, you know what? I know what you can do. We can go back to Kakariko Village because in Kakariko,
Like in Ice Cavern, there's multiple points where you can get it.
there's multiple points you have it, but you.
Assuming you can get in the Ice Cavern.
I don't know if we can get in until that for that.
Because he's in the way, right?
Well, he's in. Okay, no, he's not in the way, but I don't know if the items we have for that we can get through there enough to get the blue fire. You get blue fire over there. The other thing you can do is I'm gonna do it this way, just because.
You probably need the long. No, the long shot.
You don't need the long shot, no. But what I'm gonna try, I'll tell you what I'm gonna try, because this will also go a little faster. We can also try doing the Force Temple. I think it should probably.
Well, you get the blue thing in the Ice Cavern.
You can also buy it. I'm gonna make money to buy it.
Yeah, but it's free.
I know, but like for the purpose of this, we can get it now, and since this is it, we can get money a lot as far as how it is. I'm gonna try this because actually this is also a different case. I've never done it this way.
Well, I was gonna joke, going, can we do the Ice Cavern now? I know it's out of the
No, without
out of canon.
Look, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I'm just thinking like I don't know if we can actually make it. So like, I do.
What are we missing?
What do you mean?
Are we missing any items that are important?
I don't know if you need. I'm trying to think about that because.
I'm guessing the only thing would be the iron, the Megaton Hammer.
The Megaton Hammer, because the Megaton Hammer there is the there's the fairy boat. I don't think that's gonna matter. Okay, but what I'm gonna do instead is we're gonna go to Kakariko Village. There is.
That would probably be the only item that would affect it.
But yeah, I think so. But I'll also put an edit in just to get a sense. I'll look, cause like, hey, I'm gonna have to do. Eventually, I'm gonna have to do the next part, do the practice the next part. So I'll take a look and I'll have an answer that way. All right, we're gonna go to the potion shop. So we're gonna do the other thing. We have a lot of rupees. We can do this. We're buying blue fire. But actually, wait a minute. I think I need Oh, wait. Okay.
It's expensive.
It's expensive, but it's fine. It's like we got money. It's no problem.
Okay.
And feasibly, the other thing I can also do is that I can, like do off-screen money grind if that's gonna be the case. Because like I think it's fine, honestly. Actually, not on top of that, there's also a 200 rupee. There's a 200 rupees. Where we go around the city, like the rocks there in front of the entrance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you play the Song of Storms. There's 200 rupees underneath that. I think. Okay, so yeah, there's blue fire. So all right, we're getting that big Goron sword, damn it. So all right, but this is the way. But I like that we're doing this way, honestly, because
I've never used shops. I just don't.
All right, but well, okay, this is the different way. Like, this is a unique playthrough for me now as well. Something like usually I never do it either. It was like, well, fine, let's give it a shot.
300 rubies for blue fire. What a ripoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Like maybe 50.
That's true. I mean, because I'll tell you the other thing was for a while it took me when I first played this game as well. I didn't get the adult wallet right away. Well, either one of them. So I was like, wait a second, I don't even have a wallet that can hold that many rupees, so what's going on here? So, okay. So, fair enough. Let's get going down the river one more time.
Okay,
and
so what are we using this player on?
We're using it on King Zora.
Okay.
So, the idea of that, by the way, is that... Okay, fine, we're gonna get one tunic out of order. Actually, feasibly, we could've gotten both of them. I'm trying to think. Oh, well... You know what? We're getting all the tunics tonight.
Okay.
Because hey, we have to go and order this, so
Alright.
it'll be on the way, and then we'll do the Force Temple.
200.
For what? Cost them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're free.
Oh, never mind. Oh yeah. That.
We could feasibly have bought them. You're right, because you can buy them in the shop as well if you so desire. But we can get them free, and since they're going to be on the way, and actually by doing what we're doing for King Zora now, he gives it to you automatically. And then since we have to go back to Goron City anyway to do...
Goron City was stop the guy who's
spinning. Yeah, well, stop again. Well, fine. We stopped one of them last month, the biggest bomb bag, or the big bomb bag. And now we do it to another one. But, yeah, you're right. In both those cases, you get it as a freebie. So in that case, yeah, we're getting our full tunic case. And this is unique, too. I never did it this early. But that's the other beauty of this. Like, hey, as I said, we're kind of winging the show and winging the game to an extent, even though, like, yeah, we're getting a sense of, structuring it a bit with, like, hey, taking an option of what the Skulltulas are. But I like that.
Semi-structured.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, but at the same time, I'm having a great time doing this, because, like, hey, it is a unique case. Like, because look, this show will play games that are kind of out there. I mean, next month we're doing Blast Corps for Nintendo 64 that way. It's like, yeah, I don't know if people remember that game from, like, 25 years ago. But in the case of, well, something like this, Ocarina of Time is... I sort of mentioned this last month. I'll go on it since I moved to we're doing Golden Knight in August. This is the 4th best-selling game on the system, behind GoldenEye, behind Mario Kart 64, and behind Super Mario 64. So, everybody and their mothers played this game, feasibly streamed this game, feasibly Let's Played this game. So, how are we gonna stand out on top of, like, the personality case? We'll do it this way. Like, I don't know if every other one was like, it's like, well, we'll do Big Goron Swords first. Let's do this. Just stand right next to him and hit the, C down button to dump out the blue fire to...
Yeah, I could imagine someone in chat going, you actually bought blue fire.
Why not? I mean, hey.
Why didn't you go into the ice cavern and just get, like, kind of a...
Well, as I said, we're gonna have them all before we go into the Forest Temple. Okay, so with that, we get him out. Alright, so he's come back to life. Was you saved me? Yeah, it cost me 300 rupees, but it was worth every penny. Looks like you have a hard time breathing underwater. And as expression of my gratitude, I grant you this tunic. With this, you won't choke underwater or drown underwater. Alright, this is the Zora tunic. This comes in size later. And we do get tunics, by the way, as adult. You do not get this as a child. Okay, so...
Okay, well, that kind of paid it for itself.
Yeah, so that paid... So fine, we're paying...
That's 300, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it 300 or is it 200?
I think it's 300. You're right. So, it's okay. We're paying 300 for the blue fire in that case, and as I said, King Zora is apparently a pharmacist. I didn't know that. But alright. Okay, fine. He knows what it is. Might say we have them, you might say we don't. Okay, we do have the ingredients. Alright. But if you take them to the doctor at the lake laboratory, which would be insanely easy if we could take the shortcut over there, but no, we can't. So you need to deliver them fresh. This is another case of time limit. So, this is the eyeball frog.
This is the hard part, right?
Sort of. What we're gonna do is we're gonna down the river. It's a 3-minute take two. That's the hard part. The next part's gonna be harder. In this case, we just run this way. Okay, yeah, there you go. See, I fell that far, but like, you know, I'm still gonna make it.
Because it curves, that's why.
Okay.
You slid. That's why you didn't take damage.
Okay, oh, thank you for pointing that out, because actually, I never really kind of thought that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, and with opponent, this is gonna be no problem. So yeah, it is snowing again. Oh, no. Okay, but it does pause when you do that, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so, also, we can't feasibly go down the river really fast, because, yeah, we're adults, so yeah, we're running in the water. Also, by the way, what the Zora tunic does is when you're under the water, you won't drown. If you are under the water, fine, standing under the water, we'll see that next month. Well, no, next month or 2 months from now. We'll, get a case.
It's roughly about the same speed, just like stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it's like, yeah, it shows the growth, as I said. Oh, well, okay, fine, now at the end, we can start swimming.
Okay, I think you're right. Yeah, you're a bit slow.
Alright, so now...
Maybe slightly.
Yeah, Bono, where are you? Well,
I believe he was at the bridge at the... So get him again.
yeah, let's get her over.
Lose those few seconds, we should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Also, as I mentioned, since you're playing the song this way, time stops. And it will also not spoil the ingredients. Oh, opponent's up there on the hill. It's like, yeah, I'm coming, my friend. Oh, no, you'll come to me. Alright, boom. Jump on. Yeah, man.
Lake Hylia, right?
Yeah, Lake Hylia. As I said, that's the other reason I guess they froze over the river. So it's like, wait a second, it would be insanely easy to do that. But then it's like, well, no, that's not the case. All right, so we'll be fine. We'll make it.
And make sure you jump over.
Yeah, because actually, I don't know. We didn't show that yet. So glad we're doing that. Fine, we're just showing another big pro. We'll deal with them later. Don't worry, because there's a long form side quest for that, and you get the 4th bottle for that. That'll be interesting to do that. But anyway, for the time being, we're gonna do this. As I said, I do like the idea that we're kind of doing this a little differently.
They're not orthodox.
There you go.
Good.
And unique the way. Okay, so yeah, we'll make it. Basically, we have to go the one place we haven't gone yet, and we went to that. Okay, we came here the other way. It didn't show us a cutscene, but now it's showing the fact that yeah, the drought is on. But we'll make it. Unless I'm really stupid and saying like, no, I'm gonna do something weird this way. But yeah, just actually, at this point, you're right on one thing. I'm gonna turn opponent around. You're absolutely right about that. So let me do that. Okay, just see the researcher. We haven't seen this as yet. Alright, so... Hello. I have a frog for you. Or... Do you like? Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Taking it back. Alright, so this is the, Lake Hylia Laboratory Researcher. I haven't seen this since Zora's domain froze over. It's so delicious.
Eat some.
Yeah, fair enough. Now cook fried eyeballs the first time in a long time. Thank you to King Zora, but I need him for something else. Yeah, you're not eating them, my friend. I'm gonna have to deny you the privilege. I do love this track, going back to the music again, like this very mysterious thing of... And like the percussion there, like, yeah, it's very mysterious. Alright, here it is. So this is the medicine. These are the eye drops. There's no preservatives, which is a good thing usually when you're having stuff with that, but yeah, it won't last long. So, yeah, we have to run like the wind, or ride like the wind bullseye, or ride like the wind, Epona. Yeah, we're young, so we can do it. Here are the eye drops. We have to go up to Dodongo Cavern, or Dodongo's, fine, past Dodongo's Cavern, up the mountain to get them. Take the big Goron before they go bad, you have 4 minutes. So, take every shortcut. So here's how we're doing this. Jump on Epona, and, as you mentioned, yeah. Okay. We're gonna go back to... Now... Actually, you know... Yeah, sometimes with a... Stop! Okay, what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna beeline it to Kakariko. I think we make it that way. The other thing you can also do is, you can go to the forest and take the warps that way. But like, well... I think it'll be basically about the same. Yeah, well, in this case, like, as long as you're doing this, you should be fine. And by the way, if the timer runs out, what'll happen is that the eye drops will go bad, and same with any of the other perishable items, and then you have to go back to, the previous place you were. And you don't have to do the thing with the Outlaw Park again, at least I don't think so. I don't remember. Yeah, if you remember, let me know. But I don't think you did. I remember when I was growing up for this thing, you didn't have to do that. As long as you get there, the first one, you're fine with it. Also, yeah, I guess I didn't mention that. Yeah, the Hyrule Drawbridge collapse was busted through. Yeah, we'll make this. Yeah, because it's not too bad anyway, just roll up the mountain. Alright, thank you, Epona, for doing your duty for us. Yeah, Epona's definitely our good animal friend, and fitting, I guess, at the beginning of the game when we saw the title screen, you know, Link was riding Epona as far as like, yeah, Epona's our trusted steed, you know? So there you go. Alright. It's 2.5 minutes, which at this point will be fine. Also, I don't think you sell any of the items to the girl over there. I think she's like, oh, I don't want them. It's like the pose. She won't sell the pose, I guess, because they're, you know, these horrible, you know, apparitions. Yeah, and then she becomes banker.
Like angry spirits.
True. And then she becomes banker in Majora's Mask, which is very interesting that way too. Right, so there's the rock that way. Yeah, just keep going, keep rolling, friend. Oh no! Okay, just clip through that one. Ow! Stop. Okay, that will not hurt us though. We'll be able to make it. One thing I also will do, I think, as I go along is... Yeah, because you time stops, by the way, when you're in the menu. So, actually, no, fine. Stop that. Put the eye drops on the button, because I do want to have the hook shot, so we can at least get up there quick enough and also kill the Skulltulas, or the Skulltulas. Because, like, yeah, if those things are killing me, we're in control. Yeah. Actually, it would be easier if we had the arrows, which we get from the next dungeon. But, yeah, we'll go there next. Yeah, we're gonna make this, I'm pretty sure, unless we really right. Yeah, just keep rolling, we'll be fine. Yeah, I don't care, I'm just rolling. Yeah, just look at my health, we're fine. There's no way we're missing this. Yeah, that looked weird though, how that went, like, bye-bye Skulltula, you're dead. Skulltula. Can I... Okay, I can't latch onto that, so alright. Yeah, sometimes some of the walls you climb on you can latch onto, but other ones you can't. Alright. Stop it! Stop! Get out of the way! Yeah, just said we're gonna get this, yes, but it's like, okay, no, we'll okay.
That's the last one.
Perfect. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, there's not another one over there, is there?
No, there's only 3.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. It was definitely a little hairy when the tech came around, like, oh, crap, no. Okay, well, actually, I think we kind of glitched up there. That helped us as far as getting up quicker.
Me, you're like against the wall.
I was nervous too, but hey,
I hope you don't like fall off.
Well, yeah, the difference is clear. Clear eyes. Yeah, we brought you some nice eye drops. There you go. I guess we can't see him put him in his eyes, but
And that's Skulltula.
Wow. All right, so there is our big Goron case. That's another perspective of the thumbnail, but I like some of the other two we had before. All right. So they work great, and he'll work on the blade. It's gonna take 3 days. For us, that means it's gonna take 3 minutes. In the meantime, we get a claim check. I can't wait for the sword to be completed, so what we're gonna do is, yeah, not yet. Yes, that's what you do. Either that or you wait 3 days. But hey, we're on top of a mountain, so in that case, we can just keep doing this. So, it is 3 days, and I believe it's 3 days from... because it's night now. So I guess if we do night 3 more times, I think we'll be set, I think. As soon as you hear the rooster go off, that means that it's day. And when you hear the wolf go, it means it's night. I don't know if I mentioned that, but it's probably worth pointing that out. I do love how, you know, happy he is, and also the idea is, like, he's just looking at us. Like, he's doing the work, I swear to God, even though it doesn't look that way. It's like, oh yeah, there you go. And he is very happy, and he has the nice goatee. That's the other thing as well, I just noticed. I never saw that, like, the big Goron has a massive goatee. But yeah, this is the trading sequence, so yeah, here you go. You can do it basically as soon as you get Epona. That's all you need to do. Or wait for the long shot, either way. Because basically the main challenge of that is the thing we did with Grudos Valley. You can't make that jump without Epona or the long shot. Yeah, we are doing good. Yeah, that's 2, and I think I'll talk to him after this just because I want to see if this is enough time. We'll do one other cycle. Alright, here you go. Got it. Alright, so give him the check. Alright, so let's see. Alright, yeah, we got this nice piece of paper. I'm supposed to get a really nice sword for that. That sword is my finest work. Alright, so doing all that, you get this. This is the big Goron sword. It's forged by Master Smith so it won't break. Let me show this. Here's the big Goron sword. It is two-handed though, so you do not get to use your shield when you're running it. But it does do a lot of damage. And also when you do a defense, it's like that. Alright. Okay, so the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go get the Goron tunic because it's on our way to the Forge Temple, and then we're gonna go to the Forge Temple when we finish the Forge Temple. It'll be a joke for you guys. And you know what, I'll show what that is, because I'll say this. When I did get to the point where I got the big Goron sword, I did use it pretty significantly, although there are parts you can't effectively use it, and we'll get to those at the end of the game. There's one part in particular I'm thinking. Well, actually, you know what?
Is it for storyline reasons?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? We're here. Let me do this. No. I was trying to play the song right. It was like, yeah, there you go. This also goes to the perspective, like, sometimes when you get this, you can't bomb the ball, or bomb the area. But yeah, to play the Song of Storms, apparently, I guess it's a fake thing down there as far as, like, the sand or something. Or the dirt. Oh, there's 200 rupees. Yeah, we are set with money then. Although, to be fair, you're right in one case, which is that in some cases, a lot of the stuff that you can pay money for is free. So, you saying I don't use the shops that much makes sense. I mean, you don't have to. You can feasibly go the entire game without doing that. The other thing I do need to do is pull bombs out.
The thing that I'll do is, like early on for things like beans, I'll just go back to the storage unit.
Mm-hmm. Storage unit?
I'll just Hyrule storage, and I'll farm that.
Oh, the room. Okay, Robert, the storage room, right,
yeah,
okay.
But after that, you don't need money anymore, really.
Alright, yeah, he's rolling, so I gotta blow him up. I tried to do what I did before, which is pull the bomb out, run into him, but I was like, well, no, fine.
And that's only because, like, you're spending, like, 1,000.
Mm-hmm. Where'd he go? Oh, he went the other way. Okay, because...
Or whatever it may be, I'm gonna check.
Mm-hmm. For what?
For all the beans.
Oh, right, it's 550 rupees. I think we did the crunch on that. 550.
Yeah, we did do that, yeah.
Okay, got him. Off screen, so yeah, apparently he was... How can you do this to me? You're Ganondorf's servant, aren't you? Hear my name and tremble. I'm Sogs, hero of the Gorons. Alright, yeah, like, who was that? Oh, here he is. Alright, come on. You love me some Gorons there, like, as far as how they are, but alright, fine, here we go. Name's also Sogs? Yeah, so, yeah, somebody else has our name. And it does take as far as your save file name, so whatever your name is, it'll be his name too. Legendary Dodongo, Buster, and Hero. Okay, so this is Daruni's son. Yeah, we do remember him. So yeah, he did like us. That was the perspective, like, us proving we're a man, but him also being really impressed when we did what we needed to do, and saying like, yeah, hey, he loved us so much, or thought we had something to us, he named his progeny after him. Alright, so, it's a cool name. Well, thank you. It was not my name as far as the name of this program. As I mentioned, that was Nikki, who's been in the chat in a couple games, mentioning this should be called Super Old Game Saturday, and that's how it came to be, just to give sense. Give me your autograph. Well, I have a claim check. I don't know if that counts. I guess it's not a good time to ask you for this. That, and I think I don't have, actually, I don't know if Link can write. Have they ever gone into that in any game in the franchise if Link is capable of, like, doing reading right? Fine, I have a sword. It doesn't matter. I can just run shit through if I want. Alright, but he's nervous and crying, so what's going on? You get your souls like Goron crying, we're gonna get that in Majora's Mask. Alright, so what's this dragon we're talking about?
Do they cry like bombs or something?
That would be interesting, as far as if they do that. Actually, he's also shivering. It's kind of like, we'll see in Majora's Mask. Yeah, that would be an interesting concept. Like, well, that goes into, you ever played Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga?
No.
That's the, third game in the Mario RPG line. The plot of that game is that Princess Toadstool, or Princess Peach, has a, spell put on her so that when she starts talking, she just, like, drops bombs out of her mouth. And it's, that is a great game. If you never played Mario and Superstar Saga, that game is awesome. It's actually probably my favorite Mario RPG, or my second favorite after Super Mario RPG, the one we played, which is on the YouTube site, and I loved the play we did on that. Alright, so Vivalgia is the dragon, and in other extended lore of it, and we'll get to this when we do the area we're going to find Vivalgia in, apparently Vivalgia was the pet of Link. There are mangas that adapted this game that go into that. So basically, it's like the idea of like Harry Potter when, you know, Hagrid buys, you know, Fluffy the dog. So it's like the idea of, you know, a pet, but then it's like, oh, something else is a problem. But yeah, I talked to them both ways. You get the other tunics. Yeah, we got all 3 tunics already, and they're free. This is the Goron tunic. When you go into areas that are hot, you do not burn. And when you do that, the doors open. So we're in the volcano last month, briefly, for the Skulltulas. We were gonna die.
You don't have a timer.
You don't have the timer.
Anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. So what we're gonna do now is, oh, wait, is that, okay, no, that's perfect, alright. So now we can go to where we're going to end off, and this will probably take us out for 5 hours. So yeah, I'm liking the way that we played this. And as far as the sculptures are concerned, 47, which is not too bad. We'll pass 50 as is, because I believe you can get them all on the first run through of Forest Temple. All right, so we have to go to the Forest Temple, and we did need the hook shot for the purpose of that. So one other thing I'll do is we're on the way, bust this and go in, or fine, bust that and get 5 rupees. Alright, so, and the other thing was mentioned is, what? Alright, yeah, you probably will be right back, but alright, so what's going on is we're going through the Sacred Forest Meadow, and we have Navi here. Alright, we're going through the narrow passages. It was mentioned that, hey, people can be lost, or creatures can be lost. So we saw, you know, these weird creatures in here. We're gonna run to, okay, yeah, I was just trying to go through that. Yeah, we're running into an enemy that you'll see in a lot of Zelda games. I'll see in just a second. They look really freaky. Right there. Or I'll hit him with the hook shot. Alright, these are moblins. Not moblins. I thought they were moblins as well growing up. I was like, yeah, no, they're moblins. Like goblins, but the big things that will run you through with a lance. So you basically what you gotta do is you gotta sneak up on them or use the Z button and you do a strafe with the hook shot. Or try to anyway. And while his back is turned, just shoot him. Alright, there you go. And this is how we have to get through this area to get to the Forest Temple. And I think you can sort of hit them. I'm trying to think about this. I think you can sort of hit the moblins from a far enough distance, but not always. Oh, whoa! Yeah, I'm just getting myself ran through by the moblins. Yeah, definitely very freaky looking dudes over there with the, what is it? The red eyes. I think I can, okay, I can kind of hit him in the hand, but I missed. But yeah, you wait till he turns back and boom, hit him in the, fine, leg. Anywhere you hit him in the back, it's fine, he'll die. But they get a little harder later because, okay, this is a different path. You know, I think I'm near the end. Okay, no, it's right through here. Okay, no, it's right. It's this way. Cause yeah, you have this water pit here, but then there's a mob one over on the side. Yeah, and that happens all the time. So yeah, just have to wait for him to turn around. He can't see me in the water. He'll only see you if either I'm hanging on the edge like that, or if I'm up that way. So perfect. Just do this, and we go. And I don't think they're sensitive to sounds. And I can just sneak up on them and boom, they're dead. Alright, so next up, we can't avoid these ones. Yeah, they have the, oh, with the fairy fountain?
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, I can get one more. Yeah, we may as well. Yeah, I'm a little low, so we can do that. Yeah, there was a fairy fountain we did see last time, so we may as well have that set. Yeah, this is the easy way if you're gonna, like, go for, like, a no-death perspective, which, unlike Link's Awakening, I don't think there's any difference for going through this game deathless the way there was in that one. That one, there's a separate ending.
Might as well get an extra, essentially 2 fairies.
Yes, or 1. Oh, fine. Well, fine. 1, you're right. 2, well, 1 for me to recover with, 1 for the bottle. By the way, if you have the fairy there, if you, alright, come on. Give me, your healing powers, my friends. Yeah, if you have the fairy bottle, or in the bottle that way, if you lose all your hearts, you'll recover that way. As opposed to getting the game over. Right, we're set. So, next up, we're going into the Forest Temple, and this should take us out to the 5 hours. I think it should probably be fine to do this. And also, here's the other thing. There's all the benefit of me doing the test play, because it did take me a while to run through the Forest Temple, because I had not run through it. Also, they do have a shockwave, so be careful that way. Just kind of go into zigzag that way, and then roll past him. You can also do what I did on the test play, which is try to throw the bomb behind him. But with the Goron sword, big Goron sword, he dies in 2 slices. It's 3 for the Master Sword. Hey, to get some money for killing him. Alright, so... But before we go in, we do have to get a little bit of a plot perspective. So, yeah.
Wait, wasn't there something supposed to be there?
Well, there was, Saria we saw before. And we did... Fine, we know Saria's here because we talked to her right after, you know... Actually, right after we talked to Sheik. In fact, here's Sheik again. And also, you see that little Triforce pedestal over there. When you see one of those, you're going to be getting a warping song. So actually, we couldn't have, you know, done that with the Big Goron quest. I think it doesn't change chimes, memory of younger days. Yeah, talking about, as you mentioned, the idea of, like, the lyrical perspective. And Sheik kind of is a perspective of that. And it makes sense when we go along further. But yeah, we get to play the Minuet of Forest. She pulls out her little, I guess, lute. Or like mini harp or something. Actually, it might be a nod to Link's Awakening now I'm thinking about with Marin. I mean, there's enough nods to Link's Awakening in this game as it is. As well as actually one other thing, because now I can mention that. I forgot to mention it before. A lot of the characters in this game are named after towns in Zelda 2. Particularly Darunia and Saria and Mido. Which is an interesting touch to that. And there's other Zelda 2 stuff we're going to be getting into, particularly when we go 2 temples from now. Alright, so you got the Minuet of Forest. You play that, you'll come back here. See you again. Alright, see you later, my friend. Yeah, that, like the ninja case, Sheik is gonna throw out the smoke ball to get away. Which is fine for us.
As Link's, like, how do you do so much?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we will get answers to that as we go along. But yeah, you do need the hook shot to hit the log there, and in we go. Alright, so this is the Forest Temple. Also, there are the doggies. They're dying. Yeah, in 1 shot. Although, to be fair, you can kill the dogs in 1 shot with the jumping slash of the Master Sword. Or even the other sword. The Kakiri one. Yeah, there's another Skulltula. Actually, we're gonna get all of them in here. Actually, I think we'll hit the 51 that hit on the test. Alright, but yeah, here's the Forest Temple. Yeah, what are your thoughts, on the Forest Temple, as far as I guess as far as like all the temples are going, because this is gonna be where we're going in for all this stuff, like this temple and then 5 other ones, 4 other ones.
One of my favorites.
Okay, do tell. What is your perspective as far as it?
I just like it.
I mean, it has a. Well, I'll tell you the thing about that I really like is that it has this idea of like something being lived in. Because I mean, as you mentioned earlier, it's like we're going into like these natural, I guess, locations for the child dungeon part of it, and you get a small key. That's introduced when we're adults, so you can use that to go through the doors that have the locks on them. But the idea of like you go into these more natural areas, and you kind of see that. But also the idea of like it was kind of things that were built, and the idea of like the history of it, as you mentioned, like the lyrical idea of like the lore. And you're right, and that's here's the thing. Not to say, going back to our discussion earlier on Majora's Mask, that's not to say Majora's Mask doesn't have that kind of, you know, undercurrent and underpinnings to itself. But there is, and I get you this way, there's something very unique about how Ocarina of Time is doing it, and I think you're right, it is sort of a tonal reason as far as how they're doing it, and that is very impressive. And well, then again, as I mentioned, Majora's Mask is impressive for how it's doing it in other ways. So I mean, in that way, I like both games that way, but I also get the sense of like liking one over another. It's like technically there's really, as I mentioned before, it's like when you talk about favorite game in really any franchise, or just comparing these two, like there's kind of really no wrong answer to some degree, honestly. Well, I guess with Zelda you might say the CDI ones, although then again, if you're talking about the CDI games for the purpose of, you know, the hilarity of them, it's like, no, I love them. They're probably the best games in the franchise for that very reason. Just for that, like, hey, they brought so much, you know, hilarity to it. Also, you run into these things. These are bubbles, blue bubbles. Also, yeah, because we don't have the shield there, we can't do much to them. So actually, you know what? We're gonna have to put the big Goron sword away for now, but we'll pull it out again. Okay, we got it this early, so may as well run it. Yeah, you reflect him with the shield and the blue fire goes away. I'm trying to hit him. Or, fine, that's the other thing, is because use the rotation for that to hit him. Alright. In fact, we'll use it right now. Yeah, here's Stalfos. It was mentioned before, it's like the idea is like, okay, yeah, me getting knocked on my back that way. Yeah, what you want to do is you want to wait till they do a, I guess, try to do an attack and either be off in the heads, or, yeah, when they do that, boom, take them down 2 hits. And, you know, for the purpose of showing this off, I'll show what happens when you're running the Master Sword specifically on top of it. So you get a comparison, like, yeah, he died really quickly, although you can also make him die really quickly with this thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll also do that. That can hurt you. Also, the other thing you can do, and I may as well show that, because they're dropping Deku Nuts, you're like, okay, why don't we just use this? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because if you do it while they're doing... When they're doing an attack like that, yeah, you can stun them. And then do a dive. You do get this great battle music, which, honestly, you don't... Okay, we hear it like some of the mini-boss stuff. Okay, it's 3 swipes that way. As far as... Oh, I think I was just doing slashes with the big one. And as you mentioned, there are fairies over there, and there is Box, which I believe is a small key.
Yeah, going back to the layout. For the kid temples, it's like a fight against like the world, nature.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you mentioned that, and I thought that was very interesting. And honestly, I'll tell you,
it has a very Miyazaki feel to it.
Yeah, and I mentioned you'd love Twilight Princess for that very reason, because Twilight Princess definitely goes into that as well, and especially like the nature perspective of the other, of like the creatures, because you're doing a lot of stuff with animals, like the animals of the forest. And as I mentioned, my misgivings with Twilight Princess as far as its design and its pacing, and also the fact that it came out 2 months after Okami, which I think does it way better. I will say, I still do think Twilight Princess is a very good game, and one thing I do really like about it is the fact that, yeah, it's pulling a lot from this game, yes, but there are things that it doesn't. Looking at it, I guess, at it from a distance that way, you do really kind of get that perspective, and it makes it really impressive as far as, like, the world is. Maybe it's just a little too much, in my case, and again, compared to Okami, which had a lot of elements like that, because Okami, you ever play Okami from Capcom and Clover Studios?
I've seen it, you showed it to me.
Yeah, I can't shut the hell up about that game, I think. Well, then again, it's like, that was me when it came out, because, like, that game is awesome. It's basically, like, an action RPG. It's, the people who would go on to make Bayonetta who made that. Or it's, before they were Platinum Games, they were Clover Studios. But, yeah, in that case, you do have, like, the perspective of the wolf, the idea of, like, nature, and I guess corruption as well, because you're trying to get the sense of bringing the world back. Definitely Miyazaki.
Back the world to balance.
Yes, absolutely. And if you've never played Okami, chat, or Proto, I'd recommend it. Actually, you can Okami's on a bunch of things as well. And for Twilight Princess, if you're gonna play Twilight Princess, I think...
Careful.
Yeah, I mean, I can see past... And actually, that goes back to something else we were talking about last month, which is, can you feasibly get away from those things? And the answer is, sort of, and that's how you do that. And there's a gold sculpture over there. We'll get in a little bit.
Wow.
Well, here's the thing also I'll say when I did tests on this. I got, actually, a lot of the keys to start, so I could kind of go through to get to, I guess, far in to get a lot of things. Also, we're going to get a case where you get what should be the final item, actually. semi-early in this. Alright, we got the map.
Yeah, you did unorthodox that one.
But here's the other thing, and that's what I noticed. Actually, I'll say this. So I'm glad we went back to this, or we're playing this game together. But also the idea that I went back to do the test on this, because I hadn't played this dungeon in forever. It's multiple years. But I realized, and this is something I guess interesting on this Zelda specifically, which is that you kind of can, as you said, in a lot of them, kind of go in some ways, and that was brought up when Breath of the Wild came out. The idea that it's a whole open Zelda. And like, but with this one, I'm realizing, hey, a lot of the dungeons are kind of open in terms of what you can do and what paths you can take to some degree. It's like, okay, fine, I'm getting a bunch of the keys as it is, but also it's like, hey, I can do this, I can go this way. So you do have a lot of ways you can go to get to the ultimate destination. It's like, well, the idea is like sometimes you're like, the journey is but the destination, or that's the real perspective that, yeah, if you do that right, you can also get up here, and there's a gold skull over there we can get right now. Though, anyway, there's not much reason to open that box, but hey, so recovery heart, and I'm at full health. Alright, but there we go. Stab him. That is 48, 9? 50. Okay, we're at 50. So, we can go back to the Skulltula house. I don't know if we'll do it tonight, but when we go back there, we do get a, heart piece. And it also, by the way, is the last time we're going to go there until we get all 100. Because that's the last reward they give you before you get all of them. Yeah, we're doing good as far as that, so it's like, yeah, only 2 parts in, we have half of them done. And I do want to thank you for saying, like, get them all. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I never actually did get them all, so I think this is a great experience that way, too. So, as I said, it goes to one other thing, which is that, especially for this Zelda and a lot of the other ones, because of the fact that you can do a lot of different things in them, sometimes like, well, hey, you just want to go through it the first time, you'll miss stuff. But when you come back as well, it's that idea of, you know, kind of just really kind of tearing the game apart a little bit as far as saying, let me look for all these things. And then, as I mentioned, your perspective, because you've gotten all 100 of these before, yes? Okay, yeah, in my case, I didn't, so I was like, well...
Yeah, my challenge is to do it, like, by myself, no guides.
Which...
just by pure...
memory. I mean, which is a fair thing, I mean...
Which is why I'm so critical of you, because that's my understanding.
Well, but then again, you also were taking a guide to this as well. But I mean, look, here's the thing.
Literal, I make a guide for it.
Well, okay, well, let's level as far as the audience this way, which is knock him down. But when it comes to this, I'll say this: for certain games, there's certain games I will know like the back of my hand, and this is sort of one of them, kind of. But there's certain aspects that I don't have completely memorized. So, okay, look, if I'm gonna be looking up a perspective that's like, hey, it'll be running smooth, and it's like even you like remembering off the top of your head, hey, certain things you were finding as far as like heart pieces, sculptures, anything really, it kind of correlates that way.
I probably beat this game at least 5 or 6 times, just casually.
Yeah, no, I get that as well. Oh, I didn't know you'll get through that specifically, because the idea, this is a block puzzle. So any fans of Tomb Raider or Tales of Symphonia are going to be pink feasibly with this. But yeah, you have to push the block over to that area.
Like, I know for instance at the top of the ledge.
Yeah, so well, there you go. I mean, and I'm glad you're bringing that up for this reason, because I'll say this. This is the first Zelda I played, as I mentioned, when we played it for the first part. But at the same time, it's also something that is not necessarily the Zelda I have memorized the most. I think that would be Link's Awakening. In fact, I remember when the remake came out a couple years ago, I bought that on the inspiration of my coworkers who showed me, because they bought it the day it came out. And when they were playing it, I was saying like, hey, I'm trying to find a heart piece for something. It's like, jump in the well for that. I was like, oh, you're right, because he was playing the challenge mode for that they add for that version. And I realized that Link's Awakening is the one I think I have memorized the most. Like, almost everything of that I remember, although maybe also the cases that Link's Awakening is kind of more compacted in, although that's partially because it's a portable game. But still, even that there's certain things about that game that, yeah, never leave in my mind. And I guess it goes to that aspect as well of, you know, how, and as I said, this goes like to the philosophy of the show, which you, Protorov, and all of you in the chat helped me figure out, which was why is gaming important, really? And also this the idea of like, what are these memories we have, and sharing that out. And
and it is you need the arrows essentially. You can shoot it there. It drops a box. I think it's 30 arrows.
You're right. Actually, because I did the test playthrough the other day, so I can validate that.
I don't know if I'm bragging here.
No, because I mean, how many times we mentioned that, hey, you know, like, I never saw this before, me or you or something, whether it's this game or any other game we played. So, I'll tell you, the other one was when we were at the, what is it? Oh, you do also get the nice perspective of the music, which is interesting that way, but, I mean, as you were saying, like, hey, I didn't know that there was that, that heart, in the box when we were in the Deku Tree. It's like, okay, I played this for so many years, but to you, this game is to you what I guess Link's Awakening is to me, as far as, like, that's the Zelda that I have memorized the most, really. And so in this case, like, hey, it's not necessarily bragging that way, it's basically stating that this is a Zelda that, above feasibly every other one.
I have to kind of hold back and just let you...
Well, no, I mean, but here's the other thing.
You miss this, and this.
But at the same time, I'm also not necessarily saying, like, well, no, don't do that, because I'm saying, like, well, wait a minute. It gives that perspective, like, what this all is. But as I said, that was also, like, alright, I want to route this specifically. As it more, it's also just timing.
I'm doing more of a, like, a routing thing, like an efficient routing thing.
Right, I mean, to be fair, here's the thing, is like, I'll say this with, how we're playing this right now, particularly for tonight's part, and a little bit fine. Last month, it was more, I mean, completely loose, because we were just starting, so we didn't have anything else to it. This time, we did have something to it specific. So at that point, like, alright, fine, we have a baseline of what we started last time, and now we're at now. But then the idea of, okay, fine, like the thing with the tunics. You know what, let's put one of them on just to make it look a little unique.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, let's put on the Goron one, and we'll play around with the others. Alright, so yeah, we have the nice red. And the corridor's all twisted, and there's a nice effect as far as the fact that you're going on the twisting corkscrew. Wallmasters? Oh, Christ. And I believe they are like the other some of the other Zeldas where they come down on you and grab you. Crap! Yeah, basically you just wait for the shadow to go and you walk out of the way. They won't hit you, but they will take you back to the beginning of the dungeon, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. I think I should maybe drop you outside the dungeon.
Okay. So I'll avoid that. The other thing I can also do is I can use Din's Fire. Other than a little bit. There are pose and pictures, so we'll do that in a little bit.
You're not gonna kill the pose?
I can't yet.
Oh, wait,
Well, I mean, I don't know if you could reach someone with a hook shot. Also, one other thing I'm gonna do. You're saying we don't ever use this, and this is the Super Gaming Brothers perspective, so I'm doing it too. Hey, I'm not copying that choice, swear to God, I just have it in memoration. But they showed me this, like, or fine, their play showed this, so I said, you know what, let's do this. This, by the way, is Pharaoh's Wind, and hey, gives us an opportunity to show this. What happens when you put that down is that's a warp. And I'll put, you know, let's also pull the Goron sword out. Because here's the thing, there's a hole there, but yeah, the Skulltulas can walk over the hole and over the air, so they're fine that way. It does, but if I fall, say, come on, I can just use the Pharaoh's Wind to warp back here. Because the other thing is that when you use that, you have a warp point, so when I use Pharaoh's Wind again, I can either put a new one down or I can warp to where it is. So if I fall, I can do that. I didn't want to test on this, but come on. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I almost had that happen. So fine, he did the jump. Yeah, it does come down now, but we're not quite done. Alright, so in that case, it did run in fine. I just made it look a little more, you know, nerve-wracking. So I was like, okay, fine, that's the idea of... And this is also why, as I mentioned, like, why I do this. It's a live case as opposed to, like, uploading videos or something to a YouTube site. Like, I kind of like the idea of maybe being off of a, not having a safety net.
That was a unique fight.
You want to, or that's another one potentially for the thumbnail case as well.
You stabbed him in, like, with the handle.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, just knock him with the handle. That shit hurts. If you've ever gotten the perspective, like, running a sword, like, that handle can hurt something. You probably give him, like, a
I'm
concussion.
surprised he actually got hit by that.
Yeah.
Not only that, but you, like, swinged, like, awkwardly and somehow...
Yeah, it made the hit.
And somehow they didn't hit you, even though they were, like, right on top of you.
I'm gonna love to go back to the raw footage on that. And as I said, I'll give you a copy of the raw footage of this. But I love that too. Like, sometimes you see weird things to that, and like, hey, that was cool. So that was the other reason why I do it. By the way, by doing this, we get very nice item. We got the fairy bow. because we can't use our slingshot anymore. But we can use this. It's a little better. All right, so there. Okay, and there is the Pharaoh's Wind. In fact, you know what? I'll show one thing with this. Well, what I'll do is I'm gonna go in here because you mentioned the idea of the pose in the picture.
Yep.
That's the whole point of this dungeon, because you saw at the beginning of it, there's that pedestal there at the front of the main hall. And you have to sneak up on the photos that way, or the art, that otherwise they'll do that laugh and they'll go away. You have to get through all 4 of these, or kill all 4 of the Poe sisters in order to get to the center.
What was the origins of their names or their backstories?
I was gonna bring that up to you because it goes.
I don't remember offhand.
Why I do, and it goes to something actually personal to 2 of us. I'll tell you. And I will show also when we do the fights for all of them what their names are. Actually, with the big Goron sword, this is gonna go way quicker than when the test play. All right, so let me do a lock on to her. This is Beth. All right, the origins. Thank you for bringing that up. The origin of this, and this is gonna be familiar to you. You think, oh, really? Oh, but it is. Remember? Yes. Well, yes, you. Remember Little Women, the Louise Mary Alcott novel, and the adaptation film? Oh, fine. There's multiple adaptations of that movie. You saw, and I saw as well, the adaptation from 2019, which was directed by Greta Gerwig, who made Lady Bird. And there was an interesting case where I'm one of the few people who did not love that movie. Unlike, and you liked it more than I did, whereas in my case, I went nuts on Lady Bird. If you've never seen Lady Bird, I recommend it heavily. But then, paradoxically, I'd recommend the Little Women film. The point is, like, hey, the names of the sisters in that source material are named after the Poe sisters here. So that is the original.
Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Okay.
I know for a fact that's what they're named after. And we'll see all of them. So we saw Beth here.
That just feels like an odd choice.
Well, I mean, as I mentioned, the idea of Zelda, potentially the name of her being the wife of F. Scott Fitzgerald. So, as you mentioned, and you were saying, is that the Youngblood channel that did this masterclass of subtext, I think it's another case of that when you really think about the idea of, it's kind of these small things, but I do think
It
that...
just seems like an odd choice for a Japanese developer to make something that's iconic for another country.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, you also sometimes have it the other way as well. Actually, all right, fine. I didn't show off that with the Pharaoh's Wind, so you know what? Fine, I'll do this. I'll just show what happens with this, and then at that point, I don't think we really need to use it that much, except for now. All right, so you cast again. I can go to the warp points out the door, so we're not walking out the door. We're just going to go transport. And here we are again. And it goes away, by the way. So if you want to put another warp point down, you have to do it again. But, yeah, I mean, you're right about that. I mean... I'm trying to think this with Zelda as far as a franchise. Okay, and, alright, the other, Poe sisters in here. I'm trying to think of what other things they're referencing as...
In other words, how does it fit with the Zelda lore?
Well, I mean, I guess that's not a wrong point either, because...
Or is it just... Like, I'm assuming that there's some connection they wanted to draw.
Well, that, or, I mean, you bring up a good point that way, too, because you have some cases where, well, they'll do a translation of a game, and they would have a reference to that where it was not intended, and I know a lot of Mega Man X fans want to kill me whenever I say this, but the idea of, in Mega Man X7, you have Axel, who's named in that, and the perspective is supposed... The thought is it's supposed to be Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses as a reference, but it's like, no, it's not, because A, they don't like Guns N' Roses, B, they hate Axl Rose, and that's not a wrong attitude, because he's kind of an asshole with all due respect, despite the fact he makes great music. There's another argument. I'll get into certain aspects of that when we do Mega Man Legends for Part 2 in a few weeks, but also the idea that, oh, it's supposed to be Accelerate. But then again, with that case, is that there are already tons of references to Mega Man X, or Guns N' Roses in Mega Man X games, although one of those is admittingly something they added.
How are you not hitting him?
For her. By the way, you think that is Jolie. Because yeah, when she does this... Yeah, I'm getting bad luck. Oh, the other thing I probably should do is what I did in the test playthrough is pull the bow and shoot her. Or miss. Yeah, surprisingly easy to miss. So, you know, I'll try that. I think the idea is like I wasn't timing that, but just to go back to the thing with Mega Man X5, at some point we'll go on that when we went that. That was a case where they're right. They added the Guns N' Roses referencing because of the English translation, where it was not that way in the Japanese one. Although, then you had specific ones from the Japanese that were canonical to Mega Man X3, when we play that one. songs sounding like Guns N' Roses songs. So that, and music was a big part of Mega Man, as it was. Even that, where with the first Mega Man game, the music of Elect Man is actually themed after Faithfully by Journey. So that's another case of that, but you're right. With this one, from what I understand, though, this is not something where I don't think they, like, added that in translation. It wasn't intended that way. I know they did say that that was the intention, although why? I don't know the why, but I do know that it is specifically a nod to Little Women. Although, honestly, now I'm thinking about it, maybe the reason for that is, I don't know, I mean, maybe... Chat, feel free to jump in on this if you have any perspective what you're thinking on that. Oh, no, I gotta pull the shield out again. And since I'm doing that, I'm gonna pull the Zora tunic just for variety's sake. And that is, I would think maybe, I mean, I'm trying to think about, because the thing with Little Women is that Little Women is also said during the Civil War. That's not a perspective to this one. I mean, even the idea of, like, the underpinnings of the Civil War are not really referencing in this game. Majora's Mask sorta does that a little. Well, not completely, but yeah, it's weird that way. We'll get that when we do Majora's Mask. But, well, I mean, here's maybe the other thing is, like, the idea of, like, this old-time world, and maybe that's the idea of it, perhaps. Alright, by the way.
Also already.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever you see that chest with the nice, gold and blue on it, that is the boss key. And you do get it early in this, dungeon, by the way.
Okay.
So that is intended, so... And you do have to fall down here in order to go down. When I was doing test playthrough, I was wandering around forgetting, oh, I have to go that way. So I actually wasted a lot of time, but it's a test play. So at that point, I now know what I'm supposed to be doing.
This is not a hard temple at all.
Yeah, I mean, also the other things I mentioned.
Pretty straightforward.
I also mentioned I had not done it in a while, so... I didn't have much practice to it, and that's been interesting when we do Majora's Mask, because it's been forever since I've beaten Majora's Mask right in the mouth. Or actually, it's looking like, you know, up close and personal in the mouth. I'm thinking of how Skyward Sword did it. We have to aim the sword specifically. Shit! Okay, yeah, unfortunately, that's also what happens because the auto jump. Alright, so fine, we're going back anyway, but that's fine. But yeah, as I was gonna say,
But yeah, like, I think this is one of my favorite temples just for, like, theorizing, like, what could the potential backstory be.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess the idea would be what?
And how does it fit in the world?
Yeah.
It's very open to interpretation.
I mean, yeah, and you're right about one thing. We talked about this off camera. We can say this now as well. I think you can kind of put the whole game to that, really, when you think about it. And as we mentioned, also, even with Majora's Mask, which is how does Ocarina of Time connect to Majora's Mask? A lot of that is also up for interpretation too. So in that case, you're right, and that's an interesting thing about this one. As I said, not to say the other Zelda games don't have that, but there's something very unique about how Ocarina of Time was doing that. And also, as you mentioned, for 1998, thinking that, well...
And I like the idea of the like, elementally bound, like, races.
Yeah, and,
it feels very, to put it, from more of a Western standpoint, it feels like a very Jungian, psychology type perspective.
yeah, Carl Jung.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's a great observation. Hey, how many other shows are going to be going into that for Zelda Ocarina of Time? And you were right, 30 Arrows.
Maybe like... Oh yeah, 30 Arrows, yeah.
Yeah, what you were saying?
Yeah, like, from an Eastern standpoint, you know, you would say, oh, it's Shinto.
Well, that's...
Based on Shinto, ethics and morality, if you want to call it that.
Uh-huh.
But then from the Western side, it's just, you have personality archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's the hothead, maybe that can fire.
Right.
Or so forth. And so they have sort of a deification of these, like, personalities, or, you know, you name it.
No, yeah, and I love that. I love the fact that, you know...
So they, like, materialize these ideas in terms of, like, a boss, or a temple, or, you know, or something.
Yeah, and...
So everything is very revered.
Right, and you're right about that. And just said, Chad, this is why I want Protorov on this game particularly. A, he loves it. B, he called dibs on it. And C, because I know he has enough of a fandom to it, and he wants to think it through this. And I love that. I love that so much. And thank you very much for providing that. As I said, it's unique how we're playing this.
If I caught him Before he was running around the Temple of Time, I would have told him to stop running the Temple of Time.
Who would that be?
You.
Oh, as I said, we have to go back there anyway, so we'll still see it. I mean, as I said, it's like, also I'm gonna go get the one Skulltulas
I very
over
much
here.
ritualize. I used to have a, what do you call it, like a superstition.
Actually, well, the other thing also is that feasibly, if you want to go into it now, I could superimpose a picture of the Temple of Time to go to what you're talking about when I do the edit on this in a couple of days. Or we can do it when we go back there, because we do have to, or we especially want to, oh no, we do have to go back there after this dungeon, although, and honestly, you know, given how it's going as far as, like, the way we're running this, we might be able to do this. Also, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with the, yeah, we're going to kill it with fire. Shit! Oh, I don't. Oh shit! I don't have enough magic. All right, fine. We're gonna kill it with something else. We're gonna kill it with the big one sword. Oh, whoa! It's going green. What's going on with that? Oh, it's just going.
Well, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, when I was doing the test play. All right, fine. Let's show this off. There we go.
There we go.
You know, I did the test playthrough. I did the rotation of the stick and hit the B button to do the thing right away to kill all three. But yeah, what you're saying about the green take them? I think they're attack state, I guess. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, in this case, yeah, we do have some magic.
But yeah, I just like the theme. I just like the theme of the concept.
And, no, but you're right to that. And I think because here's the thing: there are a lot of people who will say that this is the best game in the entire franchise, and I get that. Also, by the way, yes, stick him to the wall. I love doing that with the fairy bow. Yeah, it might be small, but packs a punch.
Once you get the bow,
things are dying.
Yeah, I like how generally, like every item is overpowered for its area.
I mean, I guess that way it does give you a perspective. Like, yeah, you know, like we're getting our strength increased on top of that.
So, like, in some games, like you get an item that's an incremental increase. Like, let's say in RPG, you get a slightly better item. It doesn't have much effect in the game. Versus like this, you have a substantial mechanical item, so it fits into the theme very well.
Yeah.
You know, you have, like I mentioned, the psychology or the, personality, whatever. Then up to there's this revered item.
Yeah.
So it's like the concept is materialized in terms of the dungeon and in terms of here's this item to symbolize, whether it be a bow, a fish in terms of
Jabba.
Yeah, Jabba, like the hero or the deity worship. But everything like has a purpose in its own domain.
Right.
Everything has a place, and so it's like preserving the order.
And there's something to be said about that. I mean, especially, well, fine, with this entire franchise generally, but especially with this one, it's like, yeah, everything having a piece. I love that you mentioned that, because in a lot of ways, sometimes you get the sense of many games, regardless of what they might be, even maybe some of the Zelda games, maybe you get the sense of, and maybe this is my take on why I'm not huge in Twilight Princess, but it's that the idea of, like, especially for this one, because everything has, it's one of those games that you look at, you kind of sit back, take a look at it, and you kind of realize, as you mentioned, everything has a piece. It seems like every part of it was specifically thought of, whether it was actually that way or not. It feels like it's going that deep that way.
In terms of like the writing, like I wish they would have gone a little more, like they would have leaned into it a little more. I guess my gripe is I guess isn't per se bad, but like I wish they wouldn't like downplay you as a kid as much.
Okay, so you think that kind of
But I understand where they come. They come with that. It juxtaposes you as a kid versus you as an adult.
Right. Actually, one thing else you can do. Keep going.
So it does make sense in terms of the world, but just there's a total difference
and then also, but I wish they'd play up on the flowery language, like when sheep comes in.
Right.
I wish they would expand on that, those ideas a little more. So a little more dialogue with the sub characters and so forth.
I mean, there's something to be said about that too.
Instead of just saying, "Here's this idea, make of it what you may."
No, I mean, that is an interesting idea. Like, we talked about this also, which is that when this was 1998, this game came out, and there's another game that we played for the show on your recommendation, Metal Gear Solid, which also kind of goes into certain aspects of that, like perspectives, like I guess the perspective of self, the idea of nuclear proliferation in the case of that game, amongst other things. Also, okay, forgot, because what I gotta do is I need to hit the eye again and flip this around. Because there are two locked doors in the next area that I have to go through. This is kind of what I was doing on the test, but I get that as well. I mean, the one thing I guess also potentially counter that is also saying, like, well, okay, fine, maybe there's not necessarily a defense to that, like, the idea, like, okay, fine, a game from 1998, how deep could it go? But then again, as you said, it's going deep already when you really think about it. And I guess there's a question that
it's just like some of the languages. It's like, you know, first you have just straight English, and you're like, okay, it's a game. You know, they're gonna say, you know, funny things occasionally.
Yeah.
It's like filler text.
Would you say that there's but
then when like she comes in at, like, you know, like important points, it's like, wait a second, now this is all like really philosophical.
So it seems like, it doesn't seem like it's prepared for maybe something else.
It just, it's, I don't know if there's just like this polar flip going. It's like you get drawn to this because the writing style is very different. But unfortunately, it's very sparse.
Right.
But when you see it, you'll sort of like, you know it, it'll stick with you. So, just the striking difference, it draws it to that because the writing is just so much different. But then at the same time, like, if they had all the writings that way, the key ideas wouldn't be as impactful. But then I wish they'd also expand on that. So it's like they don't need to draw attention to this as much, but they need to expand on that idea and make it a full thought out concept, instead of leave it as a more of a metaphor. Like they could have, without losing the subtlety, they could have expanded on it and still left it open-ended.
Okay, my question about
the balance between the two.
Okay, by the way, one thing I do, I'll have a question actually to kind of follow that. One thing I'm going to do is we do have to hit that, and you basically have to aim the arrow into the fire so it hits that.
So we're basically making fire arrows.
Yeah, we'll get to that later for sure. And you don't have to hit the eye specifically in order to make that go. But I want to go back to your point then.
Okay.
What would you say is a game, whether it's Zelda or something else, that does what you're talking about as far as...
I don't really know.
Or something that you can think off the top of your head, because I know, just to give a little bit of a background as far as with Proto's perspective or forte as far as certain games are concerned, you're heavy, is it fair to say, like, you're heavy into RPGs?
Yeah.
And, well, fine, we were, as I mentioned, like, last night him and I were going through, like, a stack of stuff he has on the PlayStation. Specifically, we're looking at Legend of Legaia for PlayStation, as well as one I know we're going to do eventually, which is when our Silver Star story complete. And, by the way, you know what, I can show this as well. But with those, I mean, especially Legend of Legaia, which I never played, I was getting the sense of, in some ways, kind of doing what you're saying that you wanted more out of this game for. And there's Pierre, by the way. So yeah, when he appears, we can pull that out.
I think that was the it was the music for me. It wasn't, obviously the dungeon crawling and so forth is great.
Of which game?
This game.
Oh, this one. Okay.
And it's a good solid game. But what stuck with me is kind of the symbolism and the just. And the writing, just a subtle writing, and then with that, it's just like, wait a second, maybe there's something a little more to this game,
right?
Than just a surface
Oh, there clearly is. I think you're emphasizing exactly. By the way, yeah, you gotta be careful here. I think that is that one to kill if you get crushed by the floor or crushed by the ceiling.
I think you lose maybe a few hearts, but yeah, don't get crushed.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to.
You have to know where it is.
The other thing is you wait for it to do that and
So
then you go
2
over.
grids, 2 spaces,
Or just say, you know what,
or
fuck
you
it.
just run.
Yeah, run. Well, because I know that there, wherever you see.
And there should be one more.
Yeah, there's one over there by the chest. Also, you can't go in first person, by the way, here. So yeah. And that's interesting how they handle that. Oh shit.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Kill him first.
That being said, or separate. Maybe more arrows. All right. So in that case, like, there's that perspective. Which is definitely interesting in that case. Alright, so this is the next one of the Post Sisters.
This is the block one.
This is the block puzzle, yes. What you gotta do is you have to push them together in a minute. And the middle one is a fake, so don't push that around. Or push that out of the way.
But yeah, I was wondering in terms of like another I guess concept. It's like the hole is greater than the sum of its parts.
I mean,
And
that's true.
so for any art media, like I always wonder like what is the purpose of the say this beginning? Like I could look at it and say it's a simple puzzle.
Like this.
And you know maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. You know maybe they just decided, or maybe they had some sort of idea that they were trying to incorporate.
Yeah.
And so, like, I try to find whether it's both my own interpretation or it's actually intended as sort of a hidden meaning.
Would you say that this is feasibly the Zelda game that does that the best, you think, as far as, like, giving that perspective? Or would you say there's another one?
I don't know.
I guess of the ones you played.
I just...
It's one of those things that maybe you know when you see it. Is that also
I mean, it's one of those... just some of the writing that just stuck into my brain. What is this?
But that also makes it fascinating that way, and as I said,
and
probably
I would
why
say
it's
probably
endured.
this temple and the water temple.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to the water temple, probably next month, I think.
Are probably, I think they're most ones.
And we'll, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this. I mean, just on the back of, like, the discussion we're having on this temple alone, I mean, I'm really loving that respect. Oh, wait, I didn't show who this was, so let's target her. Yeah, it's Amy.
Those are all from
Little Women.
Yeah. So you don't think that's a coincidence?
It's not a coincidence. They've it's not a coincidence. Although, yeah, as I said, you're right. Like the why. I'll look as far as that. I'll put in that as far as like a perspective of the why, or also like article pointing that, because I mentioned sometimes we'll do that. Like I'll point to like links in the description either for like another video that goes into something. I'll reference the Youngblood masterclass or masterclass in subtext for this game, which is a great find by the way on your part for this game. And then
kind of what I'm referencing, really.
Well, there's that, but I mean, that's true, but I mean, at the same time, like, hey, it's one thing for you to say, like, okay, I'm referencing that, but another thing to say, like, no, I'm looking at this and I'm really seeing that, you know, I see this way, or it's that when we did Kingdom Hearts, or finished that last week, I said, that was Elect versus game in the sense of A, he requested it, and B, the idea of, this is what this game is to him. He said, specifically it's something he had personal connections with his family that way, and also the perspective of the fact that it got him into RPGs, but the idea, like, seeing these deeper things to it, saying, like, he was tying that to the death of his aunt in particular, and he was saying, like, it was a great case of that, and I love that he was kind of going open that way. And so, same with this game, with you doing that way, and I love it. Thank you. So I appreciate it very much.
Like, even this, the ghost,
Uh-huh.
notice that besides the, just whatever's living here, just the inhabitants of, essentially this, decrepit temple, long rotten, temple that basically only Saria visits for unknown reasons, I would say.
Right, yeah, absolutely. By the way, just to give a sense of what you're looking for here is you want to look for the one that spins. So yeah,
You just use Din's Fire? You don't have much mana, but...
I think I have enough to roll. Let's try it. That's the other thing, like, we're always willing to try that.
I was wondering, like, besides the general inhabitants of this, like, what are these ghosts, and are these, like, flames, are those, like, graves?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, why are there pictures?
Right.
What's the point of that?
Well, the other thing is that we'll see...
Besides just a general game mechanic.
we'll see this when we get to the boss here, but I mean, in some ways, there's like the perspective. The way I always sometimes took this is that it almost looks like a museum, almost, and like the idea of, and this might be the explanation of the Little Women referencing in this, which is the idea that, okay, Little Women is seen as like a work of art, and this game clearly is as well. We're emphasizing that above anything else, not just the fact that, hey, we like this game, but I mean, almost the idea, like, that's kind of what it is, the idea that it's like it's an old temple, but also the idea, like, it's almost like an old museum, like, referencing of, I guess, I don't know, the culture of Hyrule, feasibly.
It has a very, it has a central, I guess there's a central, like, not like a central, like, living room, so we say, not living room.
Yeah, well, no, it is, you're right, because, like, hey, we're in the central hall,
yeah.
and we're stabbed with the wall. By the way, I mean, it's fire didn't do it, so, yeah, we just stabbed with either, I think you slice her feasibly, or just use the, arrows.
Like, it has a central room, and it splits off to essentially more narrow, shall we say, private corridors.
Yeah, which is what we have in here, and I guess the other thing is, like, maybe the museum take, like, why I said that, it almost looks like something, like, you'd put, like, a vase or something in, as far as, like, something from an ancient civilization. And by the way, yeah, you kill all 4 of the, post sisters this way.
This would literally be a vault.
Yeah, literally vault that way. So, yeah, well, hey, you're right, it is locked up, so that's the idea. Okay, what we need to do is, we need to basically push this to open all of the doors there, because you have to hit the buttons, and also there's a sculpture here. And I think I got all of them, didn't I? I think I did. Yeah, because I got the 2 on the wall. Yeah, I got them all, I think. Well, we'll find out when we get it, because you basically...
That would make my... That would make things easier, because then I'll have to figure out which ones you missed.
There's only 4 here, I know that for a fact. You can get them all on your first visit, so... I think so, because we got the one on the wall, yeah, the one at the start, and then the one on the wall there. Yeah, we have them all. We just, after we go through this, we'll be set that way. I just need to find where the next one is. Yeah, you basically just push this, as you mentioned, it's like a vault, and you're basically doing a puzzle to, or fine,
yeah,
pretty much like opening
I can
safe.
see from the architecture, I can see the museum.
More the boss room in particular, we'll see that.
Sort of like a museum of like lost cultures or lost times.
Which would make sense. I mean, that might also be the Little Women thing, which is like that is of a far off time from the 19th century, as it is. And well, there's the stuff there. But I do want to pull out the hook shot because, like, wait a second, I have this out, but I need to do this. All right. And we'll see. I think that's the last one. Yeah, it is. Perfect. And we have, let me take a look at my count. Actually, I have more than I had on the test playthrough. Okay, great, awesome. So that's 52. Yeah, you keep doing this, as mentioned, just to go through, to hit all the switches so we get to the boss room. There's 4. Oh, there's 5? Okay. And I did also, by the way, just to give a perspective to you, I do have written down on there specifically, like, how many were there on the numbers, as far as, like, each area. And since we do have the mark for that. Yeah, on that because you could probably put, like, an X next to, like, the actual area. Alright, so, yeah, and as mentioned, this is what we're going to see as far as the boss, because we do have... It does almost look like a museum in the sense of, yeah, look at this. I do love, like, the color palette here as well. It's like, yeah, we're seeing this, you know, sort of mysterious perspective of, yeah, you know, look at all these paintings around here in surrounding perspective. You see the blue of us wearing this that way. But yeah, you know what? I don't like museums, so we're gonna leave. Yeah, but the museum doesn't like that. Or call back to the beginning of the game again. So there we go.
Yeah, they have that as a, like, motif.
And there's a reason for that, especially to see at the end of this boss. This is Ganon, by the way. Yeah, there you go. That's how you tell. Zeal spirit from beyond the grave, and he can float with his horse. So here's how this works. He jumps in the painting. Yeah, or yeah, beyond. If I mean, yeah, either way. But you're right. Actually, that. Okay, so what you want to do with him is you want to wait. Not pay attention to where he's going. You also want to look at. So he'll run out from multiple photos. You basically pay attention when he comes out. Shoot him with an arrow. You can also hit him with the hook shot if you don't have arrows. Sometimes it's hard to do this, especially if you run hook shot, because you could do this with the hook shot, but it's not easy. What you want to do is you want to take a look and basically not be in that mode, so that, because he'll run to a case where he'll... He'll turn around and he'll do that one because he'll have one that's a fake. And it also goes to the perspective of what you were saying last month, or I was saying last month too, is that the Super Mario 64 perspective with the paintings. And they were developing both these games at the same time to get the perspective. There they are, they're both there. So yeah, one turns around, the one will come out and hit us. You can only hit him one, by the way. Alright, and when he's done that way, he can, you know, come out. So he'll float around, and he'll have his little staff here. He'll get the energy ball out. Yeah. Get hit by it, in my case, is what happens. What you want to do is you want to knock it back. It's actually not easy to do this. If you do the stab, it oftentimes goes off in a different direction. But yeah, in that case, okay. Yeah, we just went past it.
I think this is a point where you actually want to do
the best sword.
Yeah.
I'll try to see if I can't do it. Okay, so I think you got a point there. It's like, hey, wait a second, the ranging of this. And this is something also you'll see in a lot of the Zelda games. I think this is the first Zelda game we saw this, the energy tennis.
Yeah, I was of the impression you had longer reach.
And I do.
But, last time I played it, that was, okay.
No, you're gonna say, don't use that to stop, it's fine, you can keep going.
Basically, I found it was a lot easier to get the timing down with the Master Sword.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair enough.
The Throwing Sword, even though the Throwing Sword, you have, in theory, you should have longer reach.
But you're right as far as like that, because I'm noticing that way too.
Chat knows,
it's
just a theory, but I feel like probably mechanically they have the same reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll also look into
the graphics.
Yeah.
So the hitbox is probably the same, even though the graphic is different.
Okay, and by the way, what they're saying there is what you were hinting at before the fight, which is that, yeah, this is a creation that Ganondorf gave as far as this, and like, yeah, to test us to a certain degree. So as you mentioned, yeah, he does sort of have a weird sense of respect to us to a certain degree. So we're gonna walk in here and we're good. Actually, we do have 20 minutes to that, so I guess we kind of got through this a little faster.
That was 20 minutes?
Well, no, we had 20 minutes left, I should say. The show for 5 hours. Yeah, that was not 20 minutes, that was way longer. But I loved how that went, and thank you very much for your eloquence as far as the explanation of your read on this game, other reads on it as far as it, and then the depth of what does the Forest Temple end fitting, because you said this is one of your favorite temples in the game. And as we mentioned, Saria, yeah, we were looking for her. Yeah, she's here. She is the Sage of the Forest Temple. So there you go.
Yeah, I wish the Sages had more of an impact, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean...
But I guess in terms of story, it's like they couldn't really help because you had to sort of unlock.
Yeah, I mean, they'll sort of go in a little bit, but I know what you're saying, the idea of like, hey, for example, I guess with her, the idea that you have like maybe elemental powers, perhaps?
It's like their powers derive from the temple. And it's
right.
So if the temple is like corrupted, then, you know, they can't really do much.
And I guess the tragedy here as well, which is the idea that, you know, Saria and I are deep friends from childhood, but the idea is that our destiny says we can't live in the same world as far as that. But, as I said, she still has her back as it is, and you can still do the call for her with the Ocarina now, regardless of how that is. Yeah, she'll, take care of things. It is fitting that, you know, she's the one to protect it, and, we're gonna do this coin flip. And I do love this, just timing itself in my case, like, flip the coin. There you go. There you go. That nice, you know, chime to that, or nice fanfare of completing the temple.
Banjo's great.
It's great. It gives that idea of like, yeah, you feel the accomplishment, you feel the, you know, weight, at least for sure, as we went over. Okay, so yeah, Saria awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. Power of friendship and power of, I guess, deepness of that. She'll always be our friend. Absolutely.
And it's subtle things like that. They don't need to. It feels like it's obvious, but it's nice that they state that.
Yeah, and Dolly Finn agrees.
Just to rehash like the themes.
Yeah, no, Dolly Finn agrees with you. Nice. Yeah, I agree with that, Dolly Finn. So there you go. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, we are outside. We see the sprout. Yeah, no, Link doesn't know how to take that. Alright, this is also going to go to something you hinted at last month, but alright. So this is the Deku Tree Sprout. this kind of connects to Wind Waker when we get to that one a little bit, and especially also to Breath of the Wild. Well, again, that's far off. Okay, so Saria and I broke the curse on the Forest Temple, and technically the Deku Tree Sprout is not wrong. Saria did help, because hey, she's the sage over there. We're growing with flourish, and we are in front of the other Deku Tree, so yeah, the other one's dead, so here is the next one. Have you seen your old friends? None of them seem to recognize you with your grown-up body, did they? Well, Mido didn't. I mean, Saria did. But then we have the deep connection that way.
Yeah.
That's because the Kokiri never grow up. Even after 7 years, they're still children. Or, they look like children. So, yeah, we went over that last month. But, of course, the question is, like, how did we leave the Forest? We should have died if that was the case, right? And, the Deku Tree Sprout's gonna explain.
They finally explained this.
Well, yeah, I mean, although, to be fair, we're kind of getting this quicker. Yeah, we're not Kokiri. We're a Hylian. And that goes to the other aspects of the franchise as far as Zelda. I don't know if they necessarily keep that secret, though. Although I believe, I'm not sure. Chat, correct me on this is not right.
It's canon that you're always Hylian, right?
I think so. I don't remember. Chat, remind me if this is not right, or I'll put an edit in. I believe that this is the first game in the franchise to indicate that. I think, although feasibly, at this point, there were only about 5 games of the franchise at this point. Oh, well, fine. 8 if you count the 3 on CDI.
Also, why does the young Deku Tree reveal this?
That's a good question. Let's think about that.
Like, I'm thinking someone, quote, I don't know, more, I hate to say important, or impactful should be the one revealing it to you.
And as I mentioned, I said, we'll see that version of the Deku Tree when we get to The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, which takes place way, 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 way after this. But then again, Wind Waker was not going to be out for like another 5 years. I don't know if Nintendo even had the thought of like they're going to do that with it yet when this game came out, when they're making this. But if I were to guess, if I was to do the read on this, I would say it would probably be because of God, what else? God, what was I thinking? Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me see something.
And I can see what Gemini's thinking.
Oh, yeah, Gemini 96 saying, I always thought it was random. That's true. I mean, if I were to guess, I would think that maybe the fact that Saria awakened the Forest Temple, and I guess it was pretty much this...
It's kind of like the forest will regrow itself.
The forest will regrow itself, but also I guess the idea of, like, the Deku Tree, because the Deku Tree's petrified. More now than even before. So I think maybe that idea, like, the cyclical nature, you're right.
Yeah, it's kind of like, there's a happy end to this.
Yeah, or there will be at least, as long as we keep going on our journey. So yeah, we were bound to leave the forest, and I guess feasibly even Saria had his perspective with that as well. So we learn our destiny this way, and we gotta do what we gotta do. Save the land of Hyrule. Now, gotta go break the curses on the temples as we know, and return peace to Hyrule, and we definitely will do that. Alright, and yeah, we could definitely show this, because yeah, when you're an adult and you come back here with the Great Deku Tree, there's the light, which kind of faded away, or... I mean, there's the limitations of the graphics there, just kind of popping out. I didn't even notice they did that, so... Alright, there you go. As I said, this game is pushing what Nintendo 64 could do to a certain extent, although I've heard people saying, like, no, they don't agree with that. They're saying, like, yeah, okay, I'll not say this is the best looking game in the system, but at the same time, the artistry as well stands out that way as well. I mean, what would you say, probably, Drews?
It suffices.
Yeah, I mean...
I think it's fine for its time.
I guess here's my question. What would you say is, like, the best looking game on the system? If you were to, like, put to that.
For the time period?
No, for the system, flat out.
Or for N64. Yikes, I don't know.
To me, well, artistically, these are very impressive that way.
I would say there's really no 64 game that just really stands out. Chat, help me.
No, I'll say one, and it's a game you and I are going to do together. And if you're okay with this, I want to do the co-op when we run that. Perfect Dark. Although Perfect Dark also is a case of its tech pushing the console. But then again, like, yeah, as far as that, I mean, you could also feasibly say, well, actually, a game we're going to do in October.
It's pretty late in the system, number one, and number two, I'd say, the graphics are fine, but it's not, like, considering it had, it was much later on.
A little later on.
It wasn't substantially better.
I mean, I guess also it comes to another perspective. It was like difference of genre A, and also I guess difference. And you're right, time case. Although not that far after this, because it was only like about a year and a half between this one and that one. And feasibly Majora's Mask. We'll get to Majora's Mask because Majora's Mask is a case where they ran the expansion pack to run that. In fact, you need the expansion pack to play it flat out. It's one of only 2 games in the system that, if you don't have it, it's totally unplayable. But, to that, I mean, so I get that idea, but I'm just saying, like, as far as, like, the perspective, like, yeah, Chad, if you, like, have perspectives, like, what your favorite thing is, and we mentioned this also because at some point I'm going to fulfill, your request on F-Zero X, which is a game where it doesn't look that great visually speaking, but it also runs at 60 FPS, so in that case, it's really impressive that way.
Racing game?
Yeah, you ever played F-Zero X?
I think I have.
Yeah, that is an awesome game, and that's definitely the one we're going to be starting off when we're doing F-Zero on this channel. Alright, but we got the 50 or 52, so what you do is you go to, got all the kitties.
Nice.
Curse has been broken. Here's the reward, and it is a heart piece. Now we collected 3, so we got 1 more and we'll set.
Already.
Yeah, 52, and by the way, just to give a sense, is we're not going to be back here
100, right?
until we get 100, because what happens is that you get rewards each 10 up to 50, but after 50 you don't get any more, so when we get 100, we'll get another reward, and it'll be of quite use. Actually, you know what we'll do now is, I'm trying to think of what we should do that we have not done. Okay, we'll wait long shot to do the thing with, okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. Just play the Sun Song. We'll do 2 things. We'll go get one of the bow upgrades. You can get one here. And then we'll also go back to Temple Time. And you can then say to us specifically what was it that, you know, that, we can do the referencing on Temple Time. It's like, hey, I went through that too fast. Which is fine now. Like, we'll end there.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna go to the archery range. Now, we went here last time with the, not bow. And this is a game for adults, and we have our bow we're gonna use as opposed to last time we had our slingshot. Same deal as before as far as shooting the rupees. You get all 10, you get a prize. If you get 8 or 9, you get to try again free. It's the same patterns as far as like where the rupees come from as before, from the kid perspective, but they randomize how they come out. Sorry, here we go. You still get 15 arrow shots. So yeah, that case, yeah, that's the 2 rupees there. They give that right away. I'm just hoping on this one if I can get better luck on. Okay, no, because they randomize as I mentioned. So you have to pretty much be ready for anything. And that's what makes this harder.
Oh, this one's randomized?
Yes, for as adults randomized. Yeah, because the pattern was set first try, perfect, awesome. Unlike last month, although even then we were all set. There you go. Hey, I'll scroll up. Link real man. Hashtag link real man. We did it. All right, you get the big credit for doing that. By the way, you can come here before you get the bow. They give you a rental.
And that one's harder. Because
yeah.
you said it's randomized, right?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, I know what the patterns were. It's just that, like,
Yeah,
when you see...
You were just rusty at first.
I was rusty at first, but also I think in that case it was also... For this, it was like, as long as you stay in the center of the board there, basically at that point, then you'll be able to be ready for, like, the tough ones, which are the ones going to the left and the right with the 2 red ones, and then the one that jumps, which is always the hardest for me. Alright, well, actually, you know what? We'll do 2 more things. Quickly.
What about bottle?
We'll have to... That's going to take a little longer. We'll do that next month.
Okay.
In fact, we could start that next month. What Pro was mentioned, we saw those like, big pose going around. Now that we have the bow, by the way...
I'm just thinking of the big items.
Yeah, we do that. We'll do that first thing next time. Yeah, since the way we ordered as far as that we should be good. Actually, you know what? We'll do 3 things. We will show what you're talking about as far as the bottles, like what that's about. Because it's on the way to the Temple Time. So yeah, our favorite room is still here. It's a little different when we're adult. It still has some pots you can bust for money, but not as many. Okay, fine. In that case, it is because it's 20 rupees, so fair enough.
Yeah.
So at that point, yeah, there you go.
It's still farmable.
Yeah, that's true. But
Actually, it's probably even better because you don't have to break every pot. You just break that one.
Alright, so this is the post shop. And I think this character is...
50 per one, right?
It's 50 if you... Because here's the thing about this. I believe this is female, if I remember correctly. If that's not right, I'll put an edit in. But point is that the owner of the post shop here, you could kill the pose and put them in a bottle. And if you bring them to this place, you get 50 rupees off of them. But there's those huge ones we saw on the field. You get those, you bring all 10 of them, you get points on your card, you get 100 points. You get 1,000, we get the 10 of them, you get the 4th bottle. And we'll do that next month. Yeah, your card has 0 points. So in that case, there you go.
What was the lore behind it? I know there's some lore.
It's probably... Well, we sort of went into it a little last month with the Sharp Brothers. The idea is that And I'll put an edit into this, because I did screw one thing up. Actually, I'm going to hold on to this, because what's going to happen is the ghosts come out of the pot that way, and I believe it is a she as far as this. She'll try and get them back in. But the lore of it is that this character is going to basically say, like, oh yeah, the world went to hell because of Ganondorf, but that it's good for business to a certain extent, as far as how it is.
What was that character in the kids storyline?
Non-existent.
Really?
I don't think so. Well, I'll look into that. Well, I'll either have an answer for that next month.
I remember something about, like, it being like a guard or something like that.
Or maybe there's something to there. Chad, if you remember that, like, if this character's manifested some other way, because that's the other thing we've sometimes seen.
I just remember there being some backstory to that.
There probably is, and I'll look.
Just don't remember the names.
I'll look into that. I mean, I'll put a little bit of an edit in if I find something, and also I'll dig into it and we'll find out. We'll go on that next month. As I said, we're going to be starting from around here next month as it is. Alright, so yeah, I didn't necessarily show the fact that Market Town is totally destroyed. And, yeah, you can't go into the alleys. Okay, before we go to the Temple Time, one thing I'm going to show quickly. This is where the end of the game is, but I want to show this.
We're going to show this already? Gee.
Well, show the idea of, like, we're going to come here. It's like, because, yeah, this whole place has gone to hell because of Ganondorf. So I want to get the impact of, like, why. Or how.
So that's Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, Hyrule Castle taken over, and now it's Ganon's castle. You're like, wait a second, Ganondorf is in this game. What's this Ganon person? Ganon's in every other game, but the Ganondorf take, what is that about? We'll find out in a couple of months. But that's a little hint of that perspective, just to show the whole of, yeah, this whole market town has been destroyed. And also for the owner of the Poe shop, I also showed the dialogue. I'll edit in the dialogue what they're saying when you first go there, when you first come out. Right, as you mentioned, we're going back to Temple Time, and do tell me specifically what I should be looking for before we go into the back there, because there is a little bit of plot we get. So I'll just tiptoe as you ask me where I want to go, or it's in the other room.
Oh, where are you trekking? Where are you trekking?
Wherever you're saying, because you're saying, like, hey, there was some kind of referencing to something within the temple to what we're going over in the forest temple.
Wait, I'm lost. I don't remember.
Well, I'll go to that. And as it also, since we'll do the edit, I'll give you a copy of the raw file.
I mean, oh wait, we can go back now.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because that's the other reason we came back here, because here's the deal. We pulled the sword out of the pedestal and we became an adult. After you beat the Forest Temple, you come here, and Sheik is saying, yeah, job well done, but we have other sages we have to take care of, and we'll do that. In order to awaken the other ones, you have to become even more powerful. So I have to go over every mountain, go under the water, and go through time, or we went through time, but basically what that's saying is what you're saying, which is we get to go back to being a child now. And if you put the Master Sword on the pedestal, you go back to being a child. So you can go back and forth between child Link and adult Link at will now. And also for doing that, Sheik will teach us a song that lets us warp right back to Temple Time.
In terms of, like, lore, though, why would they allow you to go back? Aren't you supposed to be saving the world?
Yes, although, I mean, as we mentioned, some of the perspectives, like, what's here in the adult section is something that we hadn't taken care of yet. I mean, we saw that with the Hurdy-Gurdy Man, the idea of, hey, we played the song for him, how do we know, or how does he know that song?
Yeah,
we're making that happen back then.
I'm just saying in terms of the world, though.
Well, we're gonna get
like, you know, allowing you to jump back is like literally allowing you to abandon your quest.
Well, I guess
from their perspective.
Briefly, although we'll sort of get an answer to that when we go to the 4th dungeon, because we do have to go back for the purpose of that, and that actually is going into, I know what that one is, the bottom of the well, to give a sense of that. When we go there, that goes into the history of Hyrule, the history of, like, the sins of Hyrule, really, as far as, like, the idea of what we're going to find down there, and how that's tying into the temple that we have to go to as an adult for that. So that is where they're going to give it, I would think. But alright, yeah, we get the Prelude of Light, and oh shit, I played it wrong. Yeah, like, I am taking this seriously, Sheik, I swear to God. Get this, I do love this.
Yeah, and Sheik would be totally fine. He'd be like, oh,
missed a note. No big deal. Try it again.
Well, yeah, I was like, it's fine.
Or
Like, yeah,
shall we say chic?
yeah, but at the same time, like,
Yes.
that's perspective as well. Like, yeah, like, we're having a nice jam session. That's nice. But yeah, I'm still shocked. Like, yeah, look, my Ocarina can do this.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Also, isn't it strange that chic is a chic-en?
Well, it is. Well, it is a perspective of that.
And it just seems like a very lazy name.
Well, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, although feasibly, here's the other thing, which is that, well, okay, well, fine, you're right about one thing, which is that, wait a second, Sheik is, I was gonna say that Sheik, like, that was where the name of the Sheikah came from, but, like, no, we're in this time perspective.
I just figured who named Sheik? It just sounds kind of like, who's our parents?
Well, I mean, if nothing else, like, there's never a question, like, Sheik is a member of the Sheikah, so it's like, okay, fair enough, that way. Well,
and who is these Sheikans?
Well,
are they from Kakariko?
Well, the Sheikans are from Kakariko, that's true. And actually, as I mentioned, when we go to the bottom of the well, that goes into, like, the history of the Sheikah tribe specifically, as well as stuff with Impa. So yeah, that goes into, but I get what you're saying as far as that, but yeah, pay attention to that later.
And he/she never allows you to go anywhere near.
That's
/she/it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing though, because alright, I am here, because you're saying, like, what was there something you're looking at?
I generally just like, just tiptoe around here.
Okay, let's do
Because
that.
I figured it's just a sacred place, and I figured running in.
Oh, I see.
It's like a church.
No, you're right. Okay, fair enough.
Think like a cathedral.
Yeah.
You don't want to disrespect the cathedral.
Oh, okay, so that's the perspective. Like, yeah, you know, show respect to, the history. Well,
and I did this before. I ritualized this place even before I watched like the True Blood.
Or Youngblood, I believe.
Yeah, Youngblood. So it's funny that I did that. I ritualized it even before I knew it was meant to be ritualized.
Okay. Actually, one thing.
Obviously, a Temple of Time is like it's a cathedral. But at the same time, I kind of got a sense just from the subtle language from Sheik, which is small. There's only a few lines, but I think that encapsulates the whole narrative of the game within like less than a page. Meanwhile, there's probably 1,000 other pages that's just meaningless filler.
Right, that's true. One thing I'm going to show, the last thing we're going to do before we end for the night, because we're at 5 hours and we got a lot done. I'm going to show you what happens going back at least. Because, like, okay, we're going to be doing this, and we're running into cases we're going to have to do this as well. But yeah, you put the sword back at the pedestal and come back out, and well, we are the child again. And it also means that we have access to all the child stuff, but we still also have all of our bottles.
I say for the picture, it should be at the sword.
Oh wait, he pulls it out or puts it back in?
Well, something like that. You pick.
All right, yeah, I'll look into that. Then again, there are a lot of good like thumbnail perspectives to it. But all right, I just want to really show that off.
It's just very iconic.
Oh yeah, no, well, you know what, and that's fine. We can do that. That's absolutely.
I'm just saying it fits perfectly in place. You with the sword should be a thumbnail.
Yeah, I mean,
at some point.
Well, here's the thing. Also, is that I will definitely make it. If I don't make it the thumbnail for this part, I'll definitely make it with one of the other ones. But you got a point to that, and I'll definitely do that. Okay, so let me just do another save to this, just for the purpose of that. Yeah, we got a good amount of stuff going. We have just to quickly reiterate this. We have a lot of our items set. Also, by the way, I guess I didn't mention this. Probably should have now. Yeah, there's certain things you can't use as an adult that you could use as kids. The sticks are out, the very slingshot's out, the boomerang's out, and the beans are out, which is weird. And the master out. Yeah, that's a kid thing. But anyway, we did get the big Goron sword in record time, and we got all 3 of the tunics. Usually supposed to wait. Boots will come later, and the last shield will wait too. All right, and we have 52 Skulltulas. That's over half, and one more heart piece, and we will have another one set, as well as all of our songs. And something we can definitely do going back as a kid for, the froggies that we saw. Alright. So with that, I think we're going to end as far as this. Thank you very much, Proto for joining me again on this game, and also for all of the, in-depth, perspectives you went into. As I said, that's why I wanted you on this. That's why I know, like, you said to me, I want to do this game. I want to be involved in this because A, you love it, and B, because you want to go deep. As that's what we do on this program. We get into the guts of gaming, and I thank you very much for providing that. It's your experience with this game and your read of it, and I love the fact that we're sharing that, and along with my perspective that way too. But as I said, that's what this is really about. This is not me just putting on a show. It's like every one of us, and you're part of that. And I thank you very much for joining me for that. And just to go into that again, yeah, Proto is going to be on every part of this game. Specifically, I said other stuff he's called dibs on, he'll be involved in as well for the purpose of that. So, yeah, we come back to the games that we run long form like this each month, at least once a month until we complete it. So, for the purpose of that, that would mean next month will be, it will be on Proto's discretion as far as when for scheduling for him. But the one thing I'll also say is that March 25th I know is a set show, so it'll have to be sometime before that. And so take your pick as far as any of the weekends of March for the purpose of that. I was thinking, if I'm going to guess this, I would say if you could do either the 12th or the 19th, or no, hold on, wait a second. Okay, no, I'm getting my dates off. No, that's right. 12th and the 19th, that would work feasibly better. As far as it was like, hey, if you have to do the 5th, that's fine. Like a month from today. Could be a month from today, could not be, but yeah, like, we'll talk later for that, so just let me know as far as what's going to work for you.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
And we'll figure it out, but as I said, he'll be on every part of this game, and thank you very much. Given the discussions we had tonight, I'm glad he is here with me, and thank you once again for that. Okay, so, as is wont for the end of the program, so long as, me going to the perspective of thanking you profusely for making the show what it is, and watching and joining in, and welcome to you, welcome to you, Gemini Knight 96, and thank you for stopping by the program. And as I said, there's a lot of other stuff on the YouTube site for you. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Is it anything else you want to see on the show? Leave us a comment either here or on the YouTube site on any of the videos saying like, hey, I want to see something. I want to see something covered. Yeah, we're here. Well, fine. I'm here every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with guests. Proto will be here for every part of this game and the other games that will go down the line, as we've mentioned. We mentioned a couple of them as far as it, which
probably a few others as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to give a perspective to this, like, I know Lunar Silver Star Story Complete when we get to that one. Chrono Cross, what you called Game Dev Tycoon for Switch. Well, I'm running the Switch version, but you're familiar with on PC, which is the reason I want to do that version. And then GoldenEye. And GoldenEye is going to be a question when we do that. We're doing it in August for the 20th anniversary, but if those rumors of the remake of that or the remaster of it that's coming out, because they actually did remake it. There's GoldenEye on the Wii and then the reloaded version on the PS3 and 360. If they do that remade version, we're going to play it that way, but otherwise we're running it for Nintendo 64 because that's the idea. But as I said, he'll be on for those shows and also for every part for Ocarina of Time. And when we're done with this game, the Crochet Nerd will be joining me for Majora's Mask. And given how well this game has gone so far with you, I'm looking forward to that playthrough as well as the next part of this. Thanks, great. Appreciate that, Dollyfin. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. And have a great rest of your weekend as it is, and a great week coming forward. But before I stop, I also go into the schedule of what the show's looking like for the next couple weeks. Next week is Mickey Mania, The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse. We're running the Sega CD version. It's also on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis and the PlayStation in Europe. We'll go into that respectively. We play that next week. We're doing that because we finished Kingdom Hearts early. I said, hey, let's do a Disney take. So, hey, we were searching that, playing through that entire game, going for King Mickey, where is he? So, I said, let's pull this other game out. It's like, Mickey's also have to go through a journey across time and across, weird elements. So, at that point, we're going to be playing that game next week for the Sega CD, a version that is not often shown off, but it is probably the best version the US got, because PlayStation didn't get it here. Okay, the week after that, on the request of Electverse, we're doing Star Fox for the Super Nintendo. I have to practice that game. That game is insanely hard, and I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. I've been doing practice in between stuff, but I definitely am going to do more than that. In fact, I'm probably going to practice that game more this week than I'm going to be practicing Mickey Mania, because I played that game enough, and there's like only certain trouble spots I want to check on that one. But yeah, we're going to play that in 2 weeks for the purpose of that. And at the end of the month, another case of a guest appearance is going to be Nocturne, who we started Mega Man Legends for the PlayStation last June. After a lot of difficulties as far as scheduling and, things coming up, we're going to be continuing that game for part 2. She's playing it for us specifically. She did it for her part 1, which is up on the YouTube site. And at the end of the month, we're going to come back to that. And also, I was a little wrong as far as the stuff for March is concerned, because I said, hey, there's another empty week, but I realized, wait, no, we have part 3 of this game. So there's that. We're also going to be doing part 3, maybe the finale of Mega Man Legends Blast Core from Rare for the Nintendo 64 to celebrate its 25th anniversary. I believe that's going to be the 5th, depending on how scheduling is going to go. And on March 25th, we're going to start the next RPG in the line. That's going to be Sailor Moon Another Story for the Super Famicom, of which I have a reproduction cartridge copy of. and we're going to be running it. Actually, Dolly Finn, in the channel, this is going to join me for part 1 of that. So actually, every game I'm running next month, except for Plastic Core, I'm having a guest show on the show. As I mentioned, we're going to have more guests in the program, and that's the way it's going to go. All right, so I think with that, I think it's going to take us out for it. Thank you very much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Thank you again, Protorov. I'm looking forward to playing this game with you next month. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Well, thank you both. Thank you, Dolly Finn. Thank you, Gemini Knight 96. I'm sorry I pronounced that wrong, but thank you very much for watching. Protorova, we'll see you next month for part 3 of Ocarina of Time, and I will see you next week for Mickey Mania: The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse. Until then, have a great night. Keep being awesome. I'll see you next week. Take care.